All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Drinks Blue. This is the Ultima Derby. This is our first ever Worlds Collide charity marathon benefiting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, along with OBC Pet Trust. And first and foremost, that graphic on the screen is already misleading. We're lying to you, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a $25 donation come in from Double Down for OBC Pet Trust. So that number should actually be $80. We'll get that updated here in just a moment. But nevertheless, joining me in the broadcast booth tonight for Possum, and we're gonna, let me introduce Possum. Possum, how you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing very well. I am both honored and privileged to be in the booth with a wonderful human such as yourself, benefiting two great causes with a handful of amazing people behind the scenes and running the races today.
Yeah, streaming night one of the Ultima Derby is One Free Fits in the background. We got numerous people that will chime in throughout the booth to do commentary, to track, and just overall appear on your screen during the races. So, in short, this is a 2-day event. We will have 3 portions of the relay event tonight. Race 1 obviously going on first and foremost with Physics Shebang representing Team Mobilis, taking on Nobody War, Team Interceptor. But before we talk about the individuals, Possum, let's go over the flags a little bit. The Ultima Derby is designed to be a little bit faster flag set. We're giving you lots of experience, lots of offense. Shops are either A, the original price at best, or B, discounted up to 25%. You can find a lot of amazing things to randomize 60%. A lot of offense going around. How would you approach these flag sets, Possum?
Well, I would want to find one or two really good things and leverage that. Since you don't have to clear as much and you're getting a lot of XP, the faster you get started, the faster you finish. And, while we are benefiting a great cause, we're going to do some things that slow us down to make sure that we get incentives met and things like that. We want to find power. We want to find it fast. So I think we're going to see our runners go through and, do exactly that. Get some really nice gear and, go slay some dragons, go slay some bosses, go farm some regular enemies. But I'm very excited to see them go fast and hit things hard.
Yeah. And as we see runners unearth some of the cool things about this flag set, important thing to note is that we don't need 6 and 9, which you see in most flag sets. We need 5 characters, 8 espers, and we're getting Kefka Tower Skip almost for free. You just need 15 checks. So if you just do, 1 or 2 dragons, you almost surely end up there with the Kefka Tower Skip. But yeah, so we're giving you all the tools to get through the seed fast, but we've left the final fight unscaled, which is going to be the true challenge for our runners. I personally have seen a few races, then we get to the final fight a little too fast, and it becomes pretty daunting. But if we get there, we take a dragon or 2 on the way. I think we'll be able to get a comfortable finish in.
Yeah, and speaking of some of those incentives and things, making sure that you have the XP and the ability to defeat the final boss. Our first race, the incentives are already met for Physics Shebang and Nobody War, representing Team Mobiles and Team Interceptor respectively. They're going to be slaying 4 dragons and performing in an opera. So they're likely not going to have any issues being able to go through and slay 4 dragons. They're probably going to breeze through Final Kefka with the levels they're going to have. I'm pretty excited to see that, but I'm also excited for the opera and for them to get going, as it looks like we're off with a Mog, a Realm, and a Sabin. GP Rain, some natural magic and capture. Not the best, but hey, GP Rain is cool.
Yeah. GP Rain, better earlier than later. It's nice, instant, easy defense ignoring damage. Lets us get through some sticky situations that may present themselves early on. So as we mentioned, courtesy of Nobody War, actually on the right side of your screen, if we had met $25, we were a $25 donation before the pre-race. Nobody War and Physics agreed to perform in the opera. Nobody War wasting no time. He will give us an opera performance right off the bat.
Yeah, that's an excellent thing to get, is that opera performance. And, we will have what is one of the fan favorite things in all of Final Fantasy games, the entire series, is the opera.
Yep, and they will also be killing 4 dragons throughout the run. Speaking of those incentives, we do have an incentive for each race tonight. The incentives are pretty simple. If we get at least $25 in the preceding race, before that race, we'll go ahead and trigger the incentive for the next race. For the next race, we have Christopher working on taking on Jay Brunter. For $25, if anybody donates $25 or if anybody cumulative donates $25 during race number 1, we will put Gao in the starting party and we will make him look as dapper as ever. We will give him the fancy Gao sprite. If you've never played the vanilla game and explored, the old man Gao Manor in the World of Ruin, well, there's a nice little Easter egg scene where you can get Gao, you can get Block and Save him to dress him up and get him pretty dapper looking, and he'll head on up there and come to terms with his father not knowing who he is. It's actually a really sad scene, but nevertheless, amazing outfit. The best thing that comes out of it is Gao in that sprite, and they will, parade him around in the world for everybody to see if we hit that mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in our third race, we have Rybon and Papa Shango. They're going to be waiting to see their fate if they have to do the auction house or not, which I think is a fun little incentive for them to see if there's anything decent that they will end up getting out of that auction house. But fun little incentives. We're here for a great cause, but it's neat to make the runners do things that a lot of the time they just wouldn't, and get to show off some of the other facets of the game that exist out there. Speaking of one of those facets, looting is a facet, and that's something that's not going well for physics right now. The best thing that they have found so far is a Thunder Rod, and everything else has been pretty much hot garbage. I think we may have seen like Doom Darts, which is basically money, a red jacket, and some more money. So this is going to be economy or capitalism percent for our runners from the looks of it, because the common loot area's not really doing much.
No, they are not. And the good news is that shops and chests are randomized 60%. Looks like in the randomization for this, none of the good stuff ended up in the chests that are in the normal looting route. But with 60% random shops, that means those shops tend to be a little bit more lucrative. Plus, they are not heavily discounted, but everything costs either 75 to 100% of the vanilla price. So if we do find something like an Illumina or a Valiant Knife here, it could turn around fast, because it doesn't take much to get going in Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide. And there you go.
There's your Ragnarok.
Hey, the devil. I take a Ragnarok or two.
I don't know that we can afford to. We're going to struggle to afford one.
Well, I guess it depends on how much you like that red jacket.
Not enough to keep it. Offense beats defense in Worlds Collide.
And it looks like Physics agrees with you, Possum. He has parted with his red jacket. He has a Ragnarok under his belt. And in this flag set, we have a 100% equip rate, so anything we find anybody can equip throughout the various runs.
Yeah, which is pretty neat. If you want to have a lightsaber Yeti, you can have a lightsaber Yeti, and I know a lot of folks love that, yourself included. Being the biggest Yeti stan out there. Now, looks like we are done with the Opera House on Nobody War's side, so they have completed their incentive objective, we will call it, and likely start their loot routing as well after this, and more than likely just continue to be disappointed, much as I assume Physics is as well. The loot so far in the basement here, also not doing anything for Physics, basically going to the Ragnarok fund, I have to assume.
Yeah, I'd imagine, if Physics gets some decent money down here, that he would almost immediately turn around and just go grab another Ragnarok. And to be honest, if he walks out here with 2 Ragnaroks, that's you can almost type GG in the chat. That's good enough for me. If it's good enough for Nick, Physics will be remain to be seen. But I feel pretty good if I could have 2 Ragnaroks anybody could wear to get going here.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the characters we have in Sabin, really good for a Ragnarok. Realm also sneaky good for a Ragnarok. And the reason for that is she can, on her procs, just do so much damage even early on. So I'm excited to see where those Ragnaroks end up, but I would assume Sabin is going to be a long-term user, and Realm might take it early so we can get those procs. And it looks like there was Genji Glove in Zen as well. So that will help our runners kind of consolidate that offense a little bit.
Yeah. There's some Atlas armors for nobody where I think he's hanging around Thamasa, and well, he doesn't know the Ragnaroks are there, or else he probably would have kept that Genji glove in tow. But Atlas armor, it's a pretty nice find. Some dragon boots you'll never scoff at. And that's if you're unfamiliar with Nobody War in his game. Possum kind of mentioned there wasn't a lot on the traditional Footing Lap. That's okay because Nobody War is never going to go there. He's going to go to Thamasa. He's probably going to go to Albrook. He's going to go everywhere else you wouldn't expect a runner to go. So if the loot chest is not lucrative there, but it's looking for Masa, Nobody War will utilize that.
And Nobody War did find a gauntlet of note, which is pretty nice once a large weapon is found. So for Nobody War, they have the accessories, they just don't have the actual offense. Physics, meanwhile, going to give us a little bit of a treat here in the Imperial camp. We're going to throw some money at our problems. We do have a Sword Tech Sabin. I missed that on the opening route. That is actually quite interesting. Sword Tech is a very strong ability, and Sword Tech 7 in particular, on a high vigor character like Sabin, is actually a wonderful thing to have late game. So I'm excited to see that, unless I misread it and it was Realm, in which case it's going to be Sword Tech 6 for Stunner, which is still very, very strong. Sword Tech is a very nice ability, and anybody can go ahead and be successful with it as long as they have a high stat of some sort.
Yeah, another cool thing about that Sword Tech, in most flag sets, you get the full Sword Tech unlock for completing the Doma Dream check, but we don't have access to Cyan. But you can still get all of the Sword Techs when you reach a certain level. 44 for Sword Tech 7, 36 for Sword Tech 6. But a cool thing that I like about the Ultima Derby is that if you complete any one of Floating Continent, Magitech's research facility, or Dumbledrine, you get access to all of the three best abilities, which is Bum Rush, all of the Magitech abilities, which is like Tech Missile, and then all the Sword Tech. So pretty cool. If you complete some of the longer checks, you get all of the better abilities. So another little thing under the belt that you can some of our runners may utilize across the various races that give them access to offense.
Yeah, and offense is what we need. There's also been some pretty scary encounters showing up in Imperial Camp here.
Yeah.
We first had some Skybase Iron Hitmen. If y'all have never run into Skybases, you see Skybase, you leave the base. You do not stick around. Those things are one of the worst enemies in Worlds Collide. Uh, they will blaster your entire party until there's no one left to blaster. Evil Oscars, these are very annoying because I believe they absorb thunder and pearl and a number of other things. They're
Yeah.
kind of thick HP wise, and they also can just use bad breath on you effectively, and just not fun. So this is a wild time for physics here in the Imperial camp. Meanwhile, Nobody War did see the Ragnaroks, so does know what they're up against. But physics does get through those evil Oscars. 4,200 XP is going to go a long way here to get them off the ground.
Yeah, physics cracked his thunder rod, and he got his monthly reminder that hey, evil Oscar's not to be trifled with. But he was able to GP rain every Ragnarok his way through it, anyways. But yeah, that catches me every once in a while too. Like, do these guys absorb ice? And it's always turns out yes, they do.
Yeah, outside of fire, I think they absorb almost anything you're going to throw at them. They're a very annoying enemy to deal with non-physically or non like GP rain things like that. Uh, we have a chocobo showing up where the NPC was. I love that little animation there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, Felcaster in the chat mentioning Sword Tech is an awful ability vanilla. Everything about Cyan in the middle game is awful, but we do have a flag called Faster Sword Tech where we kind of beef up the animation or the animation speed for the Sword Tech bar, or else you would be extremely disadvantaged if you ever wanted to use it. But nevertheless, a little better in Worlds Collide. Little niche sometimes if you have to even get access to the better Sword Techs, but it has its use place more than you would think.
Yeah, absolutely. And a nice encounter here for Nobody War. Mesosaurs, they will not really do much at all. They will kind of just sit there and take damage, maybe attack once or twice. But primarily what they're going to do is just try to escape. So this is a really nice fight for Nobody Wore to Find, and I believe this is in the basement in the Figaro World of Balance. So this is a nice little grind fight to get off the ground, much safer than what Physics was fighting in Imperial Camp. Looks like Nobody Wore going to take another one. Sure, more Mesosaurs, that's great. And Physics is going to give us a waterfall check at Barren Falls. Looks like we have Tritalk. I know we have GP Rain for this. Do we have anything fire-based?
Ooh, we can sword tech our way through this very slowly. We can GP rendering through it. We're fine. This is just going to be annoying because Tritech has extremely high magic defense, extremely high physical defense. Excuse me, extremely high physical defense, but if it's not fire, it doesn't touch him. But at least we have sword tech to get through this some way somehow.
Yeah, Physics just got the no money pop up. That is one of the worst feelings when you're about to rely on GP Rain and you are invited with a reminder, a not so friendly one, that you are broke.
Yeah, Physics donated all of his money beforehand to the Ultima Derby, so that's why he couldn't muster up anymore for GP Rain, it looks like.
We do get a Ragnarok proc here. Looks like we also have a Cat Hood in our inventory, so Cat Hood will give us a lot of money if we can get through some fights with it on, and that will help with the GP Rain. Not going to do much here, unfortunately. Realm also is frozen, so we're just relying on Ragnarok procs now, because Mog can't really do anything. So, Sabin, we're going to need you to channel your inner 1 and 4 here and not get cold dusted, and there's the cold dust, and now we're sad. And we sit here for a while until Realm unfreezes, and then we can sword tech.
It's moments like this that give me clarity. I like to sit down here while I wait for the characters to unfreeze, think about my day. Was I productive at work? The answer is almost always no, but I like to think about what I did or didn't do. What could I have done better? How could I have been a better husband? How could I maybe be a better dog father to my dogs? Did I do all of the chores? Does my car need gas? Those are the times that I get to think about when I sit here frozen. What about you, Possum?
Man, thinking is way too hard. So I just don't do it. I just steam, and I act annoyed and mad. And then once the fight is over, I just stop and, basically forget that it happened, because that's just what happens in these games, is that if it can, it will. And I've played enough of them to know it will. It can. It has. And it will continue. Yeah. So in Physics' case, I hope we don't get more cold dust.
Yeah, even though cold must doesn't hit that often, you never remember the ones that miss, but the ones that hit, God, it can be infuriating. But while we wait for Physics to dethaw, we've had a couple of donations come in. Looks like we've had $25 come in from Double Down to the OBC Pet Trust, representing Team Interceptor. So thank you very much, Double Down. We've also had another $25 come in through Impetuous for OBC Pet Trust, and Dwaya, who will be racing tomorrow night. So will Imp, by the way. Another $25. So we are up to, I think that's $130 for OBC Pet Trust alone.
Yeah, I think that would be 130 for OVC, and then are we at 100 then, I believe, for St. Jude as well? I think we've had 25 from Nobody Wore, 25 from Impetuous, and 50 from Sigil. So thank you, everybody, so far for the incentives. And for sure, that gets us Dapper Gow in the second race. We'll see what we can do for the third race as well. But we are well on our way, and thank you, everybody, for your generosity. Wonderful, wonderful work.
Yeah, so in the next race, I'm getting the flags right now ready for Christopher Wilken and Jay Brunter. But I'm getting the flags ready, so we will have the Fancy Gal sprite featured. It's a beautiful sprite. If you've never seen it before, again, you are in for a treat.
And I love this from Nobody Wore, kind of doing a walking grind, as we would call it, where they're on their way to do checks anyway, and just opting to take some encounters to get ahead of scaling to make things a little easier. Stealing some things as they go as well, so getting some remedies, Phoenix Downs, antidotes, etc. So really interesting strategy difference from the two runners. We have Physics, who is trying to be very check-centric, and Nobody War, who is trying to be more calculated in what they are going through and doing, making sure they don't have issues going forward. And it looks like we have Ifrit and Shiva on physics side here. This is nice because we have ice. We also have GP Rain. We have Sword Tech. But Ice 2, fantastic. We love that. That takes care of Ifrit nice and easy. And that is going to be another check in the bag for physics, who got an Ice Shield from Imperial Camp. I missed what the reward from that awful Tritalk fight was. And then we got Bismarck as well, so I believe we are now at 2 Espers on physics side, 3 characters, at least 1 dead check, and Nobody War will be starting their check soon, as level-wise they are at level 15 now, so they're in a good place, unless this is exactly Doomgaze.
Yeah, don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. But short of Doomgaze, whatever this boss should be no trouble for Nobody War. And really for the rest of the seed, that's like the perk of, of an early grind. If you get an early grind and get ahead of scaling, especially in a flag set like this, it just kind of snowballs for you. So while, it's at 17 minutes, now we're taking our first actual boss fight. With that time invested, it should just help these boss fights go so much faster for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And being greeted with a what I would consider easy boss here, and Ultros not going to pose much of a threat. So this is, might take a hot second to get through it, just because our damage is still going to be a little bit low. But we do have a jumping Mog. That Mog did about 1,500 damage, and Phoenix is the reward, so an Esper on the side of Nobody War. While Physics is taking us through the collapsing house, going to save the child. Looks like we don't care about the monster boxes, since we don't have anything that would really benefit from an offering right now. That makes sense to me. No real need to trifle about that. Picks up a Mega Elixir for his troubles as well, and going to be rewarded with either a dead check or an Esper here. So excited to see whichever one that ends up being for Physics.
Yeah, and Nobody War is going to get his own introduction to the evil Oscars, but he has a little bit more physical offense under his belt, right? So he'll be able to take them down a little bit faster than Physical will do. But yeah, so we're at the interesting point now. We've seen some divergence. We've unearthed a few checks. We're really looking for character number 4 and 5. That's probably going to be the most frustrating thing to find, is character 4 and 5. But we're starting to hone in, or we can't be, by the virtues of what the 2 runners are telling us.
Yeah, and Physics shows us another Ice Shield. So we have 2 dead checks, both Ice Shields, and then 2 Espers. Looks like on Nobody War's side, that Phoenix Esper went on, and it does have Merton on it. I believe it went on Sabin, so maybe using Realm for something else. I would love to see Realm at some point learn that Merton. It is ×5 though, so only 20 magic points to get there, and they're going to be fighting 4 dragons, so by the end of this, they're all going to have that Merton spell. We have Nobody War taking on the Skybase and Iron Hitman, and oh boy, the blaster, oh, it's only a 1 blaster, and it misses, thank goodness. Skybase, very scary, do not like.
Yeah, Skybase don't mess around. Sabin just found out. The little fellas next to him, a little misleading. They're not as hostile as Skybase likes to be. And oh my goodness, that's one aggressive Skybase. He's just firing off firing off level 5 dooms. Yeah, this is why you see a lot of runners run away from this.
Yep. Oh, it's out of MP. Okay. Nobody War gets bailed out by the fact that the enemies have not scaled up enough for Skybase to be as dreadful as it could be, while still being a complete and total jerk right now. Should be able to get through this. And I am just going to put a personal guarantee out here, or I'll donate $25 myself after this. He's running from the second one of these.
I would check if it's going to make me level 20 and come back in. And maybe that's, just a matter of pride at this point, or a matter of principle. You don't want to let the Skybase win. Like, if you've taken down one, you can take down all of them, right? As long as you don't level up to a number 15 or level 20 or whatnot. But yeah, Oh, he's level
Yeah, he's
20.
level 20.
Okay, so there's this concept called risk appetite. And right now, hopefully, it's a very low. And nobody wears mine. But let's see. This is interesting. Okay, it's not that high, so that's probably smart.
Yeah, that is not surprising at all. I would love to have donated there, but no, we're out. We don't want to fight that second one. We saw what the first Skybase did. And this goes to kind of the point of physics not even engaging with them, just be like, no, I'm good, I'm out, I don't want to deal with this. Nobody War also does not want to deal with these evil Oscars. I can respect that. Like I said earlier, this this Imperial camp is not fun. And thank you to our restreamer, One Free Fits, getting those incentives up for the future races and making sure that everything is on screen so y'all can see it. You have the links that you can click in chat and go donate to whichever team that you would like to see come out ahead here. Again, this is a relay, so we do have Team Mobliz and Team Interceptor. There are 7 total races. Realistically, we'd love to see a super close race at the end and both teams, neck and neck right down to the wire in race 7. But realistically, we're just here for some good fun and to benefit great causes. But I will tell you who's not here to benefit a great cause, and that is the Sabin. Sabin has decided that he really doesn't want to be here and wants that ghost train to be removed, because that can be a scary enemy if it decides to evil toot. Nobody War, meanwhile, going to be greeted with this lovely Tritalk. We'll see if we're able to get through with some money here. That is much nicer on Nobody War's side, having the levels and having the GP ran here.
Yeah, so our character, not at Owsers.
Yeah, but if you're going to dead check, Illumina is a pretty good dead check. That's rather fantastic for our runners once both of them are through it. And yeah, Nobody War through that Tritalk in 1/5, 1/6, 1/7 of the time it took physics. That was very fast by comparison. So definitely that grind and making up some ground here, while physics just kind of pushes ahead. Physics also, though, has not yet done the Opera House, so we'll have to go back to World of Balance and do that Opera House at some point. Is, however, doing the Opera House Dragon right now. We do have 4 dragons our runners are going to want to do in order to meet that incentive that everyone has so graciously donated for.
Yeah, is this looks like this is physics going to go ahead and get his opera performance done. Nobody War going to give us access to what's going on with the Phantom Train situation, and we're getting down to it's either at Phantom Train or it's up in Narsh somewhere.
Yeah, because we've seen Mount Colts and we've seen Owsers now, so yeah, only 2 spots left. Yeah, this will be interesting. We do have a Skull Dragon here. This is a fantastic one to find, and there is a Shadow. Shadow's nice because, well, first of all, that's natty magic and pretty decent stats. Secondly, though, Floating Continent's on the table, which means that's a lot of really nice abilities that are going to pop up on that realm for Sword Tech in particular. So I wonder if we're not just going to get a dive to Floating Continent very quickly. Meanwhile, Merton has been picked up on physics side. Dragon Slain, VK picked up, so Valiant Knife on the table now as well. And 1 dragon down of the 4 required.
Very nicely done. Yeah, I fully expect to see Nobody War to head off the Floating Continent. The perks from the objectives aside, it's 2 guaranteed Espers or characters up there, plus possibly a 3rd Esper. At 4 and 2, that's fully the realm. No pun intended there. That's fully the realm of where you say something like, I'll take the guaranteed stuff versus it being a little bit longer, just so I don't, go to things like Owsers, which while it was an Illumina, you didn't really need the Illumina with Ragnarok's for sale. So was it worth it? It's up for debate, but guaranteed stuff, sign me up every time.
Yeah, we do get that Opera Dragon checked off by physics, and now the Opera House performance checked off. So all things opera being taken out by physics right now. We'll see if they can remember the lines to the opera. Nobody War was successful in remembering, so that's fantastic.
Is So this is a nice little, I wouldn't say pivotal moment, but it's an interesting moment. One of the downsides of Phantom Train is you found out that, hey, Shadow is here. That's cool. That's fantastic. I need characters, right? But you got to walk a long way to get to the boss. And if you can't get through the boss, you've A, walked a long way, and then B, it boots you out of the train if you don't save. So a little small pivotal moment here in the race for Nobody War. This is a tough boss he can't handle. We know it can't be a Skycap. A Skycap's not a boss, despite what we said earlier. But there are a number of things out there that could throw him for a loop.
Yeah, I would be a little bit fearful of this. Definitely would have saved on his side, but I'm a wuss when it comes to that. And it looks like we got Fun Baba.
Yeah,
This
well, not funny.
should be fine. We have GP Rain, we have a Ragnarok, I believe. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We have a jumper. So a lot of damage going to be popping out here. We just have to hope the ability scaling didn't roll high and we get like a rogue Gigavolt or Bolt 3 or something.
Mm-hmm. I really like him showcasing the jumper here. Jump is one of those abilities that's like kind of like good enough. But I have like this weird theory that like maybe the best ability for a fourth character is just let him jump. Especially with the dragon, just let him jump. Even if it's a slow character, if he never comes down, your other character's finished job. Cool, why not? But if he does ever end up coming down, it's just free damage. It doesn't really take any minion time, input time, or screen time. Little theory I have there.
I like that theory. For me, my favorite fourth character is whatever character has Mimic, and there's only one, and it's Gogo. So I would rather have three, excuse me, three other abilities and Mimic command. But a jumper, if there's nothing else on the table, certainly can do work. Just like this H-bomb on the Funbaba did some work there from that Natty Magic slots shadows. So good usage of the slots to jump. Kind of some different sources of offense than you might expect to see in one of these Ultima Derby scenes.
All right, the world is now Nobody War's oyster. A lot of places to go with Shadow Intel. We're just gonna go to the fastest, easiest one, which is Shadow's pre-check up here at Gal Manor. Ooh, that's a Esperoid item. Alright, I fully expect Nobody War to head on up to a floating continent and see what's floating in the sky for him. That's an Esper.
Yeah, I was going to say that was Strength 1 and some other nice stuff here. That was a whole lot of goodness in one little box.
Yeah. Fence very eloquently pointing out that Team Interceptor, not Petting Interceptor. You almost wonder if Nobody War forgot what team he was on. My goodness. That may be one of the most offensive things we'll see tonight.
I don't know. We have the beginner's house being visited. That's fairly offensive too. Not. We're just going there for healing. Okay.
Yeah.
I was scared we were going to be doing some looting or something there. I was like, Nobody War, you're no beginner. You know better than to loot the beginner's house. So it looks like we are going to potentially set up Lone Wolf though. Hasn't been here yet to find basically nothing in all of these boxes, but I think maybe a red jacket. That could have been somewhere else. So not too much happening here. I guess there's an elixir and some doom darts, so money if we visit a shop. But gonna set up that Lone Wolf and then likely do Lone Wolf into Kefket Narsh into Moogle Defense and just get those three taken out all at once. And I believe we might be getting the same from Physics here. So both runners kind of converging here despite wildly different paths through the first 30 minutes of this one.
Yeah, the good news is they both done Opera House. It's kind of hard to tell if we were to posit who was ahead here in this situation because Physics is a little bit behind in progression, but he has done one dragon. They've both done their operative performance, which is required via the incentive donations that were met. Yeah, and also Nobody War has Shadow in tow, but Physics has done a little bit more of the world outside of that little nook where savings checks reside, so kind of a little neck and neck. Maybe as they unearth some more of the seeds, somebody will prevent themselves as far as being ahead, but right now I'd call it very much neck and neck.
Yeah, despite the very different paths, I think unless there's a character here that gates another character, having that shadow in hand, I think is a huge advantage for Nobody War.
Yeah.
Just the ability to go follow those checks and find additional characters. Those characters are less likely to have as many dead checks as physics has already found. So
Hmm.
nobody were likely on a straight path from this point ahead, but we shall see. Also, an XP egg. You'll never get this XP egg. Our runners may get that XP egg. Siren is a cool Esper, but I would be tempted to have one person put that XP egg on, whether it be a sword tech user, whether it be a Ragnarok user, whatever they want to build. That's a very tempting dead check to go pick up. And a strength 2 Esper with quick. Boy howdy, that's a good one too.
Yeah. I will say I was at Costco this morning, and the price of eggs, once you see the price of eggs, you know if they're expensive at Costco, that times are rough. So that alone may influence our runners to go get that egg some way, somehow.
Yeah, free with time just costs you basically a warp stone in about 40 seconds. So, I mean, I don't have warp stones in real life, but 40 seconds for an egg, that might be worth a trade in real life. Oh, Ragnarok Illumina, I just saw that on physics side. That's a pretty stacked Sabin already. Big fan of that get up there. Skip successfully executed by physics there. We'll see if Nobody War can do the same. We do see Kefka is the boss. Kefka is no longer the boss. Yeah, there we go. So physics for Team Mobliz is able to defeat Kefka at the 32-minute mark. Oh, that's not the end of the game. Silly me. And Nobody War showing off a different skip. There's a number of different skips you can do in this part. Nobody War going for the easier but slightly more time-consuming skip, but going to be able to get through this all the same. And I think that might have been a magic power Esper. I didn't quite catch it. Physics menuing very, very good.
And a special shout out to Juea. Not only has Juea supported the OBC Pet Trust and Team Interceptor, they also just gave a gift sub in the chat. If you were interested in supporting the left side of our screen, which is Team Mobliz, you can do so at the link for Mobliz. For the Tiltify, it's up top, courtesy of Notbot. And for Team Interceptor, we are benefiting, they are supporting and racing for OBC Pet Trust. If you do by chance donate to a Team Interceptor and their cause, in our Discord, ping me in the Ultima Derby thread. Unfortunately, we can't see donations that come through, but if you ping me, we'll keep track of it will let us keep track of the totals and also give you a shout out for your generosity.
Yeah, and also want to shout out, I'm not sure where it came from exactly, but on the St. Jude side, we have a $100 donation from FF6WC. So not exactly certain who that is, if that's the folks behind the scenes for the Discord or what, but thank you for that big old donation there. Very much appreciated. And it looks like we have found our first statue. Nobody War says, I'm good, I don't want to deal with the Moogle defense check. And maybe a wise choice, as this goddess is a little bit rude, but physics able to just smack around that boss with the Genji Glove Ragnarok Illumina and able to make it through. Not too much of an issue there. So for Team Mobliz, lots of checks done on physics side, and they are rewarded with what I would say is my favorite character here in Go-Go. That's not going to be the case for most people, but they're allowed to be wrong. It's okay.
Now, you say favorite character. Is that now? Do you mean favorite as in he's cracking your top 14 of favorite Final Fantasy VI playable characters, or is he number one on top of that list?
I like a jack of all trades, and Go-Go can do everything that anyone else can do in your party.
That's a fair stance. That's a fair stance.
Go-Go is my Tella, as someone who played Final Fantasy IV much more than Final Fantasy VI up until recently, now playing a lot more Final Fantasy VI. I love a character that can do it all, even if they're not necessarily great at anything. Being good at everything works really well, having that versatility. And we do see Floating Continent from Nobody War. Gonna find out what this first boss is here. This is always the spooky part. Yep, this would clarify and classify as spooky. We have found the Magical Master. This is not a place you want to find it.
No, this is the opposite of finding vanilla Kafka at Kafka Nars. This is like whatever the feel good feeling from that is. This is the opposite of that. This is a tough spot to find a Magimaster, but with that Sword Tech 1, with GP Rain, and the Berserk spell, I take it all back. It's fine. I'm happy we found him here.
Yeah, Berserk makes it all doable. That was a fearful moment, though. If we didn't have Berserk, this could get out of hand. Speaking of getting out of hand, Physics was able to one-shot the middle troll guarding the bridge. That is ridiculous. That's why Physics is one of the best in the business right now. I certainly can't do that. That dang troll gets me over and over again.
Yeah, it's one of those little moments in the seed. How forgiving is the bridge troll to you? Does he let you through? Do you let yourself through? Can either of you coexist in the same ecosystem? Oh, that's unfortunate. Go-Go does not pay off. That is a Minerva. So while Go-Go can be character number 5, unfortunately we got to find character number 4 first.
Yeah, this means that there are two paths through the seed. There's the one that Physics took, and there's the correct path. And sometimes it just works out that way. We've all been on that wrong end of things. What we do see here right now, though, is neither of our charities are on the wrong end of things right now. We have St. Jude's currently with Team Mobliz at $225. And we have Team Interceptor for OVC Pet Trust at $130. So thank you to everybody who has donated so far.
All right, Magimaster Light is boss number 2 on the way down to Floating Continent. Looks like I think Physics here is getting the experience egg. You know, why not? You've got a Minerva, you got a Lumina, you got a Ragnarok. Why not go with an experience egg as well?
Yeah, I think what we're going to see on Physics side is the let your carry do your carrying, which in this case is let your Sabin basically do everything for you. Give him the egg, have him have the Ilu and the Ragnarok, let him basically solo Final Kefka, and you'll just have to figure out the statues, once you get there. We are not warping out, so maybe Physics doesn't have warp stones. So this does make this a little bit of a costlier endeavor to get this egg. While Nobody War is able to go through progression checks for the Shadow, which I believe has to lead him to the next character as well. I don't think there's another option we have at this point to get Nobody War through this. So I think for them, Floating Continent is going to put them very near go mode by the end of this. Maybe one check off.
Yeah, maybe physics idea there is, hey, I'm gonna, I still need 3 more dragons. So he's like, why don't I just walk up there? Because I'm gonna go up here anyways. That's where my ice dragon is. So why not?
Yeah, it makes sense. Go ahead and just keep running through World of Ruin Narsh. Pick up an Esper up here, pick up a dragon. It would put him at 2 dragons to 0, can put that XP egg on before we fight the dragon. Don't know if we did or not. Didn't quite catch that, but we are just going to go ahead and smack that dragon up a bit with this Sabin, and that's going to be the majority of our damage, I think. A little bit of Bolt 2 action from Realm. Going to be nice also, if it's even needed after this proc.
Nope, not even needed. My goodness. All right, so this is a pivotal. It's one of those small make or break moments that you don't really have any control over. But if there is character number 5 up here, we. Oh, speaking of, that's 2 eggs.
That honestly feels terrible to have walked to get that egg.
Yeah.
And then immediately get the egg that anyway. Well, we have a second one now, I guess.
But anywho, back to the point. This is one of those small moments you have no control over. But if character number 5 is up here, because I think we've seen everywhere in the seed where character 5 can be, and it means it has to be up here. Unfortunately, nobody wars berserk or confused. No longer confused now. That's fortunate. But nobody worries about to find out the good news. This is where character 5 is. Now we just need some espers and some dragons, and he is good to go.
Yeah, and meanwhile, physics and
as a way to go.
I clap here because Goku's in the party. He doesn't have a choice over that, but I'm clapping anyway. Has a very long way to go. I don't believe, based on what we have seen, there is a way to get through this seed without going to floating continent. Mm-hmm. I think that the espers and characters, even only needing 5 and 8, I think everything has to go through there unless we can cobble together enough from like Cave on the Veldt, Auction House, and things like that. But it's going to be real tight for physics, even once they get that shadow in tow. And another dead check here is not going to help that cause.
Not at all. It is an Atma weapon, and that's the one thing you want when you've run nothing but dead checks and experience eggs. But yeah, Fury Blizzard, our wonderful tracker, all around great guy, by the way, pointing out that we haven't seen Cave on the Veldt. So it is possible that the end of floating continent here is just an Esper, and then character number 5 is floating around down there. That would be huge for physics, because that means he could actually get all the characters he needs while avoiding floating continent.
Yeah, I suppose if Cave on the Veldt has like a Cyan, for example, that would be fairly huge, because that would also take out some of the sting of, needing likely needing guaranteed checks for progression. You at least get 1 in that Doma Dream sequence, and 3 total. And we see Atma weapon to close out. So this floating continent was Magimaster, Baby Magimaster, Haydn, and some Atma action here. So this is Atma weapon, pretty nice floating continent for XP. Pretty scary though.
I think anytime you have a Poltergeist or Magimaster floating around floating continent, it makes it automatically an A tier floating continent. If you get like 2 out of the both of those, or like 2 out of the 3, like you sneak a Doomgaze in there in one of their places, it automatically becomes an S tier floating continent. But pretty good floating continent nevertheless. All right, make or break here. What comes flying out of the sky?
I'm gonna say Celeste.
Oh,
well, I mean, that's appropriate to fly out of the sky, though.
Speaking of airship pilots, Setzer's a fantastic airship pilot. That is Sortech 7, 8, 6, 5, 4, whatever ones we may not have unlocked. That's all the Sortechs there for Nobody War. Now he just needs 1 more Esper, and he has the best character for Espers in the game. But look like, nope, he's going to go start the dragon killing process.
Which makes complete sense. This is one of the easily accessible dragons. The Opera House dragon's easily accessible. Mid KT dragon is easily accessible. And then I don't know what the next dragon would be that he would go for. But if our magic's good enough, we can go up, Fanatic's Tower. And always do one of the other Kefka's Tower dragons as well. So lots of options on Nobody War's side, but this makes a lot of sense because it could also get him his last Esper. We know it's not going to, but I like the concept on his end.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a double Kefka Tower dip, excuse me. Yeah, we're not really heavy on magic. I think Fire 3 and Merton is our best spell. So Flame Dragon or Flyer Dragon has to be the one and looking around in the Fanatic's Tower. That's unfortunate. But this Ice Dragon spot, the Opera Dragon spot, plus the 2 in Kefka's Tower, I think would be the fastest for Nobody War to get access to.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. And we do see on physics side, the train has been visited. I don't know as though there was another check that physics had left at this point. May have last locationed the character. We shall see, though, if there's anything else. But on physics side, everything's going to go down real fast as long as he can stay out of floating continent. That's the only thing that might take a hot second, because that Magimaster, unless we have Berserk on his side, is not going to really care if you have a Ragnarok and an Illumina. It would be fine if we had like an Atma offering, but I think we just have the Atma on physics side as well. So that Magimaster could cause some issues if not having Berserk.
I do think, though, that by virtue of him doing the entire seed, and we know in Nobody War had access to Berserk, so physics by default should have Berserk sitting somewhere on an Esper. So hopefully he threw an Esper in somebody at some point in time through his trip around the world. Alright, Tentacles going down. We know this is not another Esper, but that's fine because we still have access to all of Setzer's good stuff. Plus we have we're really just up here for the dragon. If this happens to be an Esper, that's just more icing on the cake, if you will.
Yeah, we see physics is going after monster boxes now. This is a monster box that was skipped by Nobody War, as was the Narsh monster box. Physics has managed to find no other monsters other than PM Stalkers, which are really nice for XP and MP for their HP, since they have basically no HP and they're free. But that is effectively dead time-wise, and not going to really contribute to physics' cause here for Team Mobliz.
Alright, Nobody War is going to show us some new information. What's going on with his Setzer? Who's hiding over here in Colgin? If somebody is hiding over here in Colgin, let's find out. There's a Nipper Robot. But that's Esper number 8, and that is Kefka Unlock.
Yeah, so Nobody War basically needs 3 dragons from here.
Yeah, I know it said Kefka Tower Unlock on the screen, but by virtue of the honor system, he still has 3 dragons to go before he can go and beat the game.
And I do like seeing the extra Phoenix Downs being purchased there, just as a safety measure, only having 4 in stock at the moment. And right after our runners on screen finish, since this is a relay, the next race will begin. So Nobody War, I think, pretty solidly ahead right now. Likely their team is going to be the next team to start. And so that would be the runner Jabron TR for Team Interceptor, would start right when Nobody War finishes. Basically no breaks, no time off. It's just back to back to back. We have 3 of those today, 4 of them tomorrow, and at the end, the better team wins. So we'll see what happens next race, but it will be Jabron TR for Team Interceptor, Questifer Workin for Team Mobliz. Very excited to see that one as well, and see if anyone gets a head start. And yes, Jabron TR in chat right now, that is you, my friend.
Yeah. A reminder, when race number 2 kicks off, if we get $25 donated, either individually or cumulative from everybody viewing, we will invoke that auction house incentive. We will force Rybon, we will force Papa Shango to go to the auction house and try their luck.
And
I just want to see that.
Everyone wants to see an Emperor Buff. You're not wrong.
Yeah. I'm not greedy. I don't want to see 2. I just want to see 1.
And so it looks like we have Physics is opting to go to Floating Continent now. So this is going to be a very interesting sequence here. Again, we do certainly hope that there is something in play for that Berserk. And we see Nobody War is opting to split up their team and go to the statues. Now, can they get to the dragons from here?
He has to walk back with his middle party, so his Realm and whoever he partnered with Realm will have to walk back. Because that middle lane can get access to both of the other lanes when they walk back through the switches.
Ah, okay. So he didn't partner anyone with Realm.
There he goes. Yeah, you got to do some finagling with the switches to get them to reappear. But if you just get everybody off of them and then step back on them and switch back through, they'll come back up.
There
Luckily,
you go.
they're not that too. Yeah, fortunately, they're not too far away from the when you land on the switches. You just go back one door to the left or right, and they're both right here. So I actually really like this. I personally would have gone and just walked through the tower and done the Inferno ambush spot to get the both of them, but this is actually faster. So great heads up play here by Nobody War.
Yeah, and really cool to see the realm as well. Our sword tech and magic user really being invested in here. That said, this is kind of a spooky dragon to come across. That Bahamut that just happens to be on realm. Yeah, that's coming out here for sure. And we do have Berserk on physics side, so the question of can you deal with the stinky man that casts all the magic, the answer is yes. So physics is going to be able to get through this Magimaster, and I expect that we'll see all the non-Sabin sources of damage, and looks like multicast is on as well. I definitely did not see this when we first started, but Bahamuts are coming out from Realm on repeat here, so loving that on Nobody War side. Yeah.
Down goes Gold Dragon. Threat over. That's an unfortunate dragon to see there without access to a Thunder Shield. But nevertheless, the experiencing and Realm just being Realm allows him to power through that.
Yeah, and that Minerva, definitely something you wish you would have had first, but nice to have now as well. Does use an X potion and is going to walk over to the other side now and fight the other dragon. That will be the last dragon needed for Nobody War. While Physics just decided to evaporate the fake Magimaster. So again, Physics has the Genji Glove Illumina, EXP Egg Sabin, or excuse me, that was Magimaster. This is number 24. Physics is going to be clearing things faster, but there's just so much time to make up at this point over Nobody War, who just routed the heck out of the sea.
I will say a very pivotal moment is coming up. So Nobody War has warped into the tower, used their Kepis Tower skip, and done a lot of time walking around killing 2 dragons. But there is no save point he has access to after doing this. So whatever party he takes into the next statue fight is huge. He has to get through it no matter what, or else he eats a huge massive time loss that is going to put physics right back into this.
Yeah, that's certainly true, and something to consider is that it's not over. And, you know, it's a relay also, so there's 7 races that are going to be happening. But as far as this is concerned, this is Nobody War's race to lose. It is interesting, after fighting the Gold Dragon, we got a Minerva, and then after fighting this dragon here, we got a Thunder Shield. Those are both things that would have been wonderful to have when we fought those dragons initially. But hey, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
I think that gives him Merton protection, though, because now he should have 4 pieces, because he has the Flame Shield, the Ice Shield, the Thunder Shield, and now Minerva.
Yeah, that's actually really nice, being able to cast Merton, especially on Realm, though. How much more damage is it going to do than Sword Tech 6 would do? You're the expert on these things. You know the spell powers a lot more than I do.
A lot more. Sword Tech 6, while non-elemental, it doesn't ignore defense. Can inflict stop on more things, which you probably realize. But Merton, by far, will have put out more damage as long as fire is not negated, or wind, whatever is in front of you. But obviously the big obstacle to Merton is always, will I kill myself in the process of using it?
Right.
But by virtue of those 2 dragons, the answer is no longer yes, it is no.
This is an interesting fight to come across. Looks like we do have an Atma weapon we can put on. Rexol, very annoying, very high magic defense. We're just going to physically attack it, though. I believe we're up to like the mid-40s on levels. So these attacks are going to do more than enough damage to cleave through this Rexol, and as I'm saying, that is already gone.
Yeah. And that is incredibly fortunate, because again, if this was something tougher that gave us the business, we hadn't saved in quite a while. In Physics, while not in the tower yet, he would be right back on our heels, so Very nice, but nicely done by Nobody War there. 3 statue fights to go.
On physics side, going to be absolutely obscene. Relatively normal levels on Nobody War's side. We're going to be in the low to mid, excuse me, high 30s to low 40s, which is reasonable, expected. We see physics says I'm out, does the second check in floating continent, and then leaves. So is going to double back for some other espers somewhere else, it looks like. Curious where we are planning on going. Oh no, excuse me, that was 5 and 8. I'm still thinking of other things. Counting is hard. I'm a possum. Yeah. We're bad at math.
No, it looks like physics has a date with some dragons. It looks like he's going to make the same play Nobody War did. Allow his middle party, whoever he puts there, to walk backwards and get his last 2 dragons. Yeah, Go-Go in the middle with Saban.
Yeah, I think that Go-Go is there as a just in case. He really wanted to put the Go-Go with a Realm to mimic Sword Tech or mimic something, but ended up, I think, putting that Go-Go there just as a meat shield for Saban. And Shatternook, meanwhile, was on your screen, is no longer on your screen. A Realm continuing to just work things over in this tower. And Physics is making the correct play in this seed, which is a fantastic choice, and is going to get that Thunder Shield first before the Gold Dragon. The problem is it's not going on because that Saban has Illumina Ragnarok. Maybe Go-Go gets it. Maybe Go-Go also gets commands. Who knows? But that Saban is absolutely chunking things. That was 16,000 damage in the blink of an eye and 1 dragon down.
Yeah, that's pretty fortunate there for that Realm. It's always cool when you have Fire 3 and then you just run into everything that's weak. That's weak to Fire 3. First Chattanooga, now Yamaro. The only way this could have been any better is Tritalk happened to show up again.
Yeah, I mean, for Nobody War, Tritalk would be fine. For Physics, it would just be harkening back to a time they never want to relive. And, it'd be like that sometimes.
All right, down goes Yamaro. This is one more statue fight for Nobody War, and all that stands between them and the final fight is the final fight itself.
How much does it hurt you, unfortunately, to have to say the words Yeti goes down?
I didn't see that.
Okay.
Sometimes I just block out the trauma.
That's completely fair.
Yeah, I am a little bummed we didn't see Yamaro as a playable character because Nobody War might arguably be a stronger Yeti enthusiast than myself. He definitely would have trotted Yamaro on into the active party and done some great things with him. All right. Physics is up to his Guardian spot, so now he is officially 3 fights behind.
And this is a little scary because if Saban gets charmed here, Go-Go has no commands and won't be able to really do anything here. So I'm a little scared if Physics gets unlucky here. We do get an attack, not a charm. So thankfully, we're good there. Air Force on Nobody War's side, generally air quotes free. In this case, potentially scary if it pops off with, well, I was going to say launcher into shrapnel. We just got a shrapnel and a missile, so safe for now. Still does hit 3 abilities, shrapnel, atomic ray, and missile, all on Saban, but I think we're going to be fine as long as we can just chunk a little bit. But that Atma weapon not doing a lot. Here comes the launcher. This is kind of the scary part about this fight. If we have that Thunder Shield, it needs to go here to get us through this, I think. And Saban dies with the elixir queued. This might just be a reset for Nobody War here, and Physics closes the gap.
Yeah. We went from being 3 boss fights behind to now very quickly only being 2 boss fights behind. So the gap narrows, the suspense builds.
That dang Air Force, it's always free until it isn't.
All right, Possum, how would you adjust to this Air Force fight if you're Nobody War?
I'm ripping that Thunder Shield off of whoever has it, and I'm tossing it straight into the face of that their Air Force. Like, no thank you.
All right, looks like he's going to go with Atma weapon with the Hyperus, but unfortunately he put the muscle belt on and didn't heal. So now Saban is not at full strength with his Atma weapon, but looks like Nobody War realized that he's just going to keep up the fire 3 and try to get through this another way. And oh no, that's Launcher. Now we definitely won't be at full power.
Yeah, and the problem with Launcher is it's up to, 8 times that it can hit, and it cuts your HP by 50% each time. So that is a lot of 50% cuts there. And Physics, meanwhile, is done with 2 statue fights, so is just 1 fight behind now. And I don't know the ordering of what we have for characters in other lanes, but I think his realm might be on the right-hand side, and just had a Thunder Shield put on. So we might just see Physics say, heck it, Thunder Shield meet face. But we do see Nobody War gets through the Air Force second time lucky. Didn't get as unlucky, but either way, going to be on the switches in about a minute's time. Maybe less, depending on menuing.
Yeah, and no, Physics doesn't know it, but... Well, actually, he does know it now. This is Air Force, but... This is a little bit scary with just having Realm, one character in the party, because you can launch her, and if anything comes out now that we can't absorb, we're pretty much guaranteed to go down.
Yeah, the good news is the arms are gone. The bad news is a spec is going to come out and not allow you to cast. So now we just have to attack with Realm or Sword Tech or something. We are opting to X Potion. I think probably could also Sword Tech 6 here and get through.
Yeah, really any sword tech gets us through this fight. I think we're gonna do 7. No, we're gonna do 6. So this, I would wager this takes care of it for us.
And we do have switches at 102.40 for Nobody War, while Physics clears out Air Force. So effectively 1 statue fight behind. I would say Physics has the Kefka advantage just because of the Sabin being in full burr mode. But this is going to be close. Much closer than I thought it was going to be 10 minutes ago, for sure.
Alright, we're going to get Nobody War's official start time for his final fight. We go from the Bell Dong into the Crack Pow on Tier 4. And this is, gone from Physics being on top of Floating Continent while Nobody War was taking care of some dragons to... Oh no, he has one more fight to go. I thought that was it for Physics.
Yeah, he still has the left lane, which I forget what it was, but it fell over for Nobody War, so I assume it's going to do the same for Physics.
Yeah, this was Rexol, so just slap that Atma weapon on, or if we... any single target sword will get us to this pretty comfortably. He may even part with the Ice Shield here. Let's see what he does. Yeah, I like this. That Ice Shield's not going to save you a minute any other place than the rest of the seat, so why not do it here? Follow it up with a flare, and Physics should be good to go.
And I do want to make sure that we call out runners on standby. I think that they are well aware in the background already, but get yourselves ready to go to both our runners. Behind Nobody War will be J-Brun TR, and behind Physics Shebang will be Questa for Workin. Get ready to go, gentlemen. You're probably somewhere between 8 and 10 minutes out. Maybe a little less, depending on clear speed.
Yeah, don't disrespect Physics like this. He's come roaring back. Nobody War not making his way through a Tier 1 in the timely matter. So plenty of time here still for Physics to officially take race number 1 for Team Mobliz. So in the race, in the preceding or following race room, Jay Brunter and Christopher Walker are very much aware of how tight and close this is, and they are rearing to go. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, There will be no pause between races. As soon as physics is done, his teammate will take over. Same for Nobody War. So we will transition right to the next race, thus a relay race.
And one of the other cool parts about the relay race is we're going to have our restreamer doing the Lord's work behind the scenes, cropping it all live and balancing it all live. So if you would love to help out with that, you are more than welcome to leave your thoughts in the chat and say, oh, that's too loud. Oh, that's not loud enough. We generally are very good at it. Fitz is an expert at his craft, but a little help can sometimes go a long way. So don't be shy. Interaction is always wonderful. The other neat thing that's going to happen is Physics is going to be joining yours truly for race number 2 commentary. Glue, who is wonderful and doing so many things in the background and putting together the large majority of this entire event, Glue is going to let some other folks share the booth, and that is going to be Physics jumping in right after his run. So a busy, busy boy, this Physics shebang. And holy Toledo, that was nearly double quad 9s from Sabin. That lad is cracking.
So I would say normally here in most Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide broadcasts, we quickly go over what can threats Tier 1 present to you. But in Physics' case, I think it's more like we should present the Tier 1, the threats that Physics will throw at him. My goodness.
Yeah. Nobody War, meanwhile, making great use on Tier 2 of the multicast Bahamut that he discovered halfway through the run can be multicast. That is something that I always forget whenever I'm doing almost anything, is things like undead bosses and multicast and stuff like that. So love to see the Bahamut coming out. Love to see Sword Deck 7. We have a lot of, again, kind of an alternate offense coming out from Nobody War. Doesn't look like we picked up Siren, I don't believe, or didn't get the mute off. Doom Tusk comes out and misses Realm, thank heavens. That would have been a disaster.
Yeah, Tier 1 down for Physics. So we are roaring through. Nobody War is still in the lead, but the gap is closing.
Yeah, the nearest, or the next time that it's really going to play a major impact, now Tier 2, of course, it plays some impact, but Tier 3 especially, I know that we learned quick, but Physics is basically going to be able to attack Lady, attack Sleep, quick attack Sleep, or just like throw a Fire 3 or something with Realm and attack Sleep again. It's going to be very, very fast for Physics on Tier 3 in particular. For Nobody War, I'm not sure his clear speed on Tier 3. That is a bit concerning. We see Nobody War has been capturing a lot of elixirs, though, so going to be very, very safe here as they do their climb up. We do have 10 hits coming out. Everybody is relatively healthy, so should be good to go here as we're down to our final phase of Tier 2 for Nobody War.
Yeah, Nobody War finishing up their Tier 2, but, Physics, every time Sabin swings, he closes the gap a little bit, because that's a free 20,000 damage wherever we want to put it, and that is how you get through this final fight so fast. And down goes Tiger Face for Physics. 2 more parts to go. Hit and Magic, and who do just that? They just cast Magic. Oh, excuse me, Tools is still alive. I guess we didn't have access to instant death.
I think we missed our instant death and then just said heck it.
Yeah. I think we deduced that Sabin is instant death with his attack command, and that will be good enough.
Yeah, I think part of it also is Physics likely saying, hey, I have Merton and I have a lot of big swingies. I'm just going to push. Speaking of pushing, Nobody War has pushed to Phase 3. There's Sabin. A little worse for the wear at only 800 health, but that's because they ate a quarter and everybody else dodged it. So hopefully this Sabin doesn't end up eating a Merton, but I think everyone is protected, so we should be fine on Nobody War's side from Merton. We shall see. We have the immediate jump coming down from Nobody War. Did not jump over the Merton, but that's okay. And it looks like Mog takes a little bit of damage there, but everybody else is fine. So we shall see what our plan is here. We have stolen a Ragnarok.
Very nice.
And there's an Atmel weapon we can steal as well from Sleep. So lots of cool thieving happening on Nobody War's side, while Sabin on Physics Shebang's side is just thieving HP from enemy.
And remember, by virtue of defeating Magimaster, we do have a Mega Elixir in the inventory if things get too hairy. And that's, tier 3 is where things can get hairy fast on you. We're working to do one thing, and that thing is to whittle Sleep's HP down. And when he goes down, he does this thing called Calmness, which we do not want to connect because it is a single target instant death attack. And if he is the last one alive and he calms the character, that character does not go to the next fight with us. So this is where we may want to slow down the brakes a little bit here for Nobody War. But for Physics, I think this is all gas, no brakes the rest of the way.
Yeah, for Physics, I expect a lot of Sabin attacking, and not a lot of too many other people doing too many other things here. Maybe we get like one spell out of Realm for breakpoints, but other than that, this can just be like quick double attack on Sabin and put up Calmness, or just go.
Yeah. Looks like Nobody War. Oh no, unfortunately this is how it can kind of go sideways on you fast. We're in the medial phase where he can only counterattack, and he does things like Train, Phoenix down. Oh my goodness. This is Physics' window. Will he jump through it?
We get the Quadra Slice, so that comes out. This should push us. We have the one character we care about, but this is scary. Yeah, that Vanish was early and we didn't crack the damage limit. I think Physics may have missed that he procced on that Illumina swing. So this is a little bit scary now. Nobody War is through tier 3 up to tier 4. Tier 3 giving both our runners a little bit of a headache. Physics is through this if he can just get a swing with Sabin, but he doesn't want to lose him and wants to make sure to get something up for protection on that Sabin, and I don't blame him, because his damage decreases by probably 3/4 if he loses that Sabin. Nobody
that Train
first to tier 4 though.
Yeah, I would say that Train, while it wasn't, really any threat to wipe Physics, it's just a huge timestamp because you've got to get the disability and status effects off the people you needed off, and then 2, you gotta get your advantage back up. So while he was never really a danger to wipe, it's just a roadblock to slow him down, and allows Nobody War to get back in control a little bit in the race. But Physics is through. Sabin made it through. Realm did not. Kind of the reverse. Realms didn't make it on the other side either, and Realm was the MVP. Or Nobody War, if you will. So that is all in one. That's okay. We got a Mega Elixir floating around just for that situation.
A little scared of this Fire 3. Okay, we don't get any sort of counter or anything like that. That's good. On Physics side, I guess we maybe never taught Quick to Sabin. Yeah. Because otherwise I would have expected to see it by now. We should get an Ice Shield break here, though, and a Mimic of it. And that should push us past the Fallen one. There's a Quad 9 Havoc Wing. Goodbye. Yeah. Have a great night. And I think that Physics is in the lead damage-wise at this point.
Yeah, he definitely is cooking with that Sabin. This might do it. Nope, not quite yet, but one more swing from Sabin for Physics, and he should be good to go.
Yeah, that's got to do it, right? That's like 70k? Yeah, so Physics comes from behind. Wow. And if you haven't already started Questa for working, head on through and go ahead and get that party started. We are joined in the booth also now by Physics Shebang, who will be giving Glue a bit of a reprieve on the commentary side. Physics, while we see Nobody War finishing up here on their seat, I just want to ask you a little bit how much you love Sabin right now before we talk all the talky things about the next seed and different things that are happening.
Oh man, I very much enjoyed being able to give Sabin his time to shine because everybody else was potatoes. It's just Sabin.
All right, and go Jbrun TR if you haven't gone already. and welcome to the booth as well, Nobody War, gentlemen. Fantastic race to both of you. Separated by nearly
and
40 seconds with
Jake Bruntier,
wildly
if you haven't,
different
go
routes through the seed. So very well done to both of you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That seed was not fun in terms of routing, and my beginning was just full of a comedy of errors, but we made it through.
And Nobody War, GG's to you as well. Kind of give us the rundown there. How did you feel kind of getting to Kefka and then getting through Kefka? Because it was a little bit of a different experience that you had, kind of a trudge through.
Yeah, I was worried about calmness. I was trying to Palador over it, and it queued up one too many actions and didn't quite make it. But no, it was good.
Yeah, I did some weird stuff at the end that I thought might have given me the edge. Like the whole beginning of my seed went pretty poorly when I did such things as selling, or not selling, but spending all of my money and then relying on GP Rain to take out Tritalk and not having any money. So having to thrive on Flare procs and Sword Tech 1 Realm, whereupon they both got frozen. So the beginning was a little not great, but it kind of got a little bit better from there, thankfully. Did you also do Floating Continent? Because I made the snap decision to just be like, I'm going to try Floating Continent 1 and 2 and hope it gives me my last 2 Espers.
Yeah, I did it. I did it looking for Espers, hoping it was a character and 2 Espers there, and I got what I was looking for. So yeah, I definitely was doing it for the Sword Tech unlock because I know somebody had Doom, but I just wanted some kind of extra insurance for instant death.
Yeah, I didn't actually do any of that. I already had my characters and I was missing 2 Espers and was just having to decide if I wanted to do Cave on the Veldt or just go ahead and hop into Floating Continent and pray that it's 2 Espers up front, and thankfully it was. So I had nothing else unlocked. It was just Sabin go Burr the entire seed. I had some Merton, but who needs Merton when Sabin just is slapping for anywhere from 20 to 40,000 per turn?
Right. Did you find an offering or something?
No, it's just a Ragnarok and an Illumina with an experience egg the whole game. And
okay.
He was like level 61. He also soloed both of the dragons in Kefka's Tower to get my last 2. So
yeah,
he was like level 61.
Egg. I sold the 2K Genji glove from Tizen super early to get earrings on everybody, and it was pretty much like the Fire 3 show with Sabin just standing around until I found an Atma weapon, and then he just captured everything on Final Kefka for extra elixirs.
Got you, that makes sense. I did Mog stuff, and then I did World of Ruin Narsh, whereupon I ran all the way to go get Lone Wolf 2, which was an experience egg.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I did that, ran all the way through, and decided I needed to save Warp Stones because I was almost out, ran all the way back out, and then up to the dragon, killed the dragon for an experience egg. So this randomizer has jokes.
Yeah, it does for sure.
I was like, oh, come on. I wasted like 2.5 minutes getting that experience egg just to go get another experience egg, but it's fine.
Right.
If it makes you feel better, we had a good laugh about that.
Pretty much my average for my practices that I've been doing. Like I was practicing with the incentives in there, the opera, and doing the 4 dragons. I pretty much have averaged like a 115 over the like 4 seeds that I ran the past few days. So I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think it was a fun seed. It's always good to see Sabin just slap things around. But yeah, I'm glad it was a really close race. I'm sure we had some people on the edge of their seats. Also, thank you, Nobody War. I believe you're the one that helped meet our incentives today. So shout outs to Nobody War.
Yeah, no doubt.
For getting us those dragons and getting us an opera. So everybody in chat, please. Round of applause for our man Nobody War. Thank you so much.
Clap.
That's what I got. Any, I guess, Possum, you have any questions about the nonsense, or we just gonna roll right into the next race here?
We are going to roll right into the next race. It's already on. And being broadcast, we have Jabron TR for Team Interceptor, which is starting out ever so slightly behind, but 40 seconds is absolutely nothing in a randomizer, as you two know. And then Christopher Workin for Team Mobliz, starting out about 40 seconds ahead. Both runners have their Dapper Gao, as that incentive was met. So we get to see Fancy Gao, who is not going to be leaving this party either, with Lore and Magitech. Those are two, I would say, good enough abilities. Yeah. And we also have Throw and Sword Tech. So Throw, Sword Tech, Magitech, Lore, and we have a Terra and a Realm. We just have a lot of really nice stuff in this seed that y'all didn't have.
Oh my goodness,
unless you spent money on it.
I am jealous. The only thing they're missing is just a way to get the unlock early, but that's insane. A couple earrings and you're ready to go.
Yeah. I do want to say thank you for race 1. Our restreamer is going to remain the same through all 3 races in 1 free fits. Our tracker, last race Fiery Blizzard, moving on to prepare for their race tomorrow and, enjoy the rest of their Friday evening. Glue will be, I believe, still in the background, floating around here, doing various things with organization for the event. Physics, you're going to be joining me in the booth for this one, and Nobody War, I believe you are doing tracking for this one. Correct me if I am wrong on that, gentlemen. Perfect. So that is where we sit right now. Incentive-wise, the gentlemen on your screen have Fancy Gao. That incentive was met. And then for the next race between Papa Shango and Rybon, we are just $25 away from that, and that would be to make them do the auction house, where they have to buy something from it. Not necessarily a Magicite, not necessarily anything special, but they just have to buy something. And speaking of those donations, Drinks Glue, kind enough to donate $25, and that is going to get us over to the incentive for that auction house. So thank you, Drinks Glue, for $25 over to the OVC Pet Trust. Thank you for your generosity and wonderful work behind the scenes and in the booth tonight.
All right, did we just meet the race number 3 incentive there?
We sure did.
All right. Got it. Are we able to now? Sorry, I jumped in as a racer, so I'm getting into the flow here of being a commentator for the relay here. So, if I donate right now, will that go toward race 4?
It will theoretically go towards race 3 still, because we want to keep the donations coming. But if you really are dead set on wanting to donate towards race 4, I am sure that we can do something for that, since folks are not always available to be around at all times. So get your donations in, we'll figure it out. We just want to make sure to keep that donation train rolling. But we'll let Glue step in and answer that if there is a final say on that one way or the other.
Got it. It's mainly just for incentive meeting, things of that nature.
Exactly. We have Christopher Work, and looks like they're doing a bit of a walking grind here. We saw this as well with Nobody War in the last race. Nobody War did a walking grind in the Figaro basement, and Christopher Workin, either intentionally or unintentionally, doing a walking grind here in the sealed gate, is level 17 already. Jabron TR is level 5, so a pretty big level disparity, but that is also by virtue of having Trench done. Trench is a huge hotspot for XP, and is much better in this seed than y'all had in your Imperial camp, which was full of awful things like Sky Bases and Evil Oscars.
Oh yeah, that's another one of the things that I bungled. I forgot that they absorbed Thunder, so that was a good use of my Thunder Rod. Really glad to see that happen.
If it makes you feel better, Nobody War was introduced to Blaster, so you both had some fun in that Imperial camp.
Man, I debated that. I was hoping the GP Rain would have taken it out with like one of the throws or something early.
Oh yeah, that's one of those mess around and find out sort of fights.
Schwantz's favorite boss. Oh God, what was the left side of the tower or the right side of the tower? He got me good.
Scare Force.
Yeah, oh yeah.
he brought my realm down to 50, so he gave me a little heart attack.
Yeah, I
but
took a reset on that, so I was not too happy. But either way,
understandably so.
it was good times.
All right, the sealed gate, the loot has been pretty pedestrian so far from what I've seen. We pick up a pearl rod. That's kind of cool. Not really a ton of like high power stuff here, but frankly, with the strongest abilities in the game, basically outside of like shock, we're pretty much cooking anyway for these characters. They don't really need a ton of help. Fire rod, pearl rod, some consumables here which could be helpful. And, you know, we'll see where we go from there while Jayburn TR is working through this trench. We have Christopher working showing us what the reward will be for Sealed Gate. We know it's not a character, so we shall see what it actually is, and it's an Illumina, so if you're going to dead check, that's the best one you can get, because anyone can use it.
The 100% equip rate is absolutely huge in this, and something that I absolutely adore about the Ultima Derby. Just being able, you don't have to worry about Sabin having no equip pool. It doesn't matter anymore. You can just throw it on him, the big meat bag, and absolutely slaughter everything with it. So, you know, it was really nice to be able to do that. I do have a question for you, Apostle Morpheus, before I get into commentating the game. Have we gone over these different charities very much recently?
We have talked about the charities, but I would love to hear any more information that you would have on them, and the audience, I'm sure, would love to as well.
Oh, sure. I was just going to sort of go over both of the charities for these teams, just so everybody knows what they're about. For Team Mobliz, it's going to be representing St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. St. Jude's is leading the way. The world understands, treats, and defeats childhood cancer and other life-threatening diseases. With donor support, St. Jude's provides children cutting-edge treatments not covered by insurance at no cost to families. If you are interested in that charity for Team Mobliz, please donate there. And with that charity, this is the charity that I recommended for the marathon. With that, I do have to send a very special shout out to my man, Miles. He is my best friend's son, who is fighting leukemia at this time. He's doing very well with his treatments, and St. Jude's was a big part of that. So big shout outs to Miles out there. Hope he's having a wonderful start to his weekend. As for the second team, Team Interceptors, representing the Ontario Veterinary College Pet Trust. The OVC Pet Trust vision is to improve the lives of pets and those who love them. They're the first charitable fund in Canada dedicated to improving and advancing companion animal health and well-being. They support innovative discoveries, education, and healthcare that can improve the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of diseases of pets. More can be found at the link that Glue is likely putting in the chat right now. And with that, we can get back to the gameplay.
I don't know, I just kind of want to hear you talk.
I turned on the announcer voice a little bit on that one. You're welcome.
Alrighty, I threw that link in there for you, and for everyone else out there, if you want to take a look at supporting those wonderful charities. First of all, huge shout outs to Miles. That is awesome that the support and the resources are being dedicated to get the young man back to where we want him to be. So I'm happy to hear about that success story and making sure to get him overcoming leukemia, because that's a heck of a thing for anyone to have to go through.
Absolutely. It's a long road, but with the help of various different charities throughout the way, things are looking bright for my man Miles. So thank you so much for everybody in the chat and everybody else throwing some support his way. I do appreciate it. And as my girl Lunar Florist in the chat, she has announced herself, so shout outs to Lunar Florist in there. That is his mama. All right, so let me try and catch up on the race here. Looks like we are getting a basement play. We don't have Celis, but looks like we probably need some loot over on Quest for Work Inside. While it looks like Jay Brunter is that a... Where is he currently?
I believe this would be Mount Colts, or it
no, not
could
Mount Colts.
Also be Realm's version of Mount Colts, Esper Mountain.
Yeah, Esper Mountain. That's right. I saw him running in it, but then I announced for Questifer, and completely forgot what I looked at. So it looks like we don't have offense fully online just yet. Mostly relying on fire beams and some sword tech, which I understand the need for using sword tech, but Bolt Edge is still around with throw, and a throw realm is just a gift from the gods.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay if you like having literally the best AoE early in the game on the character with the highest natural magic. It's just okay.
It's all right, I guess. You know.
I do want to make sure, real quick, to shout out Schwantz for donating $25 to Team Interceptor, and that is going to be going to the OVC charity. So thank you, Schwantz, for that $25, and that absolutely guarantees that we are going to have some auction house action for Rybon and Papa Shonga.
Fantastic to hear. I'm loving to see all the generosity from all of these donators, everybody in chat. We greatly appreciate the support that you guys are showing us today on our first ever Ultima Derby Charity Relay. Thank you so much. I do have a question for you, Boss Morpheus. I didn't see it. Where are you seeing the donations?
So they are linked in the Ultimate Derby channel, and I will send you that information.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, we have eyes and ears on everything now.
Eyes and ears on everything. I'm good to go.
Yeah, what almost had eyes and ears on Jabra and TR there was the stone that came out from Atma. That was a little scary, but it only went on one character, and it was Gao, and it missed. So, very fortunate not to have stone just ruin the entire party, as it can so often do. We get a Mag 2 Esper. It doesn't matter who that goes on, but I have a feeling it's just going to go on Realm, and we're going to let Realm do Realm things, because that's what Realm do.
That is what Realm do. With that throw, with Magic Power +2 early enough in the seed, you can pretty much obliterate most of Kefka with just Skeins, if you are so inclined to do so. Hopefully you find something a little better by that time, whether it's Ultima, Merton, level 3 spells, or anything like that, but Realm is just going to slay with a +2 Magic Esper for most of the game. And yeah, back to that stone discussion. A lot of the time that tends to be area effect. I see a Flame Shield there for sale on Jay Brunter's side, so that's nice to know in case we come across some Merton. But yeah, stone likes to be area effect. It has low accuracy, but for whatever reason tends to just hit your entire party and confuse them all, which Muddle has a lovely tendency to just completely end your runs. Oh my goodness, an experience egg as well in the Narsh Relic Shop. So looks like he's gonna sell the house for it. I can't say I blame him.
Yeah. How many eggs can we afford? Because we're going to buy that many. I think it's only going to be one, unfortunately. I just don't think we have the money for more than that. But we're definitely getting one.
It is expensive. With me, I would be selling those dice because everybody knows I absolutely loathe them, but he looks like he is ready to hold on to those for now and have them as a backup offense source if needed, which is probably the smarter idea.
It's likely smarter. I'm with you, though. I would have sold the dice for a second egg. Since we have an Ilu on Setzer and good abilities, but dice can work with a number of things. They can work with offerings. They can work with jumping. There's a lot of things you can do with dice, especially with 100% equip, that if you get bad lanes, dice by themselves can get you through where other things simply can't. Illumina's included. So I get it from Jabra and TR's side. That's probably a marathon safety play, that if I were in the marathon running, I probably would have gone through and not sold them. But commentating is always, oh, we should sell that because dice are stinky. And in reality, they could be the answer to the question here. So it's very interesting marathon safety versus commentary strategy, as I'll call it here, that, I would have sold them, but I absolutely understand keeping them.
And in his defense, regardless, I don't think he would have enough for 2 even if he sold the dice at that time. I did also say that was at the Narsh Relic Shop. That was indeed at the Thamasa Relic Shop. Apologies for that. Looks like we have a lesser visited play. I tend to not see a lot of people go here. It's faded pretty often, but the World of Balance Zozo play for Terra, which is I really don't think it's a bad check at all. I guess the only downside is no save point before the boss, but overall I think it's a good check, fairly fast, as long as you have Warp Stones, which you automatically have when you start these Ultima Derby seeds.
Also, I love this play on Christopher Workin's side, where it was, I don't have a Moogle Charm on. Let me accidentally get in this encounter and run. Wait, this is a really good encounter. I'm not running. The Soul Crusher and Dancer combination is very good XP with a chance to drop Super Balls. So I also would have 100% stayed in that fight, because it's pretty tame, all things considered. So good heads up play there by Christopher Workin, knowing their encounters as well while going through that. And on Team Interceptor side, Jabron TR going through and looting out Sealed Gate. Again, nothing too impressive here, but is able to get through some stuff. We see these fancy little chocobos and imps and whatnot showing up. Always a fun treat.
I did very much enjoy that we have Y mascot on. I like Y remove, but Y mascot is at least nice and memeable. We saw a bunch of glitched chocobos on my side, so I enjoyed it. I do have a question in the chat from Fiery Blizzard. When did I realize I had Warp Stones? From the start, good sir. From the start. It might not have looked it because I ran back from getting the experience egg, but I was down to 1 Warp Stone after I finished there, and I wanted to hold on to it in case I needed it. So I just took the run.
It's fancy thinking, almost as fancy as this gal. Almost.
Almost.
Let's see what we get for a boss here. I'm very curious, because we've done that grind fight. We have, now walked all this. We've looted a bit, and we are greeted with a ghost train, which for normal people would be perfectly fine. For you and I, this is an absolutely terrifying experience. I'm sure you felt that. And also, Undead Bosses is on, which I don't think that you realized, which
cool.
was kind of
fun.
humorous. So Christopher Workin going to be able to get right through this without any issues, and there it goes.
Yeah, maybe I knew about the Warp Stones, but I forgot about Undead. But I do that in Moogle Cup as well, which my man Sigil likes to make fun of me for a lot when he's had me run seeds for him. I just forget that exists, so I know I just straight up fought the Hydon, and I straight up fought the Ghost Train, and yeah, also Ghost Train. Absolutely terrifying. I will never underestimate him again. Oh, shoutouts to Gogo, who gave me a dead check. Absolutely baited me pretty hard there on my race.
You got a Minerva. It's fine.
I did, and it did give me Merton protection eventually, but how many times did I cast Merton? 3? I don't know. It was still nice to have elemental protection regardless.
It's okay. You'll be fine.
I managed.
With this current party composition, as much as I would love to see Gogo get added, I also understand why Gogo's not being included here. We have our physical attack, where we have a couple of really good abilities. It's actually kind of hard to fit Gogo in this party. While he can do everything, you actually have 4 people that are doing things better than he can do. So even though I love me a jack of all trades, and I am the biggest Gogo stan there is, I completely understand not taking him here.
Yeah, I don't really think he fits super well in this flag set in general, because the power is so easy to spread out. With the increased high tier item pool, with the increased stats, with the increased experience, it's just kind of hard to justify him unless you just really got stuck with bad gear and you're just magic heavy. So that's why I left him as well. Even just having Mog around to do some like Esper stuff was enough to not bring him in my case at least.
Ooh,
I'm sure there's a place for him.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sure there's a place for him in this flag set. Just, it's hard to find in this. I find it a lot easier in Ultra Sleek, personally.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. The higher the power, the less the mimicry matters. So it completely makes sense to have that point of view with these. We did see Dapper Gao there bust out a 4,700 damage Grand Train. That is a large Grand Train. That's a big number. We also see Jabron TR over here fighting a dragon. We have The Gold Dragon, which goes down, teaches us Bolt 3. That just happened to be on an Esper. Fantastic. I think we also learned Berserk in there. We get a Flame Shield. That's less exciting for sure. But we do have, one dragon down. There is no dragon incentive for these two runners like there were for you and Nobody War Physics. But always good to fight dragons. Extra XP, extra items, just extra stuff, and stuff is good.
Stuff is good, and with Magic Power plus 2 Espers floating around and Experience Egg floating around, I'm not sure, did Questifer find the Experience Egg? I'm probably not, because he would have to make a sort of off-tempo play to go to Thamasa. So that is quite possibly a serious boon for Team Interceptor here, if he's the only one that found those eggs.
All right, I do want to let everyone know as well, there was a $100 donation come in for Team Mobliz. So thank you very much for that donation from Papa Shango. Much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. That puts us at $375 total for the team on the left-hand side of your screen, Team Mobliz. We have seen Physics Shebang and Questifer Workham from that. We will see Papa Shango coming up in the next race. So thank you to everybody who has donated thus far on both sides. But right now, thank you to Papa Shango.
And I know Nobody War donated. I had a donation in there in Papa Shango. Did we get Sigil's donation as well?
Yes, we got Sigil's donation. FF6 Worlds Collide, Papa Shango, Nobody War, Impetuous Rybon. I don't know if we got yours or not, so I'll let you shout yourself out. I honestly don't remember if I read that one or not yet.
Oh, I was just gonna leave it. But yes, I did throw in $50 toward St. Jude's. Again, shout out to Miles. Got to support that, but don't worry, I got more coming for future incentives. We have a Owser's play from Questifer Workin and also from Jay Brunter. So looks like we have a lock there, which is interesting. That sort of gives everybody the decision: Phoenix Cave or not Phoenix Cave. So, Morpheus, are you more of a Phoenix Cave guy, or would you kind of fade it in this situation and make a play on the tunnel armor check instead first?
Phoenix Cave does not exist, and it cannot hurt me if I don't acknowledge its existence. How's
Understood.
that?
Understood. Yeah. That seems to be quite a common sentiment in the Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide community of, no thank you, not going to do that unless it's a starting play. And yeah,
or if you have
Guardian
dragons.
Or if you need dragons, yeah, that is definitely in play as well. A Guardian died very quickly over on Jay Brunter's side, so let's see what he chooses to do. He's already in World of Ruin, so it's a quick trip, but it is kind of a long check. But maybe he wants a dragon. Let's see. Let's see what he goes with next.
I think already having characters, Phoenix Cave is less desirable. Natty Magic, that lock actually rolled really good stats for a lock. But we've invested in other people and everyone can equip everything, so who cares, right?
Exactly.
But Phoenix Cave can have a character, and characters tend to beget other characters. If I'm Jayburn TR, I kind of want to go wide here rather than go narrow. And there's the whole wide and narrow focus on what checks you want to do in this randomizer, that if you keep following new characters, that's basically taking a narrow path through a seed because you're going to find more and more characters. If you go wider and try to do, some other checks or checks that can't guarantee characters or even have a chance at them, like we're seeing with this weapon shop check, you have a better chance of getting Espers. Jayburn TR needs 6 Espers and 0 characters. So I think as cool as even that Valiant Knife is, we have Terra, so we can get the Fenrir anyway, but Valiant Knife definitely makes sense if we have an offering or if we're going to start looking for one as well. Even if not, it's still a good thing to have. We're going to get both. It doesn't particularly matter in this case, and we're probably going to get the other one right now. And Jayburn TR is just going to go and do that wealth check and get that VK.
That definitely is a good idea. The problem I'm seeing right now is they need so many espers, and it's a matter of which checks are actually available with the existing characters. Obviously, World of Ruin Weapon Shop is the move, because getting both Fenrir and a VK from one check, well, technically two, while also simultaneously doing Welk if he hasn't already, is absolutely incredible. But we'll probably need to find a character at some point anyway to get enough checks to meet our Esper requirements.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the characters that we have outside of Terra, they're spread pretty thin on checks. A lot of the characters that have many, many checks to their name, Shadow, Celeste, Sabin, Cyan, they haven't been found. So you have Gogo, who's got 1, you have Gao, who's got 2, Realm's got 2. Locke has, if you don't count Phoenix Cave, 2. 3 with it being behind Terra. But, it's not high quantities. It's not, Sabin 6 and Cyan's 5 and Celis is 5 or whatever it is. It's a much more limited scope that we're working with. So we may very well end up with, 7 or even 8 characters in this, which our runners don't want, but that just may end up how it turns out.
Exactly, and it does sort of make it challenging, and it's similar to sort of what we encountered in Race 1, in that the characters were fairly narrow. We had Sabin, but a lot of his checks were dead. So it didn't really propel us forward very much on the Espers, and it's a slightly desperate play when a floating continent is happening at nearly the hour mark. But, sometimes that's just where the seeds are going to take you. Looks like Quest for Workin is heading up to World of Ruin Narsh to go ahead and see if he can get an Esper there, taking the dragon. And Jabron TR is heading up Zozo, so he'll be finding his Go-Go soon. And unfortunately, again, that's only going to be 1 check, and it's a check most people can't stand, so it'll be interesting to see the path that he takes as well.
Yeah, most people can't stand it unless they're you and they one-shot the bridge. Don't even have to run buffer to do it. Pat yourself on the back for that one, friend.
Pat. He made me wait for it, though. I just had to show a little patience that time. I was about ready to get myself punted off the bridge to reset the RNG, but I stuck with it, and he did reward me for my patience, and I did appreciate it.
All right, so we also have some pretty nice Espers here. We have an HP Hundo. We know there's a VK out there. We don't have an offering, but I would be mighty intrigued about trying to find one pretty fiercely. We do have an offering on Quest for Work inside. Papa Shango is letting us know. Thank you, Papa Shango. I missed that. But HP Hundo Esper VK offering, that is the Kefka climb. That is your middle 2 fights for the statues. And Ultima for Realm as well, Dr. DT pointing out. So just a lot of good stuff showing up all of a sudden for our runners. And kudos to both of them remembering that undead boss flag is on.
Shoutouts to them. I wish I did. That's what I get for running, 2 practice seeds? It happens. I did it for the memes.
The classic run 2 practice seeds show up, perform on the big stage.
Exactly. I'm super nervous during restreams anyway. I'm never going to perform at my best, so I might as well, just let it ride. All right, let's see if Quest for Workin's play here will pay off with an Esper, which would leave him with only 2 more needed, but again, very narrow checks. Leet River, or Phoenix Cave, or Go-Go. Auction House, or the... I don't know if either of them have done Daryl's Tomb. I see that Jabron TR is going there, so it'll be interesting to see what's there as well. I know Rybon in the chat there is a big fan of the Auction House. He's been touting the benefits of the Auction House, so maybe we will see an Auction House play today.
Well, there's this thing called Get Lucky, Don't Get Unlucky, which is a strategy that Rybon has mastered. For folks like myself, that's just not something that we can do. So I absolutely respect that fantastic choice of Rybon to promote the Auction House, and for most people it might work, but I know that you and I are in the same boat here, where it ain't for us.
If the dice are any indication, luck is never on my side, so, I tend to avoid it as much as possible. So it looks like we have two semi-lesser visited checks that just tend to be held off until later. We have a Mobliz check where it is an Esper, so that will get him one check closer.
Yeah, so I love the peekable options here. We have Kefka Narsh that's peekable, we have Daryl's Tomb that's peekable, we have Mobliz, and it makes sense for Team Mobliz, Questa for working to visit Mobliz. It's in the name after all, folks. Funbaba showing up here. This is not something you can bolt edge, so we're not going to. We have Ultima though, and we have a big swinging, and we have a proc and a Grand Train, and this proc is just going to kill Funbaba anyway, so we can stop talking about Funbaba.
Yeah, he is done. Another question, I guess. We did have Jabron TR go and do the Welk check and, get his Esper from Weapon Shop 2, but it didn't look like he went up to Kefka Narsh, did he? Or did I overlook that? Because that's normally a thing I will do, particularly in a seed where I'm hunting Espers like this, to perhaps go up there while I'm already halfway there at Welk.
Yeah, I don't think he did, favoring some other things that are less of a walk, but starting with the Warp Stones, I agree with you, I like it as well. If I don't have Warp Stones, I don't like it, but in this case, since we do, and it kind of just puts you back in town anyway, it's fine, it's great.
Well, the Warp Stones wouldn't work going up there, right? You have to walk down anyway in World of Balance.
Oh, that's right, we don't have Mog to pair with it. Y'all had Mog in your seat.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, so they would just be Kefka Narsh in this case.
Yeah.
I would have probably been inclined to just go up there and check it strictly because of the limit of how many checks I have available and kind of how gross they are. And unfortunately, Daryl's Tomb is a bunch of fish, which is not fun.
And also, almost every character is going to give you a number of checks at this point. So it would be just fine. We see a stone play coming out from Jabron TR. Some ice coming out on the fish. One of the weird interactions with fish is that if you are in your menu, it's not counting the real-time seconds that the fish need to pass for Rizopaz to show up. So it's very interesting that they act on the same real-time bit that the Welk check, the snail does. So it's super interesting that you end up in a situation where it's like, oh, you want to wait trick, you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to game the system with your menus. Except you don't in this case. And we do see money raised over here. The race is on to be the top funded charity. St. Jude's currently at $375. OVC Pet Trust at $190. St. Jude's is Team Mobliz. OVC is Team Interceptor. So we are cheering for both, of course. But a great job to everybody so far with their donations. It is much appreciated. Questa for Working just donated.
For rods. Sorry, go ahead.
Ooh. I didn't see that, but we had a donation made by Questa for Working to that gentleman selling an ice shield for $55K. That's a bit of a feels bad compared to that Coliseum that you just pointed at has Illuminas.
Had Illuminas and also a gauntlet, but it doesn't look like Jabron TR is going to go for the gauntlet. Just snatched himself an Illumina and is off to Mobliz, where he's going to find himself an Esper.
Definitely makes sense.
So we got a bit of a lull here. We know what's going to happen over on Jabron TR's side. We know there's a dragon coming up on Questifer. So with the checks available to you right now, knowing what you know, where are you going?
I think I'm going to go to Canada so I can help with the OVC Pet Trust and take a look at those wonderful animals and, see what they're up to and maybe get one of my own. But in the seed, I think that I would look to do anything peekable. So I would look at Kefka and Narsh, I would look at Mobliz, I would look at Daryl's Tomb. Whatever I haven't done, I would look to do those. And then if none of those, whatever is the shortest possible check remaining. Like if we've not done Search the Skies, or if we've not done, I don't know, even like Hauser's Mansion is not that long a check if you ignore all the animals and whatnot. So it's one of those things where I would just look for speed, but also something you can peek.
No, you're not gonna just go straight to Leet River? Isn't that the play? Everybody loves that check.
Cool. Good for them. Everybody's awesome. Christopher Workin, meanwhile, has the skip unlocked. That is 15 checks done. So good on them. They need one more Esper, and they are going to chase Locke's tunnel armor check. This falls into the category of fast. It also falls into the category of really nice because it has a healing pot for you in the way of a bit of water here. If you're not doing VK strats, which I don't think Christopher is yet. It may transition to them at some point, but I believe we're just beating things to death with big sticks right now. And Ultros, Ultros is going to just fall over to a blue bubble and probably a throwable of some sort. Or a couple blue bubbles. And a large triangle. Bubbles and triangles, friends.
Hey, whatever it takes to get him out of there. I can't remember what this check was, so if it's an Esper, this will actually be unlocked for Christopher Workin. That would be very interesting if that's what it turns out to be. And that would give Christopher Workin quite the edge in terms of progression. What do we got? It is a Magicite, so we get our first unlock from Christopher Workin, Team Mobliz. His offense is looking quite good already, so I presume he's just going to zip on straight to Kefka's Tower and get this done. Little shopping trip first.
Yeah, I was going to say, might do that. Might need to go buy some things as well. Looks like we are picking up, I see a muscle belt there, which if we're going the offering VK route, muscle belt is not something to scoff at.
No, it doesn't look like he's committing to it, though, so I guess the VK offering is not exactly what he is worried about at the moment, but a muscle belt for VK offering is incredible. A 50% HP bonus is ridiculous for the missing damage or missing HP bonus that the VK gives you.
Yeah, it is fantastic, and we see JBrunTR picking up Esper number 7. They're getting their Search the Sky Seraphim. We see the party composition for Christopher Workin. Realm is going solo without a friend in Locke. Okay.
He got the idea from me. Just a solo Realm can handle just about anything. It's fine.
Well, you and Nobody War both did that, but you all also only had 5 characters. So somebody was going it alone. Or two somebodies if you wanted to get real tricky with it. But that's not a Yeti. You don't have to leave it on the airship.
That is true.
Don't tell Glue.
This will be an interesting party. He didn't have much on that Terra, so he doesn't seem to have very many relics to pass around. So he just hopped in a bit unprepared. I know he checked that relic shop. He must be looking for something in particular. My guess is earrings, maybe? I did not see any of them equipped onto Terra. But it doesn't seem to matter too much. He's doing just fine. Launcher, I know the pain of that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen this play out in Kefka's Tower at all today.
No, never.
Bolt 3, though, is something that y'all didn't have, so no worries there. JBrunTR, meanwhile, is now at their unlock as well, down 1 dragon. I don't know if they got skip or not. I missed that, but they definitely got the unlock there. So we shall see what JBrunTR opts to do from here. But that is 1 statue fight down for Christopher Workin. And just to further a message from our wonderful event organizer, Drinks Glue, if you do donate to OVC, please let us know, because we are not able to see that donation go through. There isn't anything like, the Tiltify stuff that we can track on that end. So if you do have anything you do for OVC, please let us know, either in Discord or chat or whatever. It would be much appreciated, so we can thank you publicly. If you don't want to be thanked, but you want to contribute, that's also fine too. You can let us know and just say, no, thank you, please. Just know that it went to this team, and we'll just say there's been a donation from Anonymous to that team. So you do not have to put your name out there or your ID out there for us. We are just appreciative one way or the other of however you want to go about it.
Definitely. We appreciate all of you, whether you want to be shouted out or not. We just appreciate all of the support that these charities are getting today. Quest for Workin, unfortunately, forgetting his Moogle Charm. He'll probably be fine, but it's still a time loss, and with a race this close, that can cause some issues in the long run. I do believe J. TR's offense is superior to Questifer's, so we're going to see if he can make up some time, as he is one boss behind at this time.
And there is an Illumina swing coming up from J. TR. It does get the proc for Terra, and the fight is over. So that is how you handle Air Force without any sort of difficulty at all. Quest for Working, meanwhile, fighting Dullahan.
Which shouldn't be an issue at all. A comment on Terra there, she is swinging pretty wimpy, only at about 3,500 damage, so she's definitely not a carry offense in this case. Obviously the procs of Pearl are extremely powerful because Terra's gonna Terra, but it might have been a good idea to consider picking up that gauntlet earlier for that extra oomph, but I'm sure he'll be fine regardless.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, we're swinging for like 3,500 to 4K. That's still not bad at all.
No,
there's a lot worse things that you and I have both got through Final Kefka with. So I wouldn't worry too much or stress too much if I'm J-Burn TR with that. But we do see Quester Working, meanwhile, was able to get through that fight with Realm, and we shall see what is coming up next, as I believe that Realm is now going to get a second set of earrings, if hasn't already. Kefka, we do get to see, is kind of chilling, and no Moogle Charm for Quest for Workin here for Gao and Setzer. A recurring theme here, unfortunately, for Quest for Workin and their, we'll call it walking grind in Kefka's Tower.
Well, I can say, the nerves that come from restreaming races are real. And you just tend to make some choices and decisions and mistakes that you maybe normally wouldn't make when you're just running on your own on an async race or anything like that. So I definitely understand what's going on. But he's still not putting it on, so I think he just wants to roll with it, get a little bit of extra experience, and finish it up. But we got a Welk to end it. Here we're synced up. Although J. TR is still one boss behind, and the Welk goes down immediately on Questifer's side, which is not surprising.
Worth noting, though, that Setzer is hitting much harder than that Terra is. So that is something to pay attention to, that there's a big amount of damage there coming from that lad.
Huge. So he's got just something no offering. And no offering is the upsetting part, but he'll be hitting with nearly 9,000 if he's at low life.
Will he ever hit for over 9,000?
I wish he would hit for over 9,000, but no, he probably won't.
Fantastic.
Looks like one more grind fight for Quest for Workin here, and he is going to save and be on the way to his final battle.
Looks like we're going to peek at Espers first. I want to say I saw Phantom there, not getting equipped on anyone, which is fine. I think Fenrir's on someone anyway, so it's not super relevant, but nice to have a backup just in case. Or something you use for Tier 1 or Tier 2 if you don't really want to deal with 10 hits for Tier 1 in general. But I believe that's switches at 203.35, if I'm not mistaken. My math might also have been wrong on that, because Possum, no math, no read. We're silly marsupials.
I did miss it as well, but there is something to note here, and it's something that I actually noticed on the Kefka fight. I didn't end up having to use it, but it is multi-summon. So having Phantom for Tier 1 and also for 10 hits Tier 2 is great. So that can speed up your 10 hits versus Tier 2 big time, and spare your frontline damage dealers any damage in Tier 1 once you get rid of the head and the long arm.
Yeah, absolutely. That multi-summon has been fantastic to have. It was used quite a bit by Nobody War for Bahamut. And, I mean, Bahamut with multicast is a real thing. Bahamut's a very good ability. We see it nearly 7,000 AoE from Grand Train. That is huge for Grand Train. that Gao has been packing that magic +2 for a while to make that happen.
He has been, and we're seeing the fantastic strat of casting Float. That way we avoid the Quake counter by just straight up area affecting, blasting this dude down. No fear whatsoever, nor should there be. And this tier should go down in no time flat.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of this on tier 2 as well. But we have Jayburn TR is about 90 seconds behind. So the team difference was 40 seconds going into this. It's 90 seconds difference now. We'll see how this turns out, but another very close race. So happy to see this, that both of the first 2 races are keeping it very tight, so that the future racers are not, fighting to try to make up large deficits or things like that.
Definitely, and it makes it actually a little bit easier for the comms as well. Since we know they're going to start right around the same time, hopefully, as long as everything goes well. The teams are starting around the same time. It's nice and exciting, and we can keep up on each race one at a time. So we do love to see it. Hoping this is a close race. Looks like Jayburn TR is going to be about 1 tier behind. So he could definitely make this up, depending on how tier 2 decides to treat Quest for Workin'. He can be a bit of a time waster.
Yeah, I think we have everything we need, though. Gao dodging the imp is fantastic. We have Mute, so Mute is just going to go ahead and take out what magic can do until the very end, so not really much to worry about there. Then we're going to have some large triangles come out, and some bubbles, and probably just continue doing that. Maybe some attacks as well on Questifer side. But this is a great phase to have a lot of AoE and strong AoE.
It really is, and the main reason why, for those who may be watching and want to know why it's okay to just blast every single target on tier 2 despite their counters, is that Magic on the far left, he does have 42,000 HP, and everything else has significantly less, under 10 or more than 10,000 less than that. So you can just blast all day long and take out the other 3 targets without taking out Magic, as long as you do not target Magic individually. So you want to make sure you don't do any additional damage to Magic. That way you can go ahead and wipe out the rest of the stack, finish up those counters, and then wrap up Magic. It's one of my favorite strats.
Yeah, rather comically here we did too much damage, so Fenrir is now queued, but 10 hits just came out, so that's a little unfortunate on Questifer's side, but it's not going to make too big a difference. But he basically got through this tier 3, tier 2, and about the time that Jayburn got through tier 1, a North Cross comes out, but dodges. Okay, well, this is awkward now because we have all of our actions queued and Setzer is a zombie. So,
this is dangerous.
We're playing with frozen fire now, friends.
I think Setzer is dead, because this is going to kill Magic, and Setzer is not moving on. Which is probably the best case scenario. Oh, maybe he is. Oh, what's he doing? I'm a little... Okay, I thought that Ultima was going to do a little bit more. This Grand Train should take him out, which should stop whatever Setzer is lining up down there, and not going to hit the party with whatever it is, which is probably Ultima or some nonsense. X-Zone, maybe? That's usually what happens.
Yeah, usually something silly. It's like, oh, drat.
I would say in that situation, that is the best possible thing that could have happened for him, was getting the other attacks off before Setzer could blast whatever nastiness he had. Unfortunately, that is the danger of queuing too many characters at once when it comes to Final Kefka, as things can spiral pretty quickly, but it looks like we got out of that just fine. We still have the tools we need, I hope. I hope he wasn't our Fenrir user.
Speaking of spiraling out of control quickly, that is a triple North Cross that lands on Jayburn TR's side. Quester for Workin' doing much better at the get lucky, don't get unlucky side of things, despite that Setzer mishap. Jayburn TR very unlucky here, because I don't know how many people they have that know fire, and it doesn't matter how many, because if Terra doesn't know it, then, well, it is what it is.
So Tool said, you know what, I feel bad for you. Sorry about that, buddy. Have a fire attack, okay.
Yeah, Atomic Ray was a very nice cover-up on that incident there. We see Christopher working, meanwhile, continuing the bubble and triangle train. On the tier 3 here, we have Lady and we have Sleep. Lady is long gone. Sleep is, just kind of chilling at the moment, eating all of these large magical attacks. We are going to have to get, I was going to say, a quick cast in here. We did not. So now we have to deal with Train, which is objectively the worst ability in the game, not named Mind Blast, because it shuts down your magic attacks. It makes it so you can't physically hit unless you have things like an Offering set up or an Illumina. It's just obnoxious.
It really is, and it looks like that Setzer was the Fenrir, so everybody cross your fingers. Let's hope this Meteor doesn't kill Gao. Dang it. This is dangerous. Let's see how this plays out for Questifer.
Well, Lady may have perished here, but Akon would say that girl is dangerous.
Woo! Okay, that Fenrir lasted on Realm, and she dodged it with the residual Fenrir from Tier 2. Now we are down to Girl Power, Tier 4, just a half Esper and a small child versus a god. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, and this is also where not bringing Locke into the tower actually makes a difference. Because if we had Locke, we'd have a third person. If we get double Havoc Winged here, I'm scared.
Terrified, in fact. Realm still has her image. It didn't break. So as long as that sticks around, we have some sort of a safety buffer from the Havoc Wing. But this is going to be a bit of a slog, for sure. It's going to have to be taken very carefully to make absolutely sure that he's not pushed into double Havoc Wing phase too early. But Terra is not hitting very hard. This is going to be the Realm party, I think.
Yeah, we need to get our Mega Elixir or some elixir, something out that lets Realm do Realm things.
Oh no, that is a Mega Elixir that no longer exists. Terra did queue it up, and then she died to slip hit from Tier 1. So this will be scrappy. It is not impossible, but does require a degree of a Kefka being nice, which is pretty rare. Case in point.
Well, while Kefka is deciding whether to be mean or not, I do want to throw out right now that there is a poll in chat, not a poll, a prediction you can use your channel points on. This is a rarity, so make sure if you want to get a wager in, you do. Who will win an auction first? This is for the upcoming race between Rybon and Papa Shango. Yeah, get your wager in. Currently, right now, it is exactly 50-50. They will be required to win an auction during their race, and it looks like channel points are going to help decide maybe who is going to go through and get that taken care of first. We have Kefka doing a little bit of bullying here, but it could be worse than it is. I know that's scary to say.
We're in Ultima phase, by the way.
Okay, so we are in
He's
Ultima phase. Dead. That's spooky. Jayburn TR, meanwhile, climbing up Tier 3, is in Medio phase as well.
Oh, this Realm is absolutely slaying it with this Fenrir, with the unbreakable image.
Yeah, that image is a 25% chance to go away, and that image is a 100% chance to stay for Questifer working. So Rybon, for Team Mobliz, get yourself ready to go. And on the other side, Papa Shango, remain on standby as we are very, very close.
This should finish it, I believe. Ooh, not quite. He was not quite in Ultima phase. Ooh, and he's still not quite there yet, but we still have hope. I thought with that train that he was already in Medio phase, or in Ultima phase, but I was mistaken. So let's see if these two Ultimas or one Ultima can finish the job here.
I have to imagine it will.
It must, right? Even
It's
if
a
an
big
Ultima
blue
goes
bubble.
off, I think Realm will be able to survive it. But this should be GG's. It is at a 2:14:52 for Questifer Workin. Team Mobliz downing the clown first in race 2 of this relay race. GG's in chat, everybody. Well done, Questifer.
GG's Questifer and Rybon, go, go, go. I believe he has already gone. We have Rybon. Oh, we get Rybon's webcam. That is what you love to see. Look at that beautiful man right there, y'all. Stare in wonder. He is a magnificent creature. I've had the pleasure of meeting him in person before, and I hope we keep the crop with his beautiful figure in there the entire time, because that would just make me happy.
Not only a fantastic man, but a fantastic runner as well. So I can't wait to see how everything goes for race 3.
Yeah, and while I appreciate Fitch trying to make this work behind the scenes, yeah, it's not going to work, so crop him out. We got to see him. It's all good. Meanwhile, Jabron TR also having a whale of a time here. Everybody has been dropped down. Goner comes out with, well, not a lot of HP on people, so this is a bit spooky.
That is quite the understatement. Let's see what we're looking like here. Looks like he's got a Phoenix down queued up, so he is not ready to one-shot this Kefka down. We are in double Havoc Wing territory, so the risk exists. I should have shut my mouth. I really should have shut my mouth. I should have shut my mouth. Oh no, Jbrun TR with the double Havoc Wing, which is something like a 12% chance of happening. He's got other things he can do.
Chance of havocing?
Yeah. Oh man, that does hurt for Team Interceptor. Commentator curse does strike again. So sorry. I need to donate now to Team Interceptor.
What's the going rate on commentators' curses?
I was gonna say, how much is a commentator's curse worth? Let me know in chat. Zephyr Blaze saying I am cursing the other team. Fair enough. Yeah, it looks like I am. But I'm gonna curse the other team too. I mean, two of my Moogles popped in and said I need to pay $50. I guess I gotta pay $50 for commentary curse. So I'm gonna do that right now in shame and also with pride.
And speaking of pride and no shame at all for getting through their Kefka fight, as both runners have had, we'll say, scrappy experiences, Questifer Workin, welcome to the booth. And
thank you.
GG's to you. Exciting stuff.
GG's. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. Woo! Did I sub-hour?
That's a great question. And I don't have the answer to it. You went fast, though. We can figure that out. Yeah. We've got a man behind the scenes who's really good at figuring stuff out, so we'll let them figure it all out.
I would really like to know the math on that. That was my goal, was to sub-hour this. I was getting really close in practice, and I really wanted to sub-hour this. And I feel I got really close.
Yeah, you put on a heck of a run. You had really good offense, and the character abilities in particular, they were real good.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed I didn't get either Cyan, Celis, or Shadow for the unlock. But when I got that Ultima Esper, I'm just like, I don't need those. I don't need instant kill. I have Ultima. Ultima go boom. Ultima is kill. So.
Yeah, you made great use of Ultima and Grand Train. Your AoE damage was incredibly good. So
yeah.
As far as that was concerned, like, you were just blazing through everything in a little bit of a different manner than you normally see on this flag set, because it's a lot of the time, physical stuff, VK offerings, Illumina, stuff like that. And you were like, nope, Ultima, Grand Train, we'll kill everything with magic.
Yeah, it's just that I forgot to buy echo screens and remedies, and so I had to get creative at the end. Creative is a good word.
Yeah, I mean, you were down to 2 characters in your final fight, but the image status that persisted on Realm that just never went away, that might have been the world's greatest image from Fenrir there. That I think
I
she must
agree.
have dodged 20 attacks.
Everybody in
Yeah.
chat needs to like clasp their hands for the dog god Fenrir today, coming to Christopher Workin's rescue in that tier 4. That was legendary. Absolutely refused to break throughout multiple Havoc wings in tier 4. It was great to see.
Yes,
The dog
that
came
was
through.
yes. As our patron saint Glue would say, Realm had that dog in her.
She really did. You are very much right. Let's see. Where's the prayer emoji? Here we go. I gotta put that in chat.
And speaking of having that dog in them, we have a $50 dog nation. Made that word up right on the fly. I think a little portmanteau, ain't it?
That
from
was good.
Physics Shebang for caster cursing Jabron TR and causing a double Havoc Wing wipe in tier 4 of Final Kefka. Minus caster, but we still love you nonetheless. Thank you, Feta Nation to OBC.
You know, you gotta do what you gotta do if you're gonna commentator curse someone at the end of a run, but looks like he's making his way back through. Less of a problem with North Cross, but
Yeah, I was gonna say only 1 North Cross and no Doom Tusks so far. We'll hope to avoid more of either of that. Christopher Workin, you were pretty good through tier 2. You got a North Cross that hit nobody, which was fantastic to see.
Yeah, I did eat 1 Doom Tusk to Setzer, but which was unfortunate. But yeah, I'm just sitting here going, oh, I didn't buy Revivifies. Joy. Oh well. Moving on.
yeah,
it was
that's just what you gotta do. You know, you just gotta push forward. Sometimes things go wrong, and you move on and push through the nonsense, and you did. I was very impressed.
Touching on the upcoming race that Rybon has started and Papashanga will be playing, we have on Rybon's side a big purchase. 2 VKs have been located, so that is fantastic on Rybon's side. Also clipping through the NPC before buying the Zen Thief item. So always love to see that little clip right through. That's fantastic.
Looks like Rybon's buying a couple Atlas armors. Got a Minerva from the Zen Thief. So, ooh, Megalixirs for sale.
Looks like a lot of good things in shops in this particular seed.
Yeah, this looks to be more capitalism percent, or whatever you want to phrase it as, money percent. Just lots of items, lots of things to buy. Purchase your way through. You can go through and take on bosses for items, you can take on dragons, you can find your power in boxes, you can buy your power. In this case, Rabon is doing a lot of investing in his future by spending the cash now. And to answer a question from chat, yes, Rybon is playing a different seed from Jabron TR. Jabron TR is finishing up seed number 2 for Team Interceptor, and Rybon is on seed number 3 for Team Mobliz, as this is a relay race. Unfortunately, Physics Shebang decided to commentator curse double Havoc Wing on Jabron TR in Kefka 4, and well, the result...
Fortunately...
I prefer the term "fortunately," because
$50 to the OVC Pet Trust. It was for a good cause.
Still, pretty suspect tactics. Not gonna lie.
I mean, hey, it's all for charity. If it only takes a wipe on T4, so be it, right? Hopefully, Jabron TR also feels the same way. I have some apologizing to do.
It would be super cool if the W wins would stop happening on JBrunTR's side. That is at least 2 of them that have come out already and hit at least 2 people in the party. I am very worried that this Setzer is going to be lost just based on a pure lack of HP. Yeah, and there's a Meteor and...
Yep.
Oh,
Just
we
Meteor.
Yes.
We
This
pre-queued the
is
Phoenix
scary.
down.
Ooh, what is the choice here? Probably let him go. Yeah, looks like it. We do have to worry about this next Meteo. One thing that I noticed that I'm not sure if he knows he can do it. I haven't been seeing it, but the option exists for Mantra on that Blitz user. If he ever has time to use
requires
it.
the mantra that requires the Blitz user to live long enough to mantra.
It does. And these Meteos are coming in hot.
The other
Yeah.
option is to Revivify on Sleep itself. Target the enemy with the Revivify. It will heal 10% of its... Excuse me, it will heal 12.5% of its health, or 5,000 HP, and it'll allow it to get back out of Meteor range. That is another option that exists here.
Looks like he is going for broke here, just going to go for the kill and hope that we just dodge the calmness. Oh, we got a block.
Ding!
And we're on the way up. Christopher, are you feeling a little bit nervous here? A little bit of deja vu?
The nervousness is behind me.
Now it's just elation.
Yeah.
So
Let's
JBrunTR
see.
should have 2 characters coming in, though, here. That was one of the concerns for Christopher Workin, was you only had you had no backup characters coming in when you got to Tier 4, because Locke decided to be Yeti the airship pilot for his cosplay today.
Yep. I didn't do anything with him. I just left him behind. I did not expect the troubles I had. And it almost bit me. So. But
The
it
lack
doesn't
of
look like
healing
it.
is pretty painful.
Yeah, I was just on mine. I was just expecting offense overwhelming to kind of carry me, and I got lucky. But yeah, it looks like Jay Brunter is just going to. Did he not find the Ultima Esper?
I don't believe so, or it didn't learn it. May have found it much later, because y'all did do things in a much different order. We do have this Go-Go that has Mimic but no item command, which is very unfortunate.
Who's that face?
Yeah, I've been there several times where I just don't bother to take the time to give him any skills, and then it just kind of bites me when I get to Kefka. Ooh, double kills from Seizure.
Yeah. And there goes that Elixir, and
I don't think they can survive this, depending on their level.
no,
yeah,
the
this
Phoenix
is-
down. Yeah. All right. So I think what we're gonna do here
He's toast.
is we're gonna have Papa Shango go ahead and start, and
Yeah, unfortunately, we
he's
are
going
going to see wipe number 2 here to a Connor. Unfortunate.
So what we're going to do is executive decision to make sure that the race stays within a shouting distance. Papa Shango is going to go ahead and take off now and continue, and is going to do the Opera House, basically as, we'll say, penance for Kefka's misbehaving, or something to that effect. So more Opera House performance, yay!
Yay, Opera House.
And so, unofficially, that is going to mark the changing of the guard for race number 3. So thank you to race number 2, our tracker, One Free Fits, who is going to stick around and, our restreamer, One Free Fits, who's going to stick around and restream and also track race number 3. So thank you, Fitz, continuing to do the Lord's work. We are going to have Christopher Workin stepping in and commentating with myself for this third race. And Physics is going to get to go rest and enjoy the remainder of their Friday. Won't kick them out if they want to stay, but if you have other things you want to do, we certainly understand. As we now have Rybon versus Papa Shango representing Team Mobliz and Team Interceptor respectively, and enjoy the opera, folks.
I'll make this quick. Thank you so much, everybody, for making this such a memorable event thus far. I can't wait to see how it goes tomorrow as well. It's always a pleasure to commentate with you, Possum Morpheus, and you, Christopher Workin, as short as it was. Thank you, One Free Fits, and also Drinks Glue for throwing together this wonderful event. I am going to go ahead and step out. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and I will catch you next time.
Thank you, Physics, and GG's again on a wonderful performance, both in the booth for race number 2 and on the battlefield in race number 1.
Thank you, good sir. Catch you soon.
All right, we see Air Force not in the tower for the first time today, so that's kind of cool. Air Force showing up in the engine room for one of Edgar's checks. Has been in the tower on the right and left side so far. So we'll see if Air Force decides to make an appearance at some point in the middle lane of Kefka's tower to even things out. Christopher, anything that you would like to see our runners do, or anything you'd like to see them maybe try to pick up, or anything you might want to do in either Rybon's case, knowing that there's a bit of a lead built up, or Papa Shango's case, knowing they need to catch up. Anything that you might do here to try to either increase the lead or protect the lead or come from behind? And Christopher, if you are talking, I cannot hear you.
Helps if I'm not hard muted.
Hey, I can hear you now, and so can everyone else.
Yay! What I was going to say, in order to maybe for Papa Shango to kind of come back from behind, I would say from what a 10-minute deficit is, and then adding another couple, like 4 minutes on top of it, having to do the Opera House. He just needs to be aggressive, be really aware of how long certain checks take. And I believe it was Jackamus who said, long checks lead to long times. Avoid those long checks. So he's got Cyan, Edgar, and Strago. Avoid old man checks at all costs. Put those off till the end. I would avoid Ancient Castle. Those checks tend to be longer for less payout. I would hit up Doma Dream very, very quickly. That's 3 checks, 2 bosses for not much time. Doma Defense, very quick. I would also hit up Mount Zozo. That's 2 checks it's 2 checks because you get a dragon. Something I would definitely hit up very quick. I would focus on science checks, hope to get another character very quickly.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that assessment. Try to just go blaze through the seed. And, it looks like Rybon is trying to get through it quickly as well. Coming across quite a number of dead checks, but does have that very powerful VK start. And likely that was some of the impetus to coming here to Ancient Castle, is trying to find Katana Soul, trying to find an offering, so you have double VK offering. Or
does
in
pick
this
up
case,
picks up an experience egg. That's just power overwhelming, especially towards the end of the seed.
Yeah, I was going to say, with that XP egg now stapled on top of that potential double VK offering, that's just the bee's knees on this. So that's a huge pickup, not for progression, but for power for Rybon. Going to make that gap a little harder for Papa Shango to close, but both of these runners are extremely, extremely skilled. Better, I would say, than myself in my current form. So I have no doubts that they'll both put on a heck of a show for us.
Oh, absolutely. Not something that I would what's the word I'm thinking of? I would love to be able to talk right now. That would be just wonderful. I definitely expect them to put on a heck of a show. Papa Shango, if I remember correctly, Season 1 Moogle Cup champion, heck of a runner. So I expect him to make this close very quickly.
Yeah, it looks like progression-wise, Rybon at 3 characters, 2 Espers, and a Dragon, but does have double VK, does have an Illumina, and Bolt 3 on their other characters. And thank you to Arusta in chat for pointing that out. Always nice to have everybody participating and keeping track of stuff, because while we're doing the easy job talking up here, it does still become difficult to keep track of everything. So thank you to the behind-the-scenes folks and those in chat helping along.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and it looks like we do have Papa Shango going to do some looting here. We were doing the interview portion, so missed a lot of the loot that would have been here. I haven't seen anything super spicy yet, but, you know, some decent things to get us going. Both runners doing the little under the town secret passage, which is neat. And looks like the the auction house that they do both have to do, nobody has gone through and done the auction house yet, which is kind of interesting. So pretty neat that is still on the table for chat's points as well, for the channel points. And I want to say that finished pretty evenly. Rybon 65%, Papa Shango 35%. Rybon definitely would have been my pick if I had voted in this particular poll, just because of the head start. But, you know, maybe Papa Shango goes and tries to get an auction item real early. Who knows? Could hit an Illumina, could hit an Offering, could hit anything good. An Esper.
Yeah, good hit an Iron Armor.
Yeah. All right, looks like we have half-price VKs here. I swear I saw Rybon buy them at like 37 or 38k, and Papa Shango's getting them for 19 or 20. So I wonder if there was maybe multiple shops that had them, or if Edgar wasn't in the front of Rybon's party, or if he bought like 4 of them and I missed it. But I swear I saw them for more money than 20k.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up on where everything was, and just trying to
calm down from your race.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit.
Force shield actually in a box there is very relevant. Force shields are incredibly good. They're very underrated, I would say. Gives you shell, teaches shell, and also gives you a lot of elemental resistance. It's a really nice piece of gear in a flag set that you tend to end up with really good offense and not the best defense. That's a really good shield to pick up.
Also, early on, if you happen to catch a lot of really good gear along your loot route, sell it for cash. Because sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Stuff can't attack you if it's dead.
That is true. Sometimes the best offense... the best defense is the world's greatest offense. Speaking of offense, JBurnTR joining us in the booth had a lot of it, but unfortunately Kefka was just being really, really rude in the attempts there. Physics Shebang, prior commentator, was not helping the cause by calling the double Havoc Wing that happened. JBurnTR, GG's on the race. I know that didn't quite go the way that you wanted it to, but any thoughts on the seed or the event in general?
Well, great event. Absolutely love raising money for charities. But yeah, I felt panic, race brain the entire way through. Completely didn't do enough planning before the Kefka climb, and really paid for it. But as penance, I'll be donating $1 per minute of our 3-person team today to our charity. So at least something good comes of it from my part.
That is incredibly generous of you. That's going to be somewhere around, I would have to imagine, $180 to $200 by the end of it. So thank you very much in advance for that generosity.
That's awesome.
My pleasure.
That also means that the next race of Gretham vs. Impetuous, which starts tomorrow at 12 Eastern, the incentive is if $100 is donated before race 4 starts on Saturday, Umaro will be in the starting party. And so that's going to be something to look out for. We may have already hit it, in fact. It looks like actually Sigil put in 100 there already. Turdsman put in 25 and Gretham put in 25. So we have already hit the race 4 incentives. So thank you everybody for your wonderful donation.
Everybody loves a Yeti start. I mean, come on.
Yes. Everybody loves the Yeti.
Everybody's favorite pet.
Everybody's favorite monster.
Yeah, so I gotta watch this one back. I fell behind the entire time. Gotta see where I went awry and where UKW went in the right direction. See where our checks differed.
Did you do much practice on this at all, or were you kind of flying by the seat of your pants?
I had, I want to say like maybe 5 seeds or so, which were all like right kind of around like the 1 hour mark as a finish time. And I think this one we were like doing the Kafka climb at like 50 minutes maybe. So that was
this one was a lot. Yeah, this one was jetty even for this flag set. So I was sitting here going, Rybon, why are you skipping the dragon? But why did you release it and then skip it? But he's not. He's just being fancy. Looks like both Papa Shango and Rybon are headed for Mount Zozo. So just an update on what's going on here.
Unfortunately for Papa Shango, Tyrannosaurs don't give money, so Papa Shango is unable to actually get the Rust Rid at the moment. Now, Tyrannosaurs, what they do give is 6,000 XP at what is basically base level. So this party is going to be huge on XP, but low on money. So we need to find an encounter that's not a T-Rex, or a Tyrannosaur, excuse me. So we shall see if Papa Shango can maybe find a different encounter. And they found some neck hunters. So that should do the trick here and get them the 700 gold that they need, while Rybon, meanwhile, is finding, I believe that is Esper number 7, completely starved for characters right now, but has a ton of Esper. So, Questifer, where would you head off to real quick for characters here, and then circle back to Jabron TR as well?
So, I don't fully know. I know he's... assuming I think he's done Dome of Dream. I think he's done Ancient Castle. I know he's done the Throne Room. At this point, we may be forced into old man checks. As much as we want to avoid it, we may be forced into old man checks.
That was going to be my question, is which one would you do? And why is it Ebbets Rock, unless Fanatics Tower presents a character directly?
I would start... I would check... I would check Fanatics Tower first, because it's peekable, and then RNG Cave, because it's faster. There's a lot less of the quote-unquote forced encounters, because Burning House is horrible. We hate Burning House. I would always go RNGK first.
Yeah, and I am a little scared here for Papa Shango. If this AoE fires, oh boy. All right, well, we're not dead.
But we might as well be. If he doesn't heal up, get some offense out.
Well, we have VKs, like we have a ton of offense. Problem is,
He's dead. Oh wow, 1 HP in a dream, and the dream's dead.
all right. Well, that is not great for Papa Shango.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's being aggressive, and then there's falling flat on your face.
Thankfully, we saved.
Thankfully, he saved right there. So, switching to the Minerva, that's a good heads up play, because the Minerva makes you immune to all elemental damage.
All right, and so circling back real quick to Jbrun TR, while we still have you in the booth, anything that you would like, to say for final thoughts on your race, or for your team, or for charity, or anything like that, before we let you go, kind of wind down, watch things back, enjoy the race, or not enjoy it, however you're going to feel about it. I can't control your emotions, of course, but. It was a great performance. Love having you on Restream and being able to commentate your races in whatever randomizer it is. So, take it away. The floor is yours, my friend.
All right. Well, I'm going to have to push back on the Burning House slander here. See, that was my favorite part of the vanilla game. So I'm kind of partial to that. But strategic wise, obviously not the best choice. With all the encounters that one must go through. But otherwise, aside from the unfortunate wipes to the final Kefka, great experience. Happy to help out and raise money for two very worthy causes. So good luck to the rest of the racers. Hope everyone else does better than I did. Doesn't have to forfeit. But yeah, so great hearing you guys on commentary. And I'll be listening. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jbrun. All right, so it looks like Auction House, Rybon did get a 7th Esper, and it was from the Auction House. It was Fenrir, and he one-shot it. So,
nice.
Why not? Papa Shango heading there now, and Papa Shango does not one-shot. Inside this splendid chest is a $50,000 break blade. I would
Ouch.
rather have the Terra that Rybon just found.
Yeah, that opens up a multitude of checks that we can abandon we can abandon old man checks. We can get her. I haven't seen, what was her ability? I didn't see it.
No idea. I think her ability is she can equip things like everyone else and has good stats. And that's good enough.
That's a great ability. That is a wonderful ability.
Oh, and Papa Shango swinging a miss. Well, okay, that's not a miss. The Minerva is fine. But that is at least a 3-shot on the Auction House. So things just not quite going Team Interceptor's way at the moment with Papa Shango. But Team Mobliz and Rybon are making quick work of things on their end. There's an XP egg in the treasury here, a Minerva, a Mirage
Vest.
Wow.
Some good stuff. Fixed dice, those will sell.
That's a much better treasury than y'all had, by the way.
Yeah. Our treasury was bunk.
All right, and as y'all can see, race number 4, which again starts tomorrow at noon Eastern, that is going to feature Gretham versus Impetuous, and that is going to be Umaro in the starting party, and we are working out the details as to what else is going to happen with Umaro. I believe everything is on the table for Umaro, whether it can be kept or removed or whatnot. Taking the final Kefka, it's up to the runner to do. But currently, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, Team Mobliz, is up $575 to OVC Pet Trust, $205. So the gap widened a little bit for the St. Jude side. So folks who are supporting Team Interceptor, this is your time to shine. If you do make any donations to the OVC Pet Trust, please let us know in the Discord or in chat if you want to be acknowledged, because we cannot see them come through like we can on the St. Jude side. And if we could, from a moderator, get that chat prediction closed out, as Rybon, option number 1, was the first one to win an auction. So thank you in advance to the moderator team. And to do those donations, folks, you can go to either of the links in chat. And you don't have to do that just during the live races. You can also do that if you're watching this back on Twitch and VOD, or if you're watching on YouTube, we can throw in some of the links there as well. But we will go ahead and make sure that if you want to have yourself read out for your contribution, we will do so. So thank you in advance to those who will be donating, and thank you for those who already have as well.
Yes, thank you for your generosity. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. Gretham in chat says he may be bringing the Yeti to the final Kefka. So, Rybon is up to like at least 3 or 4 experience eggs at this point. This is turning into an omelet party. And Illumina's for sale. Holy moly.
Yeah, this is very much a capitalism % seed. This is just buy your way to victory. And that's fine. You know, we've had VKs, we've had Illuminas, we've had all these nice, fancy things. It's just a stark contrast to a lot of seeds that you play on other flag sets. It's very fun to see, though, because it is giga power.
Yeah. I in practice with this flag set, I knew that it was very much just go, get your power, and, you know, you'll be able to power right through.
And Haydn down for Rybon.
Quick, Ultima, there we go. And getting a Ragnarok for his efforts.
Yeah, and Rybon just needing a single character to get their unlock here. Has done a couple dragons, has a number of XP eggs. Not really going to need to do too much in the way of grinding. So we'll see what Rybon ends up doing from here and where they go. I would expect more Terra checks. Rybon, if he finds a character at his next check, will get character number 5 for the unlock, and also would get skip at the same time at 15 check. So looks like he is planning on routing over to, I would assume, Mobliz, since it's peekable, and that is where he's going. And I like this check because you can see it ahead of time.
Yeah, that was one thing that... Ooh, Ultima. There we go, that's where he got it from. Yeah, I think he's very on track to close this out here pretty quick. Just from that quick peek there, looks like his characters are mid-30s. He's got offense aplenty. He'll have check here, or he'll have skip here pretty quick. Madeline, that's an Esper, so we're gonna bail on this here. So we just got to go find a check where we can get a character at. Has he done regular Zozo yet? I don't think he has. That might be, that in my opinion, that's a slightly underrated check, and that looks exactly where he's headed now is Zozo.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's a check that is not too long. It's a lot of walking, but it's only a single boss, and you can just reset or warp out, whatever you want to do. We see Rybon is furiously mashing the Y remove button, except it's not removing, it's just changing the sprite. So we have a Moogle riding a chocobo, we had an imp, lots of different things that showed up there. But Rybon really just wanting that guy to get out of the way, and the guy being like, nah, I'm not.
Yeah, this check gets a lot of hate for that, for the scene where he was, where you're stuck behind the thieves. It gets a lot of hate because it feels, that specific screen makes the check feel slower than it is.
Yeah.
So, looks like Papa Shango is fighting Guardian. Rybon finding a statue, finding Doom. But this should go down here pretty quickly if Terra's going to be casting Ultima.
And looks like Cyan is channeling his inner Sabin and deciding that Bum Rush is the way through. And, you know, that makes a lot of sense. Bum Rush is a very strong ability. Doom, meanwhile, shows up for Rybon, and that's a lot of HP and magic points, and more importantly, a lot of XP. Basically, the TLDR is anything is dying to Rybon's party, so this is a really good fight to get from an XP perspective and all those experience eggs. Anything that's big and normally nasty, Rybon's happy to see, right?
Yeah, at this point, Rybon is in effectively go mode, where he can just kill anything he wants at any time. It's literally a matter of seconds before stuff dies, and finds Gogo. There he is. He's headed to Final Kefka with Skip. His characters are low 40s. At this one, it's just a matter of time.
And we'll see if we get any stops anywhere else, but that's 42 minutes and 10 seconds per our tracker and restreamer Fitz. Thank you, Fitz, very much for keeping track of that. Looks like we may get an extra dragon check here in order to learn some extra spells, get a little bit more XP, but that's quite zoomy from the man, the myth, the legend, Rybon. Very fast time potentially incoming here. Might rival your time.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think he needs to do this. He's low 40s. He's got Ultima, unless he's trying to put get Ultima on somebody else. I don't think he needs to do this. I think he can just go, kill statues and kill the clown.
The only thing I can think of is he wants 3 different people with Ultima, so that way he has all 3 lanes covered, not to take any chances. That would be my best guess as to why.
That does make sense. I mean, the only thing I would be scared of in that, with that would either be Magi Master, because I don't think we found that, or Tritalk. Because if we've got 2 people swinging Illuminas, I mean, very little doesn't fall to that. And that would be Magi Master and or Tritalk.
Yeah, for sure. It's a narrow window where you could get punished, but I think for Rybon, this goes back to kind of a question I had asked earlier. If you're in Rybon's shoes, for example, what would you do to maybe try to protect the lead? I think this is a very safe, I'm going to protect the lead by making sure that whoever is solo is not going to have a problem.
Mhm.
And so in this case, it's like, okay, Terra's got to be solo. Gogo can mimic Ultima from Cyan, and then, Edgar can do whatever he needs to up the middle. So it's a situation where I think that if, like, this was where Terra learned Ultima, so she could take a lane by herself, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think Terra already knew Ultima. I think it was just getting Ultima on the last person.
Yeah.
Now I wonder if Rybon is going to remember to equip Gogo and give him commands, or if he's just going to leave him mimicked.
I would hope we give commands, because it can get a little bit sketchy when commands are not granted. But it looks like Terra is just going to be chain casting Ultimas here. Coupon and Ultras are not going to do much. They're just
They're
gonna sit there and be potatoes.
Yeah, they're HP sponges for Ultima cast. They're not scary.
All right, Sneeze, blown all the way out of the tower. Wouldn't that stink?
That would stink. That would also hurt when you finally hit the ground.
Right?
Because it's
That's
not
a
the
long
fall
way
that
up.
kills you, it's the sun and hard landing.
That's true. That's absolutely true. But we do get through. Terra on that side. Earrings come on. I wonder if we'll see a gold hairpin on anyone. Probably not, because we just don't need it.
Yeah, you don't need
Fenrir,
it.
Unicorn, Siren, good Espers. That's Remedy, that's Mute, and that's Calmness Protection. So our Esper game is plus here.
Yeah.
All right, and we have.
Hey, we found the Yeti.
All right, that's 2 seeds with a Yeti in the tower. So we've had Air Force in the tower twice and Yeti in the tower twice in 3 races. We've seen Gogo at Zozo twice in 3 races. We have seen at least 1 or 2 other things that were similar as well. Always love to draw the comparisons between the seeds and build up conspiracy theories about the seed bot.
Oh, of course. It's RNG, and it does things in batches, but it's Seedbot. It plots against you.
All right, and the Yeti is gone. The meme chest. No meme chest looting for Rybon. Rybon is a man on a mission right now.
It's LOL armor.
All right, well. So, yeah. That's a tunnel armor that existed.
No, it didn't.
Kinda.
It never existed. It's foil armor. You poke at it and it dies.
I have had a tunnel armor cast Merton on me before. That was...
You let it live that long?
All right, making our final preparations on the party here for Rybon, while Papa Shango, not to be discounted, is putting together a very good run of their own, despite the starting behind, if you will, is now at 4-7-1, is also going to attempt to kill the frame rate of the stream here. I am sure that Fitz will have words with Papa Shango afterwards to apply antidotes directly to the forehead.
With extreme prejudice. Use excessive force with the antidotes. There was a
Welk in the tower as well. So that's 2 Welks, 2 Yetis, 2 Air Force.
I thought good things came in. I thought things came in 3s, not pairs.
I mean, if Fixed Dice always rolled 2 6s, I'd be very happy.
Yeah. All right. Paco, don't say. Stop confusing me in the chat. No, stop that. That confuses me. There will be no tree fitty.
Anyway, Papa Shango heading on up Zozo.
Yep.
Rybon on the switches at 3:05:05, give or take. We shall see how fast Rybon is able to get through this final Kefka. Again, we have Team Mobliz, St. Jude's Children Hospital, and we have Team Interceptor, which is the OVC Pet Fund. They are competing. St. Jude's a little bit ahead right now, but it's all for a good cause. If you do get your donations in, which you can do at the links provided in chat, we can see the donations that come through for Team Mobliz. And if you want to be known for your donation to OVC, just let us know in Discord or let us know in chat here. We'll make sure that that your contributions are noted. And we do see a large number of HP on Rybon's side here. Does not quite have the swinging power of Physics Shebang's Sabin or the AoE of Christopher Workin's Ultima and Grand Train, but still is going to be able to do quite a bit of work here. So shouldn't be too bad a climb.
Yeah. Got the Doom off on Long Arm, so should be good. Getting a quick off on Edgar to kill Head. There we go. Ooh, and a Pearl proc. 5105 start for Rybon according to Fitz. So if he can pull off a final Kefka in less than 9 minutes, he will sub hour.
Which I think is very doable given his power. He has Illuminas, he has Ultima, and I don't foresee too much of an issue here. I think the only thing that might be able to stop him is the dogs barking in the background. Apologies, folks.
Puppies! Alright, he's on to tier 2. Why does Papa Shango not have Gogo? I'm confused. Oh, there it is. There it is. Behind on the tracking.
Yeah, Gogo looks like coming in for Terra. Maybe looking to do more of the Blitz and Mimic Blitz. Which I think is completely valid as well. That is a vanilla strategy for like any percent runs or some variation of it where you want to be blitzing with Sabin and doing Bum Rush and having Gogo going through and making sure that he's also mimicking that blitz. We see some big Ultimas coming out on Rybon's side.
Oh yeah, those are big numbers. We like big numbers.
Yeah, it's huge damage. Nearly quad 9s across the board from those Ultimas. That's a good way to get through tier 2.
And a near immediate death to hit. Getting the 10 hits. He didn't even get the chance to get Siren off and Hit's already dead. He'd almost be better not even bothering and just killing magic. Just from a speed perspective.
I think he forgot he had a quick charge left with Terra still. And was kind of sitting there like, can someone do something? And it's like, no, they actually can't. Time is frozen, friend. Which I've certainly
There's
done
the
that.
siren. Yep. There's the siren, and then going after Tiger. Yep. Oh nope. Going after Magic.
I think
Kill the
Tiger's been
Magic.
dispatched already, I believe.
Has it?
Yeah, Ultima does
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Ultima. Yeah. Wow. This is dang, Rybon. You're going fast. I mean, this is like Speedy Gonzalez, Roadrunner type stuff.
Well, when you can push 40,000 damage in one spell, it doesn't take terribly long to knock out a 4-form boss. So that's what
Very
what
true.
you do. And
Yeah.
tier 3 now. This tier 3 gave both you and J Bruntier a bit of a headache last seed. We'll see if we're able to get through it a little better on Rybon's side. We do have an X Ether and an X Potion. We'll see what we make use of here, and then who has Phantom? Because I know we have Fenrir. Even better.
There it is.
Fenrir, I know you're very familiar with after the last seed.
Mm-hmm. Fenrir was a good boy. Fenrir was a very good boy.
And Papa Shango at 5 and 7, we shall see where they opt to go for their last Esper. They will still make a very quick work of the statues, but this may be an Esper at the auction house. I don't know if they actually got an Esper before. I missed if they just got a check out of it or an
They
Esper.
just got to check it.
Okay. So we're going to sell off here. Maybe not remembering that they already did some of it. Okay, I think they did remember that they already got some of these, so they don't need to sell the whole farm to get to the 90k. Rybon's able to get through tier 3 without any issue, so that is fantastic to see, and is going to be able to carry on. Papa Shango finds an imp robot. That is not what you want to see. Takes a reset there while Rybon goes to tier 4.
Papa Shango's luck. If it wasn't for bad luck, Papa Shango would have no luck at all this seed. Oh, and the NPC guarding the door. That's just no good.
And Papa Shango still unable to find this Esper. The auction house really mistreating him, and meanwhile, Rybon is just playing a blue bubble bath with the final boss of the video game. Kefka is being showered with the what will soon be his own remains falling from the sky. This is not going to be long for this world.
This was a speed run to end all speed runs. This is just, Tara says pop pop.
Yeah, we might have Papa Shango on the right-hand side of your screen, but we got Rybon going pop pop on Kefka right there. And that is GG's for Rybon. We'll get a final time from One Free Fits. 58-24.
58-24. Wow,
Woo.
that is...
That's about 313.30 overall, I think, for the team as a whole through 3 runs, which is pretty dang incredible for everyone so far on Team Mobliz benefiting St. Jude's Children's Hospital Fund. So very well done to all the runners on that team so far. Papa Shango for Team Interceptor is going through and doing the Mobliz check. I believe this is an Esper, so this will be their unlock as well. And we see that through day 1, we've gotten $780 raised so far. $575 awesome. For St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and $205 for the OVC Pet Trust. So thank you so much to everyone for your generosity so far. There is day 2 of the event tomorrow with, I believe, 5 more races that are going to be coming up. But I do want to make sure to thank everybody who has donated so far today. Sigil, Papa Shango, Physics, Christopher Workin, Nobody War, Impetuous, Rybon, Herdsman, Gretham, Drinks Glue, Mrs. Glue, and your $15 donations as well that we missed earlier. Thank you for that. As well as the Schwantz putting in a donation. And Double Down. So thank you everyone so much for all of your donations so far. And I do
Yes,
believe
thank you
with
so
that ding in
much.
our ear, we are joined by a Rybon who just randomly put up a 5824 here. GG's to you. And I do
Yes, thank
believe
you
with
so
that
much.
ding
Hi,
in our
Possum.
ear.
Yeah, that was pretty quick, huh?
Yeah, I'm like, I thought I was gonna have a record seed today, but dang,
I mean,
dang.
sometimes you just get lucky and find an Esper from the auction house, right?
Yeah, that was one shot, and that saved you a lot of time. That's where Papa Shango's having a lot of troubles finding that 8th Esper. But tell us, how was your approach to this seed? Give us the rundown.
I have to out myself here. I should have practiced this flag set more. I was asking Fiery Blizzard like just before this entire thing kicked off. How is this different from Ultras League? Because I've only played Ultras League flags the entire time I've been playing Worlds Collide. And fortunately, they're actually not too different, except that people can equip everything and you can see everything in the Coliseum. And there's actually quite a few differences. But despite that, I kind of felt like I was going a little slow early game because I was looking at my clock and I'm like, I've got 2 checks done at 12 minutes in. This is not looking good. I'd be very disappointed in an Ultras League seed if I had 2 checks done at 12 minutes in. But I found early Illuminas for sale, early VKs, which ended up being kind of a trap. And I just wanted to get my power in hand before I started tackling the seed. So that Illumina came in handy. The VK was handy on that Ifrit fight at the end of Dome of Dream. And once with power in hand, everything just came together.
I very much agree. In my practice, I found that gathering your power for this flag set makes for just blazing through the seed at the end. So I totally agree, because I did quite a few practice seeds especially in the last couple of days. And just gathering your power, finding those big swords, finding your power spells, is how you get fast times in this flag set.
Yeah, that's one thing I've been trying to do more on Ultras League flags, for example. I'm a relic of the old Free Enterprise community, which is still a great community. Love it. But it was my first randomizer, and Possum here taught me quite a bit about that game. And there's a lot of skills, a lot of ideas that are transferable between randomizers. One of them is the whole grind early, grind often. The general idea that the more you invest early on in the power for your party, the quicker the rest of your run will go. Now, in Worlds Collide, one thing that I'm trying to apply is that I don't really want to grind by like taking a bunch of dragons early on, stuff like that, because dragons are a resource. 50 magic points, a big chunk of XP. You can save that for when you have a full party or your final party. But some way I try to apply to Worlds Collide is, go find your Atlas armlets as quickly as possible. Go spend additional time trying to find those earrings, because that is going to amplify your damage for the remainder of the seed. Don't wait until 30 or 40 minutes in to get that, because you could have gotten at 15 minutes and you're leaving 25 minutes on the table of increased damage. So that's why I did a lot of shopping early on, looking for, Atlas armlets and earrings and other additional things. I was also really looking for, Genji gloves or offerings for sale, but they never appeared. I bought those 2 Valiant Knights in hope that, hey, I could just Genji glove these and tear through the seed, or I can go buy a second Illumina and Edgar can be, a total monster. And he was still pretty good with quick Ultima on that, I think it was the Fenrir. But, that was still my general approach to the seed, and I think it worked out today at least.
Yeah, that's one thing that I am definitely learning is do your power hunting early so it can amplify you throughout the seed rather than do it late. Where so I totally agree. So definitely do your power hunting early, do it often, and then quote unquote grind later.
Yep, and also that was a lot of XP eggs.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to find. Like, I was a little disappointed when I went down to Edgar's Sunken Castle check and I found another Valiant knife, but the XP egg was okay. But there's only 2 more from Terra's check was pretty astounding to me, and that led to some very high levels despite only doing 16 checks this seed.
Yeah, I wanted to ask actually about kind of the end of the seed there. Before you went into Kefka's Tower, you took an extra dragon. I'm assuming that was to learn Ultima for all 3 lanes, just in case something nasty showed up. Was that your approach, kind of taking it safe?
That wasn't. It was. I was taking it safe, but not for Ultima purposes. I noticed that Edgar was at level 40, and I have had too many bad experiences with Doomgaze in this game. That if I could get off the the multiples of 5, I'm going to try to take a dragon and do so. So that's primarily why I did it. I think I got another fixed dice from it, so nothing too fantastic. And I don't think Cyan ever cast Quick or Ultima, so Terra was X Magic, Quick, and Ultima. Cheap Ultima, by the way. I wasn't expecting Ultima to be only 66 MP this seed. Really just carried that Kefka fight. I didn't even have to cast like Doom on tools or anything like that. He just died. It was great.
Yeah, that's I don't know. In my seat, I had double Ultima casters, Grand Train. It was just AOE stuff falls over. It was glorious.
Yeah, there was one point where I'm casting Ultima Quick and then Ultima, and then I'm like, why can't Edgar attack? Oh, I got 2 more Ultimas coming. I forgot about that. But
yeah,
I didn't want to cast the last 2 Ultimas on phase 2 because I'm like, I'm gonna trigger sleep. He's going to quarter me, and then I'm gonna get 10 hits, and I'm gonna wipe. And I played this game before, so.
Yeah, that's the experience kicking in of knowing when to hold back and temper your smash.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this: how does your experience in other flag sets? How does it compare, and how does it feed your experience? How does it feed your what's the word I'm looking for? Feed your thought process in a faster, more powerful flag set like this?
So I've only played Ultra League, so that's the only frame of reference that I have to compare to, which is a much slower flag set, despite the fact that people in Megalixer are getting 58 minutes on Ultra League flags like it's candy. Despite that, the way that it kind of applied, I took that understanding and applied it to this seed, is understanding that, there is a lot of power, ample power. So a lot of the understanding or learning that I learned from Ultra League in regards to routing efficiency that I tried to apply here, while also keeping in mind all the differences of how the power enabled a lot of stuff. The cheap rods early game, by the way, were very unexpected and very useful. But it's primarily I took the routing knowledge that from Ultra League, applied it to this flag set, and kind of threw caution to the wind in some cases because I kind of felt a little overpowered for most of the seed.
I would agree with that. In this flag set, you feel way overpowered. Looks like Papa Shango has started his final Kefka fight. Fitz says a 54-53 start. So still, an amazing time for Papa Shango, despite having to do the opera penalty. and his struggles finding that 8th Esper with the auction house not cooperating like it did for Rybon. So still an amazing time from an amazing runner.
You have to spill the beans. What happened in the auction house for Papa Changa?
He had
It
to
took
visit
him,
it 5 times.
yeah.
Imp robot 5 times?
Just one. He saw everything
Just one?
in there, though. Yeah.
Did
Unlucky.
he get the Esper or no?
Eventually.
I see. You know what they say. Get lucky, don't get unlucky.
Oh, Fitz saying he didn't get the Esper, actually. He bailed on it.
Oh,
It took
That's
so
rough
long,
because
he just
Federer-
left.
Fenrir was the one with Ultima and Quick. Looks like he doesn't have, or he didn't pick up Terra. He decided to use Go-Go instead.
Yeah, he's
he
been
has
blitzing and
Terra,
doing Go-Go
but
Mimic.
yeah.
Did he do Burning House by any chance?
No, I don't think he did Burning House.
Okay, I was worried that I was worried I wasn't going to find, it's like 30 or 40 minutes in, I hadn't found a 4th character yet. I'm like, don't make me do Burning House. Please don't make me do Burning House.
We were talking about that as strategies on how Papa Shango might be able to catch up, because you had a fairly significant head start on how he might catch up, and it was avoid long checks, avoid old man checks, and unfortunately RNG Cave was pretty much required.
Yeah. I was tempted to check Cultist Tower before going into RNG Cave, but ultimately decided not to. Because that's just a slow check, and it is 3 checks, and I didn't need 3 checks at that point.
Yep.
So I'm just gambling all on RNG Cave, hoping that it has what I need. And fortunately, it had Terra. But yeah, sometimes better lucky than good.
Yes, I would rather be lucky than good. I would rather be lucky than good.
Hmm.
You can also be both. A Rabon?
That's hard. Just get lucky. That requires less effort.
Well, I do want to thank you for your contributions earlier, your donation to Team Mobliz and St. Jude's Children's Hospital as well. Before we let you go for the evening, I will give you the floor to talk about the seed, talk about the event, anything like that you would like to discuss. But did just want to, find out kind of your thoughts overall on everything and see how you're feeling for your team right now and for yourself.
I'm happy to help my team. Physics did great. Quest for You did great as well. And I hope that I filled my part of the bargain in order to try to give Team Mobliz a bit of a head start tomorrow. But Team Interceptor is not out yet. There are some very big names, very strong players on the other teams. So, that lead could evaporate very quickly tomorrow if people like Golden Shocker and Fiery Blizzard are on point. We'll see, though. But despite that, no, I think we talked the seed to death. It was a fun one. It was a fast one, and I wish I could do Ultras League this fast as I did this one, but I'm not there yet.
That would be wonderful.
That would be fantastic. I might actually make it to Megalixer one day then.
That would be wonderful. Yeah, I'd love to be able to do that. But yeah, with Golden Shocker and Fiery Blizzard and Dwaya even on Team Interceptor tomorrow, they'll be able to catch right up very easily.
I'm happy with this lead, but I wouldn't rest on our laurels tomorrow, so go Team Mobliz.
Go Team Mobliz!
Anyhow, I've been talking your ear off, so I'll hop out, but thank you both for the commentary tonight. Fritz for doing the very difficult job of cropping live, and Glue for putting it all on and doing the tracking, I think.
That is
Yeah,
correct.
you-
And you don't have to leave if you don't want to. You can stay in the booth and talk to us all that you want. But if you would like to
all
go
I
do
want.
something else and enjoy, you are welcome to do that as well. Or if you want to hang around and listen to us in here and stick around and watch, you can do all that. There's nothing that we're going to tell you can and can't do, other than maybe wish some luck to Papa Shango here, as this Merton just did bad things to his Cyan and Edgar.
Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't look very fun for Papa Shango right now, but Papa Shango and I were in Tonic together in my first Otros League season about 2 seasons ago. And Papa Shango is a hell of a good runner. So I have no doubt whatsoever that he's going to recover from this little bit of a hiccup right now. Especially in a lot of the off-season stuff, Ultras Underground and other types of asyncs that we see. Papa Shango is very active and right up there with some of the big names, some of the Elixir and Mega Elixir players. So I think he might have had a bit of lack of luck. Oh, he's okay. Look, Life 3 is all good.
Yeah, but that Merton hurt.
No, he's got this. Also, I just wanted to note one additional thing. In the conversation we were having before our seed kicked off, it took me forever, I guess, to make the connection that St. Jude's is being assigned to Team Mobliz, because it makes sense. St. Jude's is a children's hospital. Mobliz is a village of children. I guess Drinks Glue did that on purpose, and I just am not intelligent enough to pick it up until now, but there is a lot of lore to this, apparently.
And
You
so
know,
you also know
subconscious-
that...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Christopher.
I was going to say, subconsciously, I knew that, but I didn't actually think about it until you said it.
So you know the Team Interceptor, of course, for the vet trust is, the dog connection
an
as well.
animal shell. Yeah. Again,
Interceptor the
subconscious.
I know.
Yes.
I thought it
And
was a
it's an
heat-seeking
animal.
missile.
Okay. Anyway, moving on to Tier 4 is Papa Shango
Tier
and the
3
commentary booth. So we did see something really cool from Papa Shango there. Life 3 was cast on Cyan. So that way when he quicked himself to get us through straight past Calmness, everyone else could be phantomed. He still lives even if he gets hit. So very well done by Papa Shango there. Also apparently had image up still from Fenrir, I guess, or Vanish. I don't know. Has the image status from something, maybe a Mirage Vest even, but looks just fine going into this next phase, and we have some quick action coming out as well.
Fitz says it's a Mirage Vest.
Ah.
I don't. We're going hot and wild here.
I'm all for it. We get to see Quick,
That
we
was one
get to
thing I was
see
wondering about
Go-Go.
this seed.
Go ahead, Rybob.
Oh, I mean, one thing that I forgot about this seed is that doing any of the 3 checks got you all the blitzes, all the magic tech, all the sword techs, and maybe I should have prioritized doing Doma Dream earlier just to get that bum rush online earlier. Because it seems like Papa Shango's using it to great effect right now.
Mm-hmm.
He has been using it for a lot of the seed and using it very aggressively. Edgar here not going to be using anything aggressively right now, as Edgar is
He's
we'll say
holding the
guarding
floor down.
floor. Yes.
Yeah, he's holding the floor down.
He is the Dragoon of this game, right?
Well, Dragoons just hold the team back, not the floor down. There's a difference.
Oh, I see.
All right, let's see if Papa Shango can bring this home. I am crossing my fingers and hoping it happens. I believe playing this safe and just waiting for Kefka to do the thing. And there is the thing.
There's the thing. He said the thing.
And I don't blame him one bit. Very scary to be sitting here staring at a goner that would wipe out everyone? Pretty sure everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be in everybody.
And also thinking of the team, you know, it's a bit of marathon safety. Like if you're playing in one of those events you talked about, Rob, on the Ultras Underground, Ultras League, etc., you got to go fast. But here you got to go safe and fast. And Papa Shango is able to finish out team time of 3:35.07. GG's to Papa Shango and Team Interceptor. And I believe we are now joined by Papa Shango as well. It was a 106.31 individual time, so GG's to you, Papa Shango, relying largely on Bum Rush and some VKs.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the GG's. See, I was trying to make up some time there, but it looks like Rybon may have found a different path.
He did.
Yeah, his path was laden with eggs.
That'll do it.
And yeah, 3 of them. And yours was more VK, more Bum Rush, more Mimic Bum Rush. There was also a Fenrir Esper in the auction house he got first try, which you got never. It had Quick, I think, and Ultima, and it was a whole thing. So it was a very good Esper, and it just wouldn't cooperate with you to get you there. So a little bit of bad luck for sure on your end. Still a heck of a performance, though.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was going for a lot less shopping. I was trying to just get going once I saw those VKs, and I knew I was running the risk of not finding eggs in a shop or something like that, but I just wanted to get going.
Yeah, but still a 106 is still a really good time for this. Even in my practice, I thought I was doing really good at 107. And then, so a 106 for the trouble you had finding that 8th Esper, still a really good time. So shout outs to you.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, it was a real bummer when Tritalk was dead. I thought that was going to be a nice clean unlock and skip, and then it wasn't.
Yeah.
But that happens.
Yeah, you know, rando gonna rando. So tell us, what were your thoughts on the flag set in general? Is this, you know, did you do a lot of practice on this flag set, or did you just kind of look over the flags and go, I'll wing it?
I did 2 practice runs leading up to it when I was coming into this. I do like the flag set. It's it goes a little bit faster. You get a lot more power, a lot more levels. But it's not so easy that it's just completely mindless. But it definitely gives you a lot of power, a lot of fun to work with, while still having to kind of play the game a bit and not just run through hold A. Although you get to that point pretty quickly. But there's some nuance to it, and I definitely enjoy it.
All right, and Papa Shango, going through, for your team, obviously this being a team event, we have, your team coming in around 20 minutes or so behind, but a lot of ground to be made up. Any words of wisdom, any knowledge you would like to share for your team, any words of motivation or encouragement going forward for them as Team Interceptor looks to make the climb back against Team Mobilis?
Well, I know I believe in my teammates. I think they have it in them. They're definitely some speedy people there, and I know they've got that dog in them, just like Interceptor, the team mascot. And they're just pretty much just don't be afraid just to step on the gas and quit messing around and just go. And I know they'll probably be up for that, and I believe in them.
Love to hear that support for the team. So I think I will turn it over to you, Quest, for any other questions for either Rybon or Papa Shango who have joined us. And if not, we'll give Papa Shango the floor here for a second, just for any final thoughts. But I do see, actually, before we do that, we just had a $215 donation come in from Jabron TR. Thank you for that donation, Jabron, to the OVC Pet Trust. That puts us at $575 for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital and $420 for the OVC Pet Trust. So $995 total. Incredible work to everybody so far. So thank you for your generosity. And kick it to you, Christopher, if you have anything for Papa Shango.
Not that I can think of. I just want to say, really great job, stepping on the gas, and just, taking it from, and just stepping on the, like I said, just stepping on the gas. Excuse me. So, and coming back from a late start, and really bringing it up, especially with the opera house delay. We'll put it on.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah, that
always a crowd favorite.
Yep.
Oh yeah, thank you. So I just want to thank you guys for putting on this event, Drinks Glue, and all the other admins for organizing this behind the scenes. I think it's a great cause. St. Jude's and the Pet Trust are both great things to do for, and I'm glad that we're able to participate and earn some money for it. It'll definitely go to good use. And yeah, it's just a great community for anyone that's new that is joining us. Join the Discord. Everyone's willing to help out. Once you get your feet under you, if you want to join the Moogle Cup, which is the new player tournament, that's always great. If you want to get a little more into the obscure and see really what Worlds Collide has to offer, we've got the Living Seed and the Draft Async can really kind of get into the weird, which is also lots of fun. But yeah, just anyone that's out there thinking about joining, just join up. There's really, everyone's very nice and welcoming here. And again, just thank you guys again for putting it on.
Well, thanks for participating. I think we should do more of these more often. Love to see it. Gamers giving back. Love to see it. So we are going to be back tomorrow for round 2 with Gretham versus Impetuous. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. Possum, Glue, anybody got any final parting words?
Just thank you to Glue for putting everything together. Thank you to Fitz one last time for doing the restreaming for all 3 races. Thank you to Physics Shebang Nobody War for race number 1, being the runners in that. Questifer Workin and Jabron TR, race number 2. Rybon and Papa Shango, race number 3. Thank you also to Glue, pitching in not just as the admin for the event, if you will, and the go-between for the charities, but also for doing commentary earlier and tracking. And then Physics for commentary, Workin, of course, for commentary, Nobody War for tracking as well. So a lot of folks pulling double and triple duties on these, and it is much, much appreciated for 2 really good causes. Again, thank you for both St. Jude's Children's Hospital and the OVC Pet Trust for partnering with us so we can raise money for great charities, excuse me. Goodness gracious, the words are leaving me after 3 C's worth of commentary. But thank you so much for everyone behind the scenes, and also to those helping out and at those charities themselves. So thank you one last time to everybody. And if there is nothing else that anyone has, we will let y'all go on your way. Just make sure to come on back starting at noon Eastern tomorrow. We will be on this same channel with 5 more of these races to finish out the relay. Going to be a heck of a time, and would love to see y'all there.
The next day.
Hello, humans, Moogles, and Yetis. Welcome to day 2 of the Ultima Derby.
I'm Jackamus Wedge. I am joined here by Arusta. Arusta, how you doing today?
I am doing very well. I am looking forward to this. This is the Ultima Derby. I think this will be a very, very fun thing for everybody to see. I mean, I think it's a really cool thing our community is doing, raising money for charity. So, Jack, can you explain a little bit about the Ultima Derby?
Well, it's a derby featuring Ultima. You're allowed to use Ultima. A more serious answer, this is a basically series of quick relay races between Team Mobliz and Team Interceptor. We're accepting donations for 2 charities, just based on whichever team you want to support. We've got the St. Jude Children's Hospital for Team Mobliz, and we've got the Ontario Veterinary Commission for Team Interceptor.
Absolutely, and we just dropped some links in the chat, and you can use !donate if you need to see those links again. What we've got is basically this is a relay race, similar to if you've seen, just people running around a track passing a baton. That is exactly what's going on here. So on the left, we've got Team Mobliz. On the right, we've got Team Interceptor. For this race, Team Mobliz is represented by Gretham. On the right, Team Interceptor is represented by Imp. So these will be... From the races yesterday, Team Interceptor is actually about 20 minutes behind, but we will be starting consistently at the same time today just to keep the races a little more interesting. And then Team Interceptor, hopefully they can catch up over the course of the day, make up that 20-minute and 29-second deficit. Basically, one thing to note is that as soon as one of the runners finishes, their next runner takes over and starts a seed immediately. So we'll be transitioning live from racer to racer as it goes through.
It's a very interesting format, and I believe we'll be transitioning from commentator to commentator after a couple races as well, if I've read the schedule correctly.
Absolutely. I think Jack and I are going to be here for the next couple hours, and then after the second race today, we will be swapping in some new commentators and just rolling through. I mean, it'll definitely be... So we're relaying on our side as well. Do we want to talk through, you can see the objectives there. So it is similar to our typical flag set if you've seen Worlds Collide before, where it's recruiting characters, finding espers. It's a little quicker than normal in terms of 5 characters, 8 espers, 15 checks for a skip, a bunch of upgrades for completing some of the longer checks. Characters are a little stronger than normal. Everything is just basically boosted a little bit for the races to go a little quicker than a typical Ultros League seed, which is our quote-unquote default, which might be, an hour and a half. A lot of these will be maybe hour 15 is sort of what things have been running. So some very interesting seeds. Do you have any opinions on the seeds or the flags?
Well, I would like to see some utter chaos here. Let's hope we roll a bad seed or two and we're stuck watching this just a little bit longer. So it looks like we've got a Lock Cyan pairing to go along with the guaranteed Umaro.
Yes, and I think I saw a Sword Tech and also a Magitech. Both of those are very good abilities, and they will get upgraded if you complete some of the longer checks. So both of those could potentially be late-game abilities once they get upgraded.
Certainly could be. Well, both of them heading straight to World of Ruin Narsh, which is typically the play if you do start with Lock. Get to get a nice item and potentially some treasure chests as well. Well, we've got our first Magicite for Impetuous. It is a stray Magicite.
Absolutely, and also that Atma weapon that did not choose. Completely understand why you didn't choose it, but you will be able to pick that up in World of Balance behind the Welk spot if you get Terra later down the line, so wouldn't be surprised to see people do that. Additionally, picking up the Curse Shield there. I missed the number that it was on, but makes sense to grab it.
It was 2. It's a very low number.
Yeah, so that's definitely
some
something
easy unlocking of a Paladin's Shield.
Absolutely. So if you're playing this, where are you going? Narsh, of course, is a very obvious first step. Where do you think you're going after this?
considering that not a whole lot of particularly nice gear has been found yet, I would say, personally, I would go to Mount Zozo. There's a decent amount of chests there, don't have to fight a boss at the top if you're not ready for combat yet. That would be the place to go.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I mean, the other option that we might see a little more looting in like South Figaro or something like that. I also, and this was actually just what I was going to say, is when I start with Flock, I kind of like we'll do what Gretham's play here is Phoenix Cave, because there's a lot of chests along the way. It's kind of a longer check, so you kind of want to do it early enough that you can still use the chest. So you are sacrificing the dragon, but I do like doing that.
It's a solid play. Impetuous is going to Loot Returner's hideout. I don't really like seeing players do this. You're going out of your way for chest gambles. There are better places to go out of your way to loot, including places that have shops. And nothing too interesting in chests on either side just yet. Most interesting thing we found is an Atlas armlet for some more physical damage.
Yeah,
incidentally, folks, there is an incentive for the race coming up there. If we reach a total of $50 in donations during this race, we're going to force the runners to go help an injured lad send some mail to his girlfriend. So your charity is going to make the runners charitable as well.
Absolutely, and that is one of the quests that you don't see very often in Worlds Collide, because it's, even if there's an objective, it often doesn't feel good to do, but it is interesting. So I hope we meet that. It's very interesting to do. If you are curious about how to donate, it's been posted a little earlier in the chat, but !donate. We are representing the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and the OVC Pet Trust.
Well, there's some staple consumables found for Impetuous in the item store, and dried meat if Gao shows up. Always handy to find that. It's just one less thing to worry about. There's our first real interesting treasure, a sniper inside the barrel between the shops. So,
and viable ice shield.
Impetuous' lock will already have an endgame quality weapon.
Absolutely, and looks like selling the farm here to get at least one, maybe a couple ice shields. They're breakable for a bunch of damage. They're good equipment. Always worth having.
Elemental shields are good. The best protection in this game is typically elemental protection.
Absolutely, and as well, knowing they're there can also be a good way to spend money right at the end of the seed before you go into the final boss rush. Buy some extra protection or buy some extra shields to break.
Gretham found a Thunderblade in that treasure chest. Interesting mid-tier weapon. Elemental damage, can't argue with it if you go up against some robot bosses, for example. Reward for Phoenix Cave is not a character, unfortunately. It is an ice shield.
Gretham pausing there on
Impetuous
the...
finds a hero ring in a treasure chest. That's typically one of the best accessories. Boosts all kinds of damage you deal.
Absolutely, and saw Gretham pause there on the screen. Gretham has been very open that they are not a huge fan of having Umaro in the party, but this early, you still got to keep him.
Oh, Umaro's fantastic early on. He has an attack that is guaranteed to do defense-ignoring damage. That's extremely valuable early on in a seed.
Absolutely. He only does lose steam later in the siege you get, but very valuable early, especially if you want to consider a Coliseum play. We haven't seen those a lot in the Ultimate Derby from last night, but could be a valuable play here.
Well, Gretham's picked up some earrings from the relic store in Tizen. Whatever the item was, it was ludicrously expensive, so we're not going to see what that is just yet.
I believe it was a $42,000 glowing stone. So some kind of Esper.
True, but we don't know which one. Now, Impetuous is also having a peek inside Zen. Goodbye, Air Anchor. Ooh. I never like seeing that, but with out a guaranteed tools user, if you need money, it's alright. Now, Gretham's heading to go loot South Figaro. I'm sure Gretham will be pleased to pick up a sniper hero ring and potentially ice shields from the store.
Absolutely. And even if you don't end up buying them, it's always good just to know they're there. Sniper with hero ring and atlas armlet there on Impetuous's side. Very strong. Multiple ways to boost damage plus a very strong weapon. Should be a pretty good physical attacker there.
There'll be a couple of good ones there, yeah. Hyper Wrist doesn't do nearly as much as you may think or want it to, but Atlas Armlet or Hero Ring is just a flat 50% damage increase to physical damage. Well, it looks like the incentive for the next race has been met already. We've got a $50 donation from Physics Shebang for Team Mobliz. Thank you very much for that. As Impetuous is off to do our first real check. Gonna see what these random battles are. It's a Chimera Gobbler pack. Not incredibly lucrative, but should be able to gain a couple of levels for whichever boss encounter is coming up.
Yeah, and it's always worth checking if you come in here at low levels, because you can get those battles, and it is something where if you find a really good battle, you can even take it multiple times by talking to multiple soldiers. So don't know if you'd want to do that here. That's not great battles, but maybe if you're feeling like it. Looks like Impetuous does want a couple more levels to get ready.
It's 3,000 experience. That's a lot early on in the seed, and it's not a difficult battle at all. I like the play of gaining the extra levels here. It'll just make the boss fight quicker.
Yeah, meanwhile, on Gretham's side, showing a different way of gaining some experience, just taking off the Moogle charm and walking around near a town.
Yeah, it'll be a good reward for the battle, but 6 targets is not great when all your damage is limited to single target. Looks like Impetuous is going to do another battle, and hey, why not? 3,000 easy experience points. Goes towards helping unlock the power of the Paladin Shield as well. Yeah, that battle for Gretham is going a little slow, unfortunately. Boss is going to be Atma Weapon. That is not a particularly threatening boss to find early on. Scaling hasn't really kicked in yet, so it doesn't have a whole lot going for it just yet.
Yeah, and those dual earring Magitech is really doing some work here. Looks like about 1,000 damage per hit. Should be done pretty quickly here.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see that even though Cyan does have that sniper equipped, electing to use Sword Tech, and that's because this boss has relatively high physical defense. So the Dispatch will ignore Atma's physical defense, whereas the sniper physical attack would not.
Yeah, it looks like Gretham on their side. Good work by Impetuous getting through that. Unfortunately, Locke was dead, so does miss out on this experience, but catch him up later. On Gretham's side, looks like they're doing maybe a bit more grinding in this cave here. You've got the Healing Spring, followed by the Manila Tunnel Armor spot, so it's a good place for early grinds as well.
Yeah, just top yourself off before you get to the meaningful battle. Well, no reason not to. And reward from Doma Castle was an experience egg, so that's going straight on Locke right now, it looks like. Nope, thought better of it and putting it on Cyan instead. Boss inside a South Figaro cave is Doulahan, weak to fire, so Locke's Magitech should destroy this thing with relative ease. And on top of that, I don't think Gretham can actually lose this fight with Umaro in the team, since the boss is all physical attacks and ice magic, both of which Umaro basically takes no damage from.
Absolutely, and just a quick update, we did, as we mentioned, we did meet that incentive for the next race, but also over the course of this race, I believe we've raised about $125 thus far to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, so thank you very much to everyone who's donated.
Absolutely, but don't forget to show Team Interceptor some love. Do it for the pets.
Absolutely, and if you donate to Team OVC, please, for Team Interceptor, please let us know either in chat or if you can message us in Discord, because the tracker for St. Jude's automatically updates and lets us know. The tracker for OVC does not let us know immediately, so just reach out to us directly and we can credit you, or just add it to the total if you don't want your name shout out, if you want to stay anonymous, either way.
Well, we've got a goddess battle for Impetuous over in Cyan's Dream. Gretham defeats Doulahan and is rewarded with a Minerva, best body piece in the game. And Impetuous has seen enough. Ice Shield is getting broken here. Will this be enough to say bye-bye, Goddess? Yes, it will.
Yes, it will, and I very much like that play. I mean, yes, you're destroying a very valuable piece of equipment, but when you've got a tough boss like that, you're saving a bunch of time just knocking it out and not having to worry about it.
That's more valuable. It is a race after all, not a play it safe.
Absolutely, and getting a second Esper Maduin from that. We'll see. Petuous will probably check it next time they open the menu. We'll see what that Esper is worth in terms of equipment.
Well, Dream looks to be the correct choice, as there's a Sellies. Gretham is now getting to work on battling Atma Weapon over at the castle. As Impetuous plays with a bunch of switches inside a weird dreamscape.
Yep, and Gretham will get their experience egg here from the Atma Weapon.
Experience egg good. You level up quicker. Makes your characters get swole.
Absolutely, especially this early in the seed, when you've still got lots and lots of fights to go, lots of bosses to go through. It's a dead check, but it's not really a dead check because you will probably gain enough experience and levels from that to really speed up the rest of your seed and sort of make up for the fact it didn't actually get you anywhere because just the speed you gain later.
Gretham will also be heading into Dream.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a...
go do Amaro things. Why not?
I mean, I think it definitely makes a lot of sense if you feel like you can clear Dream, because it's up to three pieces of progression, at least one of which is guaranteed. It's just with the kind of checks they have lying on the available right now, it's really makes a lot of sense to do that. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone dip Umaru's check maybe a little later once they're confident they can handle the dragon and have enough characters and espers that you want those magic points as well.
Gretham picked up a Thunder Shield in one of the chests in Doma Castle, just to add another layer of invulnerability. Boss at the end is Rexel and the Soul Savers. One of the least popular 70s bands that we see in here in Worlds Collide. And while the boss is indeed weak to ice, it has huge magic defense, so you can see that Locke is basically using tickle beams against it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Umaru is... Well, that was a nice jump at that time, but what I was going to say is that as an uncontrollable
as you
character...
call him out on it, Umaru just decides, no, I'm going to be good, I'm going to hit the correct target.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times he doesn't, but definitely worth it there. Meanwhile, Locke learning a bunch of nice white magic spells from that too.
Well, Umaru's a little tired over on Gretham's side, so it's going to be Locke and Cyan getting to work with some magic damage here.
Yep, and the thing to note, if you just saw that on Impetuous' side, one of the objectives for this is when you complete one of the long checks, such as this one, you max out your sword tech, so they've now got all the good sword techs. You max out your Magitech, so now they've got Tech Missile, the best Magitech ability in the game. They also maxed out Blitz if they get that, if we eventually find a Blitz user.
Just lots of good skills to play around with. Fun times indeed. There was another Atma weapon just sitting on the Doma throne.
Yeah, and I believe someone...
Bit of a marathon battle going here for Gretham. Maybe does not have damage boosters equipped? No earrings, perchance?
I thought I saw Gretham stop and buy the earrings. I don't know. Maybe it was something forgot to equip them or didn't get the chance to.
I'm not sure. The damage just seemed a little low compared to Impetuous, and they are at about the same level. Impetuous has gone to loot another South Figaro, since some of the chests basically refill from world to world. And why not? We got Cellies, might as well pick up a tiny bit of extra loot while you go see what the free thing is in the basement.
Yeah, and buying a couple earrings as well along the way. Get a couple more, always good to have.
It's free damage. Damage wins fights faster. Fast wins races. Gao is a character. Gao is not going to be a character.
Yeah, GP, Rain, and Lore is not necessarily a great set of abilities. I don't know if the unlock actually unlocked the Lores or not. If it did unlock the Lores, then Lore is, of course, a endgame caliber spell with stuff like Grand Train or Quasar. Oh, nope, it does. I'm informed in chat from our tracker Drinks Glue, who is doing the restream and running things behind the scenes, is that Lore was not unlocked. You just have the two Lores, so yeah, Lore, not a useful ability.
Well, you don't know which ones you have until you check the command.
Maybe.
Well, Impetuous is going to go do some more quote-unquote free checks, heading to Mount Zozo. I would have personally been here quite a while ago as we were deciding where we may go ourselves.
Yeah, but looks like Impetuous has decided they're done looting. Gonna just basically take the dragons and go.
Yeah, just grab whatever's on the way. If you're feeling confident, there is no reason to open treasure boxes.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the target here is 5 characters and 8 espers, so both, well, Impetuous has already reached their 5 characters. I assume Gretham will very quickly as well once they pick up the Celis, and then we'll probably follow up on the Celis checks pretty quick. So then it's just an Esper hunt. In terms of levels, both Gretham and Impetuous are in their low 20s in levels, but by the time that's a good enough start that by the time they get their next 6 Espers or whatever it takes, they should be at pretty good space. They've got some nice abilities already, so I think they're in pretty good shape going forward overall.
And Gretham's seen enough, he's going to smash that Ice Shield and just get rid of Rexol in one attack. We've got a Storm Dragon battle for Impetuous, who is using Sword Strikes from the back row with Celis for some reason.
That might have been either a misclick or forgot what she had equipped, because someone else had a sniper equipped, so maybe thought the sniper was on Celeste.
Perhaps. Reward is fantastic. It's a Ragnarok. So Celis is going to hit pretty darn hard with that. Assuming that is the route Impetuous is intending to go, then again, I think he was planning Atma for her since he gave her Experience Egg. Anyway, Celis is going to use some type of sword, so probably should take her off the back row.
Okay, and I would like to just shout out, we received a $50 donation to the OVC Pet Trust from Taco Mage in memory of their pet Jill, so we really appreciate that. Thank you very much for donating to the OVC Pet Trust. As well, we have the links to donate. I will drop those in just a sec, but this is, of course, for charity. One of our Team Mobiliz is running for the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and Team Interceptor is running for the Ontario Veterinary College Pet Trust. If you do donate to either of them, please let us know. We'd be glad to shout you out, and thank you for your work.
Well said. Well, that's considerably more affordable. 162 gil instead of almost 50,000. Yeah, that's an easy buy. So there's another glowing rock for Impetuous, puts them up to 3. Big Esper hunt on the go right now.
Absolutely, and as well, being Bahamut is actually kind of cool. We haven't seen what spells are on it, but Bahamut is a very good offensive Esper, probably the best Esper in terms of casting in the game for offensive damage, and we do have multi-summon on, so if you're looking for something for a character to do, they can slap that on and just summon him and do a bunch of damage.
Indeed. I don't think we'll be seeing much Bahamut use, though. Our players have far better options than that. Speaking of better options, Gretham just bought a Ragnarok from World of Ruin South Figaro. I believe Impetuous did not check that store. Good news is that they both got a Ragnarok. But why have settled for one Ragnarok when you could have all the Ragnaroks?
Yep.
Impetuous putting a Ragnarok on Umaro, that unfortunately is not a good play. Umaro does not have a magic command and therefore cannot take advantage of the MP crits on the sword.
Gretham thinking long and hard about whether to dump.
He's thinking about it.
Because Gretham is a very, 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 very well known that does not like Umaru. This is actually why the incentive for this race was specifically because of Gretham's well-known dislike for Umaru. So,
oh, that's so spiteful. But what about Impetuous? You can't just screw with my boy Gretham. You got to give some sort of handicap to Impetuous as well.
I mean, isn't running with Umaru enough of a handicap?
No.
I mean, you've got
Umaro's
an.
good.
But who's going to pilot the airship?
Yeah. And look at that. We've got a Katana Soul found for Impetuous deciding to gamble on a monster in a box. So now one of his characters can swing the ammo weapon 4 times per round.
Yeah, and that is excellent. That's a end game combo right there. Very, very good, especially since a lot of their characters already have high strength, so with the boosted stats we're seeing in the seed, so should be very, very good. Impetuous going to follow up here, probably do the dragon along the way, and then do these 2 checks here. Both of these have the
That's
potential
a
to be
much
Espers.
better weapon for Umaro over on Gretham's side. Gretham gave Umaro the Atma weapon. Umaro loves that weapon. That's the one he should have on. Because no matter whether Umaro decides to attack physically or do a tackle, he will always ignore defense with his attacks. And he's incredibly beefy, so it's unlikely he'll take damage and reduce the power of the Atma weapon. So, looks like Cyan's been moved over to Offering on Impetuous's side, so I guess we're going to see a lot of snipers being thrown.
Yeah, and that, I mean, that makes sense. Like, Sniper is secretly a very good weapon because the little proc that it does, I believe, triple damage, goes off on a surprising number of enemies are actually weak to it.
As long as it has inherent float status, yes. And, here's another little trick that you can do if you want. You can cast float on an enemy, and then it will be weak to the sniper. And looks like Impetuous's levels were high enough that he's just gonna throw Atma weapon on Cyan and let him swing away with that. 1,000 to hit over 4 hits is not too bad, and that weapon will only get stronger as his level increases.
Yeah, and I mean, I think everybody on Impetuous' side, between the Elemental Shields, the Paladin Shield, the Minerva, and the Snow Muffler, I think pretty much everybody's got some form of very good elemental protection and overall defense.
You could use Merton if you found it, if you wanted to. Lots of overwhelmingly good options on this seed. And Impetuous has found Tentacles, one of the more underrated Greek heroes. Electing for Tech 7, Tech 6 probably would have been the better choice there. Tech 7 is better for single targets than against groups. And huge meteors are becoming crashed into the Tentacles, and they're gone.
And and the reward is a dead check, but Atma weapon, still nice to have. I don't know if we've seen a Genji glove yet to really hold 2 of them at once, but maybe you find one, and that would be a nice backup to have. Going to continue on, of course, to the Umaru check here as well.
Indeed. Impetuous is going to need to grow extra arms to swing all those swords around. There's a wealth of fantastic weapons on this seed. The only thing really holding our runners back is, where are all the Espers at, bro?
Well, there's one of them. Choate, which, it's an Esper. It exists.
You better watch out, though, Impetuous. There's some sort of boss guarding it. I'm sure it's going to last more than 2 rounds.
Well, technically, yes. The Piranha will last more than 2 rounds because they keep regenerating for 5 to 55 seconds.
Okay, Umaro's got the sniper now over on Impetuous's side. That's another fun weapon for Umaro. Good, use the Yeti. The Yeti is good. So while Impetuous is gone fishing, Gretham has picked up the cheap Magicite. And going to pick up a few status cures just in case something goes sideways in the final battle. And looks like our seed was unkind. We've got a longer Piranha battle here. Took a while for Rizipus to show up.
And then when it shows up, it of course dies immediately because it's still Rizopass. It's still a very weak boss.
Indeed.
Oh, looks like Gretham is going to find themselves a Yeti as well. Or excuse me, an offering as well.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. We're basically watching an echo of Impetuous over on Gretham's side. There were a few route divergences early. Dream, Gretham's basically been following in his coattails, making the same choices.
Yep, and nice use of Confuser there. It's one of those you don't get to use all that often, but when you do, Confuser can be very, very nice, specifically against Katana Soul.
It can have its uses in regular encounters as well, if you ever play seeds where you're kind of forced to deal with those, but yes. So Umaro has become Super Umaro for Gretham. And Impetuous is going to go do that South Figaro cave that Gretham did a while ago. The reward is nice, it's a Minerva, but it's not progress. And we're starting to run out of options for our runners. They're either going to have to do Gao things or probably go through the entirety of Magitech facility. A lot of dead checks on this one. I wonder if 5 characters is enough to find the prerequisite amount of Espers. Good news is, though, with all these dead checks, they'll both almost absolutely assuredly unlock the skip for Kefka's Tower.
Yes, I mean, the required amount of checks is 15, and with both of them having done 2 dragons, plus, what they've had to find and the dead checks, they're going to get there before they even get their 8th Esper, I'm pretty sure.
Well, Jedi Master Umaro goes to work for Gretham. And Cyan doesn't even get to use his fancy sword text because that dragon is now an X-Dragon.
Oh, interesting. Impetuous going to show us the Velt check. I had forgotten we hadn't seen that yet because a lot of times you see it right after Gao, but
And
definitely
Impetuous
worth doing.
forgot to leave someone on the airship to see whatever it was.
Yeah, because this is always a good check to do because it is guaranteed progression. Sometimes it can take a while if you have bad luck, but hopefully you run into the parties pretty quick and get your either Esper or character.
Well, Impetuous is going to give it a go, and it can be RNG hell if the game does not like you. Again, Locke swinging a big sword, but from the back row, so damage getting cut significantly there. And now it's Gretham's turn to battle Tentacles. And there's a Setzer for Impetuous. Setzer is not a bad character to find when you're just searching espers because he has 2 extremely quick checks.
Yeah, and the Search the Skies check is very quick, but it also can only be a Esper or an item, so you've got presumably slightly better chances than if you could also get characters from there.
Well, espers is what we want right now, Arusta, so Searching the Sky is going to be good times.
Absolutely, and the other nice thing is
picks
that...
up yet another Atma weapon.
Yes, always need more of them. The other nice thing is that this Colon Jin in check is near Daryl's tomb, so if you want to do Setzer's other check, you save yourself a bunch of flying as well, so they can often be nice to just combo together.
Can be, yeah, and in this case it was a Magicite, which is exactly what Impetuous wants to see. Still needs 2 more espers to unlock the end of the game, though. Gonna buy 21 sleeping bags. I think that may be a little excessive, Arusta.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised he didn't buy a Mega Elixir while he was there, because those are, I mean, it's always nice to have one. Maybe he already had one and I missed it, but if I see one in a shop and I have plenty of money, especially mid to late seed, always worth buying.
What else are you going to spend your money on?
Exactly, and it's always, I mean, it's
So-
safety, and if nothing else, it's Fallen One protection.
I suppose, but I think with the offense that both our runners have, they can skip Fallen One.
True.
Ah, the much more popular band has shown up in the sky, Haydn and the Haydnites.
And not for very
And
long,
because these
it is
are
an undead
speed
boss.
flags, bosses are undead. Toss a Revivify, and he gone. Meanwhile, Gretham is doing some illegal lightning fishing.
That is a 7th Esper. That is Raiden. So, Impetuous. Oh, going to flip over to the World Balance here. Almost certainly going to go straight to the Magitech Factory. I love this play if you only need 1 Esper, or if you only need Espers, period, because first 2 bosses are right back to back, and both of them are Esper item only. So, usually you can pretty much bet on getting at least 1 there. Oh, and it had that new Esper had Quick on it, which is at a times 15 rate. Quick can be very nice, especially with a physical character. You can just get a bunch of swings in with your offering character if you want to.
Swing big swords all day, every day. That's the speed strats. And Impetuous is just going, gone. Looking for the bosses, looking for the sweet, sweet rewards.
Yep, and that makes sense, because there is pretty much nothing you could realistically find in a chest that's going to dramatically change what you do. Even if you get like an Illumina, yeah, it's technically an upgrade, but you don't really need it. And odds are much more likely that you're going to get something you just completely ignore.
If you have elemental protection for all 4 characters and big weapons, you no longer need treasure boxes. You've got everything you need. Cyan, stop! Kefka had a family. Actually,
Don't
he
worry,
probably
Cyan's
didn't.
wearing a Moogle suit, so he's blaming Mog for it, so people are going to come after Mog. And there we go. That is Unlock Final Kefka Objective Complete. That is the 8th Esper, and it is also a very good Esper, being Golem. So, Calmness Protection, which you definitely want. So, good to have.
Just a little bit of insurance indeed.
Gretham doing the Kefka and Narsh check here. That's an interesting play at this point of the seed. I don't hate it, but it's probably not what I would have done, just because it's kind of a long walk, and even though you get teleported back, it's kind of a pain. Plus, it just feels like it takes forever, even though it doesn't. Even though, like, you know, watching a move doesn't actually take that long. It's like 15 seconds. It just feels like it takes long.
It's desperation. Gretham's basically just throwing up his hands, like going, "Where's all the espers?" So this one, you know, if it's not a character, chances are it's an esper when you found so many dead checks. I think it's perhaps more of a refusal to want to really do any Gao checks, which I understand, and the idea being to hopefully save Magitech facility for when you've got 6 espers, so you can hopefully find your last 2, warp out, and get going.
Yeah, that makes sense. I believe we saw yesterday that espers can be for sale in the auction house. I know a lot of people hate the auction house because of the RNG, which is totally understandable. In terms of time, it's actually not as bad as you think if you get it within the first run or two. It just feels bad when you get a bunch of dead checks at the auction house or a bunch of dead auctions.
Indeed. Well, Gretham's unlocked his skip and did get rewarded with a Magicite, so I would be beyond shocked if Gretham doesn't fly straight to Magitech facility from here.
Oh, absolutely.
And Impetuous just taking their sweet time in the menu to just get all their characters set for the end game.
Yep, and I definitely like bringing all the characters here. I think we saw in some of the races yesterday some people would leave characters behind, which is an understandable choice if you don't plan on using them, but even if they're useless, they can still throw items, so I always like bringing pretty much everybody, except potentially Umaru if he's level 3 and just going to waste time punching uselessly. Not in this seed, though.
I would say you should bring at least one extra member for each of your parties, because that way they can wear the Moogle Charm, and that frees up a relic slot for one of your more important characters.
Absolutely. And a Ghost Train here. This will be very, very free.
It will be defeated in one action. And Gao's going to get to do something useful as soon as Impetuous finds the Revivify in his inventory. And it's gone.
Man, and we were talking about how useless his commands were. Gao's still showing his worth here.
He killed a boss. Locke just stood there and did nothing. He's like, "Oh man, I got this sweet magic sword and Magitech," and Gao's like, nah, I got this. Well, Gretham defeated Kefka, but not the final Kefka. So the race must go on.
Yep, and we know this is an Esper, but we did not get to see the second one, so hopefully for Gretham's sake, the second one is an Esper. A little bit behind Impetuous here, but still with plenty of time to catch up.
It's definitely within the realm of possibility. Gretham has managed his offense a little bit better than Impetuous, so he has a chance to get back in this.
Absolutely, and in case you were here during and missed the initial intro, since this is a race, you've got Team Mobiliz on the left versus Team Interceptor on the right. The next race will be Turdsman versus Golden Shocker, and so there is a incentive that you're seeing on screen for both runners to be doing the Injured Lad quest, so that's going to happen right after this. And basically, this is a relay race, so as soon as one person from the person finishes, so for example, if Impetuous finishes, their next runner, who I believe is Golden Shocker, will immediately take over. We'll just hot swap right on the call as they go in. So it's It's a relay race, so the faster Impetuous does this, the faster their next runner can get going. You do see that plus 20 minutes and 29 seconds, because in the races yesterday, Team Mobliz actually finished a little quicker, so they actually have a 20-minute lead. We started this race today at both of them starting simultaneously and just chose to add the 20 minutes at the end, just to sort of make the races more interesting for the viewers, rather than seeing just dead air for 20 minutes on one side.
We sure did. Well, it was a Esper, so that's great news for Gretham. He can just get going now. He's about 3 bosses and a teeny bit of change behind Impetuous, so probably about a 5-ish minute lead for Impetuous right now. Assuming Gretham just goes straight to Kefka's Tower, of course.
Yeah, I would imagine he would. Maybe he stops and just buys some extra items on the way. I don't know, but there's nothing else he would possibly want at this point, given where his team is, unless you really think you're short on consumables.
That's pretty much the only thing I'd say, yeah. We're good for offense and defense, that's for sure. And we've got a mirror match. Yeti versus Yeti.
I bet on our Yeti. I think our Yeti's going to win this one.
I'd say so. So while Gretham is a little bit behind right now, he does have better offense than Impetuous, so he's not out of this just yet. It is going to be a pretty interesting finish, though.
Absolutely. And one thing to note is that even with all the power they've gotten, I mean, we saw some races yesterday. Most of this 20-minute difference actually happened yesterday when there was just some unfortunate final Kefka luck. You know, tier 2 decided to freeze, I want to say like an entire party on one side and just burn 2 minutes, and then zombie, things like that. Even if you've got all the offense in the world, if final Kefka decides, you know what, I want to make this difficult, they still can.
It's a pretty nasty final boss, for sure. It tends to fly under the radar a lot because the casual strategy for this game is grind to level 99 and just obliterate the final boss so it can't do anything, but if it actually gets to do stuff, it's pretty dangerous. Well, Strontium Behemoth is gone.
And equipping its skin as a behemoth suit. Very, very showing dominance over senior behemoth, Strontium Behemoth there.
Exactly. Senor Behemoth got shown. Now it's some cranes. The Super Yeti's going to destroy them. Crunch, 1 attack, 1 dead crane. Well, Impetuous is now starting the final battle. Multi-summon is on, so no reason not to use Golem immediately.
Absolutely. I mean, Golem is a very good handle for the defense. Makes sense to use it here. Makes sense to use it again on tier 2 to cut down on 10 hits. And then again on tier 3 to actually the calmness protection that we always see. So very, very good.
Well, X-Zone cast misses. And Impetuous's Rose got messed up. You can see that Cyan's offense has effectively been cut in half. Gonna try that X-Zone again, and this time it does go through. Cyan versus Umaro battle now for Gretham. Guy went down pretty quickly there.
Yep, it looks like Impetuous is going to be on to tier 2 here.
Yep, first form went off without a hitch.
Yep, and so the big thing here on tier 2 is getting rid of that tiger face that we're about to see in the front, because that does, it can freeze the entire team if you're really unlucky. It can do zombie, which makes your character attack their own. For some of the characters, that can be very, very bad. Do a lot of damage to your own team. It is weak to ice, and I believe we have ice 3, so maybe we'll see that come out here. Or you just Ultima and just, hope it dies quickly enough.
Well, ultimately, it is up to Impetuous how to play out the battle. Gonna start with an X Zone again. Will it land? It does. Now Cyan doing all the damage in the world. And opting to cast Flare instead of Ultima. Impetuous, what on earth are you doing?
I think that might be trying to target the. Oh, I was figuring it was trying to target the face, but no, looks like targeted the magic.
I am very confused by that choice.
Yeah, I mean, if you were targeting the tiger face, I could at least see the argument like what I mentioned, but yeah, no. Don't really see a reason for that. Maybe it was just a miss. No. I guess it's intentional. It is possible. I know Impetuous has been doing a decent amount of Ultros League seeds in the past few weeks. Maybe just has that memory from Ultros League where Ultima costs
that's
a
terrible
lot of
luck
money.
for Impetuous. Cyan got zombied. Fortunately, I believe Cyan's 0 HP will completely cut the power of the Atma weapon.
Yes, but does have a couple attacks queued up. Okay.
Yeah,
just
mercifully it was
concerned-
zombie and not confusion. If that was confusion, that could have been a wipe.
Absolutely, and the queued up attacks weren't enough to end the fight, because if you went to the next tier with Cyan still zombied, you just lose him.
Yeah, and Cyan is basically 80% of Impetuous's offense. Gretham will be heading into the final battle in a moment here, so it'll be about a 2-tier advantage for Impetuous. So Gretham cutting into that lead a little bit with quick penultimate boss battles. This should do it for tier 2 for Impetuous. Here comes the 10 hits. Or as I like to say, the 10 blocks.
All right, so here on tier 3, you've got 2 parts. Excuse me. You have 2 parts. There's the part in the back, the girl. You want to kill that first because it has healing. It can revive the other part. It only has just under 10,000 HP, so it should die pretty quickly. It is, however, absorbing all elements. Not a problem here since we've got punching, we've got Yeti, we've got Atma weapon stabs. You've got Ultima if you really need it. And then the front side, when it gets under 10,000, either does Meteo, which is a decent amount of damage, but should be fine with this party given their health, or Train, which causes a bunch of annoying status effects to everybody. And then when it dies, it does Calmness. We have that covered with Golem, so should be fairly straightforward here.
Should be. Gretham opted for the guaranteed instant death used Sword Tech 8. Can't miss. Take the arm out. Don't even fool around with X-Zone and the like. Finally, we're seeing a big blue over from Impetuous. Much better than that shoddy little flare spell. Here, one down for Gretham. Choo choo, here comes the train for Impetuous. That is going to hurt some of Impetuous's characters, but not Umaro, thankfully. Umaro doesn't care if he's blinded. He can still tackle. Impetuous's other characters, though, may want to remove those statuses, perhaps. So Gretham getting to work on Tier 2. Again, going to open up with Tech 8. Good choice. It's guaranteed. Can't miss. Gonna put up another Golem wall to just completely invalidate the physical attacker. There goes the cleave, there goes the Magitech. And now just gonna focus fire down the Tiger. For Impetuous, Umaro misses his first strike. Cyan is cured and is going to get a big attack off here. Going to be about 24,000 damage in one swing. Here comes the Fallen One.
Does have plenty of cure options, so... You know, I would just like to point out, I mentioned earlier that you could buy a Mega Elixir while you were in there, and you said, oh no, we won't see Fallen One. Just wanted to point that out for you.
Well, you know, sometimes you get trained and then you just lay off the gas.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything...
Oh my!
I think Cyan should be fine.
Cyan and Celes will be okay, but scary moment there. He's under 10,000 HP. Cyan will finish him off with the Impetuous attack.
Celes has quick.
He cast quick with Celes though, so Celes has to burn some actions here. And that's going to do it. Impetuous is going to defeat Final Kefka as Gretham makes his way up to Tier 3. A couple of sketchy moments in that final battle for Impetuous, but was able to get the job done for Team Interceptor. And it is a relay race, so as we are seeing in real time, we're having some crazy cropping going on there, but we will be seeing the baton passed over to, I believe, Golden Shocker for Team Interceptor.
And that is a very zoomed in view of Setzer. He looks like a very nice gentleman. Like to see him crop. You know, we'll get cropped so he's a normal size, but right now you can admire his hair.
Dapper. Absolutely dapper.
Meanwhile, on Gretham's side, looks like going through Tier 3 pretty quickly. Not much issues there. The final time for Team Interceptor for ET was about 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 39 seconds. So looks like they will probably make up, you know, if things continue to go well on Gretham's side, probably have made up probably 3 to 5 minutes total of that 20-minute deficit. So, you know, that'll really help cut into that deficit that we started off with, that 20 minutes and 29 seconds you can see in the corner there.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit there anyhow.
Meanwhile, we would also like to remind you that this is a race for charity for Team Mobiliz running for St. Jude's Children's Hospital, Team Interceptor running for the OVC Pet Trust, and a big shout outs to Dwyer 2077, one of our valued community members here, does a lot of work with commentary, tracking, as well as playing, donating $25 to OVC in honor of Imp getting first race. So good work, everybody, and thank you very much to Dwyer. Again, if you need to donate, I will drop the link in chat. As well, if you donate, we will shout you out. If you donate to OVC, please just let us know, because we do not get automatic notifications, just the way it's set up for for OVC. So we would love to just thank you for your donation.
Thank you indeed. Tier 3 down for Gretham. Some huge meteors became crashed into him, but not enough to derail his offense. So Golden Shocker getting started over on the other race there. Looks like we're starting with Setzer Gao, and once again, everyone's favorite, Umaro.
Yes, yes. And just as a reminder, the incentive that Team Interceptor has to meet, thanks to our generous donators, is that Golden Shocker and the Team Obliz, once Gretham finishes, will have to do... Turdsman, yes. We'll have to do the Injured Lad quest, which we practically never get to see, so we'll call it out when it happens.
That Cyan is very, very dead.
Yes, Kefka
But
was
not for long.
All right, here's the Beyond Chaos phase where you just go flat out. Shouldn't have any issues should have enough between Umaru and then everybody going nuts to just finish it right here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Kefka is done. That gigantic swing from Celes was enough to finish him off.
Yep, and so time difference, there's about made up about 4 minutes, Team Interceptor did, so Golden Shocker has about a 4-minute head start on the seed here. So the overall time difference now is about 16 minutes if you combine yesterday and today.
Pardon me, I just need to step away for a moment. I'm sorry.
Alrighty, so what we're seeing here, so we missed a bit of the early looting that Golden Shocker did while we had that nice zoomed in view of Setzer's hair. Did not find a whole lot here in Narsh. Looks like they had some earrings, and I guess some Magus hats, which I assume Golden Shocker almost certainly bought as well. Magus hats for 600 or so gold. Most people can use them, allows you, in this, I believe pretty much everybody can use them in this. +5 magic, so very, very good equipment. Pretty much always worth buying. There is not an Esper in Zen Thief on Golden Shocker's side. 50,000 is a little too much. Knowing that the dead checks are all premium, probably you want to get it at some point if it's cheap, but not for 50,000.
Yes.
Our team here, as you can see, is Umaru, Gao, and Setzer. I don't believe we've seen the Gao check yet for what's on the Velt. I would imagine Golden Shocker is running around trying to find dried meat. And hello, we are joined in the chat by the runners from the last seed, Gretham and Impetuous. So GG's to both of you.
GG's.
Thank you.
I did it. I survived with Umaro.
Yes, you did. You did. And we noted a couple times you're sitting in the menu, I think when you got your 5th character where you paused and were like, do I really want to keep Umaru over the kind of garbage Gao? But you kept him and he did some work for you.
Yeah, just a bit of trolling. If only I was by a dog, I could have trolled the dog too, but could only troll Umaro.
Yeah. So, I mean, what did you guys think of the seed overall? I mean,
this was probably one of the best seeds I've ever run for this for these flags. But I don't know how much of that was just the adrenaline or what.
Lots of dead checks.
Yeah, you guys both encountered a bunch of dead checks. I mean, I think honestly, the difference in the match, the 4 minutes or so, is that I want to say about halfway through, you had a bit of a string of Gretham, you had a string of dead checks, and I think Impetuous got back on the progression train, hit the progression lottery just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think I was up to 17 checks. Like, I had skip when I still needed like 2 or 3 more espers.
Yeah, 17 was my final number too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun, and that was my first time I think taking Umaro to Final Kefka. I'd never done that before, and I knew going into it that there's some nuance there with his auto attacks that can really jack things up.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the nuances that we actually Jackamus, who's out of pocket right now, but very, very experienced runner. One thing he pointed out with your Umaru, that at a point you had equipped him with Ragnarok. That's actually not a great Ragnarok user, since the biggest thing about Ragnarok is the MP crit. And since he doesn't have a magic command, he doesn't actually get the benefit of that. You did end up swapping him back to a, I believe, a sniper or an Atma weapon later in the seed, which was just an improvement as well.
Yeah, I also had him on the Atma. I was definitely looting more than I should have and shopping more, but I was hunting for a Genji glove so I could do Octo Atma on Yeti, but unfortunately it didn't work out.
Did you have Atma on Yeti at the end?
Yeah, I had Atma offering on Yeti.
Okay.
But he was tackling a bunch, which was really annoying. I wanted him to swing more.
Yeah, I really wanted the control over it because I didn't know going in, how it was gonna go. I was so afraid I was gonna wipe. Like he was gonna attack Kefka and Ultima, which Kefka did anyway.
Yeah,
your Kefka fight had a little troubles at the end, but definitely worked your way through. So.
Yeah, Yeti made my tier 3 at the Meteo phase a little interesting, but other than that, it was fine on tier 4 for me.
Yeah, I got a train, so I either lucked out or I don't know.
Yeah, I think I ate 3 Meteos.
Ooh.
But I had a lot of misses, and I had cure 3 on a couple people, so I was able to get through it.
It was a great run, Gretham.
Yeah, GG's, that was a good one. Yeah, you got under an hour, so that is solid.
Yeah, that was my best time. So.
Absolutely.
Happy day.
Well, thank you guys, and feel free to stick around. We really appreciate your time. We really appreciate you helping out with this charity event. Thank you very much, both of you, and GG's. We'll see how the teams go the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, GG's. I think I'm sticking around and tracking, so I'll be here in the background.
Sounds good, and we appreciate it. Just to really catch up real quick, because what we're seeing on Team Mobiliz's side, if you're seeing going back and forth here in Mobiliz, is this, or Mobiliz or Miranda, whichever city it is, the Mobiliz. Turdsman is doing the Injured Lad quest, which basically you have to go send the letter. So if you've never actually done this, or you've only done it in vanilla, people normally think you have to leave town entirely, get into battles. There's all sorts of fake rumors that were floating around, before people really figured out the mechanics. Basically, all you need to do is just go into a shop menu and then leave, which is why you see him keep running into the relic shop. I think you need to do this, I believe, 5 times.
That's correct. It is indeed 5 letters that are read and 5 random gifts and stuff that are sent.
Yeah, and I believe the cost is sort of randomized. So
hey, look,
there
it's
it was.
Best Girl for Golden Shocker.
Oh, there we go. One thing we did that did happen while we were talking is that Golden Shocker did the Velt check for a Esper and then did the Trench check for that Terra. Found some retainers and Dark Forces. Pretty much a terrible encounter, but got through it. Meanwhile, Turdsman has been doing their initial shopping, looting, and now the Injured Lad quest.
Very good, very good. Few consumables picked up for Golden Shocker, and I believe Golden Shocker will be going straight to the sealed gate now.
Absolutely. I mean, that's...
Or not.
Interesting. Might be just stopping at Welk on the way. I do like pretty much whenever you get Terra, unless it's at the very, very end of the seed when you don't need anything at all. Sealed Gate is always a great play just because it's the most treasure check dense location in the game. Even if you're already in good shape, you can get what you need. And Turdsman, for all that effort and all that money, got a water edge. Yippee. But did complete the objective, which was $25 for, or excuse me, $50 for charity that we really appreciate our community helping out with.
Well, we raised a little bit more than that during the previous race, but all said, that incentive was met. Incidentally, I believe there is another incentive for the race coming up after this one. Why don't you tell us all about it as Golden Shocker comes to go battle the Stooges?
Absolutely. There are actually two incentives. So one incentive is that number 6 Courant, during race number 6, Courant will be adding a hat to their head. I believe they mentioned in chat they have something like 15 different hats. So donate a lot and they will be wearing a tower of hats. As well, for every person who runs a dog email in chat during the race, for very thematic for the OVC Pet Trust, great veterinary college dedicated to helping and improving the lives of pets. And as well, we've got a lot of dogs in our community and a lot of pet owners and pet lovers in general. So
indeed. Well, Turdsman found his encounter on the Veldt pretty quickly. And since hasn't fought anything yet, it's just a Lobo, which makes it nice and simple. Going to pick up that faux Enix Esper. It has a Bolt 3. That's nice.
It also has Magic Power 1+1, which is also very nice.
Golden Shocker having a little bit of difficulty with these Stooges. We've got a Dead Gow and a Stoned Yeti. But Curly is now down. Rage Terror can be pretty interesting. In this case, picked a Rage which uses Meteo. It's typically a little scary to use multi-target attacks against the Stooges since they are programmed to use elemental counterattacks, but if you get them down quick enough, you'll be fine. And Golden Shocker is rewarded with the Magicite Raiden.
Absolutely, and
I'm glad to see the the enthusiasm from chat, but the dog emote incentive is not until the next race. By all means, put your dog emotes if you want. Just do note that they won't count until Fiery Blizzard starts playing in game number 6. We are on game number 5.
But what still does count, however, is if you want to donate to OVC Pet Trust. That always counts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or of course, as well, if you prefer Team Mobiles, you can also donate to the St. Jude Children's Hospital. I will drop those links or someone just dropped those links in chat a minute ago. Please note that we do not necessarily get automatic notifications. So if you make a donation and would like to be shouted out, please let us know. Or even if you want to keep it anonymous, just let us know so we can use it on our tracking side. Keep our numbers up to date.
Stats are important.
That's right.
Well, it's Kefka at Nourish time. We've got a Snipey Yeti over on Turdsman's side.
Yeah, and as we saw in the previous race, Sniper Yeti is pretty effective.
Well, this is definitely not the boss Golden Shocker wanted to see. It's going to be a Magimaster. A Magimaster who is now having some Reflect magic on himself. And looks like there's some sort of glitch with Magimaster's AI. If you cast Reflect on him, he starts targeting himself, but because elemental scaling just kind of picks abilities at random, he may start damaging himself. This may take a while at about 700 damage a pop. It tends to be a boss that gets randomized with higher HP values, but if you can make it completely non-threatening, I suppose there is that. Just head up to the fridge and grab yourself another beverage of your choice while Magimaster does all the work for you. Turdsman elected to go the long way for a single chest, but does get rewarded with a hero ring.
Yep, and it'll be interesting to see where Turdsman decides to go, because Golden Shocker,
And,
because of...
Golden Shocker's had enough of waiting around. It's time to go on the offensive. Bust out that Tyrannosaur Rage for Meteos. Setzer can cast Meteor, and Gao can use a Flash.
Absolutely, but even when Golden Shocker does get through this will have been a fairly long fight, so might be a chance for Turdsman to catch up a little bit. Did start about 4 minutes behind, given based on the race of the previous results of the previous race. However, of course, Team Interceptor came in with a 20-minute lead, so overall the time difference between the two at the start of the seed was just about 16 minutes, give or take.
Yes, Team Mobliz on the left is actually ahead right now.
Correct.
Just because this is a 2-day event, we couldn't quite line things up as such. And Magimaster is still alive. Turdsman is going to pick up the Magicite Zone Seek from the Bar in Kalinjin. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. A couple of interesting weapons for sale here in Kalinjin, but perhaps a little on the pricey side. Red caps for sale. That is the best hat in the game.
I don't know, Cat Hood would argue with you, but...
Cat Hood does not increase your max HP. Red cap is better. And looks like Turdsman is going to head over to Narish as well. No one wants all those delicious treasure boxes in the sealed gate? I'm very confused. Was there some sort of, like, gentle person's agreement not to go there or something?
I don't know, because we do not have the no free progression flag on, so you can still get progression there.
Well, you don't even have to complete the check. You can just go to the base and get the 20 chests and leave.
Yeah, that too.
After some fooling around with Espers, looks like Turdsman is set. And Magimaster is finally defeated for Golden Shocker. Reward at least was progression. It's an Esper, it's a Starlet. Turdsman going to fish monster in a box. And it's just a Lobo. It's a dead Lobo.
All right, looks like Turdsman's going to go up and do the same checks we just saw, and yep, now Golden Shocker is going to see us, show us what was in this treasury sitting there the whole time. If it's something that would have really increased the thing, you might feel a little like, man, I wish I'd gone here first.
Nothing too exciting so far. Oh, well, there's a Ragnarok. That's exciting. There's an experience egg. That's exciting.
And there's a cotton robe, which not even exists.
And that experience egg and Ragnarok immediately going on Terra, as you should. Ragnarok could be especially valuable on Terra with a good physical rage. Stray Cat, I don't believe, was available, but maybe you've got something like a Gold Bear kicking around in that list, perhaps.
I do appreciate the use of the Y mascot there. It's a flag we've got set that in some seeds, hitting Y, the Y button on an NPC will make them disappear. Here, it just turns them into a cool little mascot like the Chocobos or the Imp Sprites.
Yep. It's a stooge fight for Turdsman now, and Turdsman, using the Retainer Rage, everyone's favorite, gives you General Leo's Shock command.
And unfortunately, showing off why you want to kill the red pants guy first, reviving his buddy there.
Yeah, you do kind of need to go after Curly first. Well, Gao is now stoned. He needs to lay off the ganja. And Golden Shocker gets a Valiant Knife, another excellent weapon. And Turdsman's having a bit of a rough go here, but the most dangerous stooge is at least down now.
Yeah, and with one of them down, you no longer have to worry about the Delta hit turning people to stone, so that's a good start as well.
Setzer has exploded again. Desperation times, Gao is going to eat some dried meat. And Umaro's down too. Good news is that Gao does have a force shield on, and it's mostly magic damage in this battle, so with some patience, Turdsman should be able to rebuild. Golden Shocker not even going to peek what the reward is. Oh, no. Decided it's not a character and just going to turn around and leave. Maybe Golden Shocker not aware that... Oh, they pet the dog. They pet the dog. Team Interceptor pet the dog. It's thematically good. Golden Shocker going to just go to Daryl's tomb.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. At this point, only looking for one character, but 4 Espers, but Daryl's tomb does work for both. There is also a monster in a box here, so maybe you can fish for a offering while you're on your way here. So definitely makes a lot of sense to go for this. And greetings to our raiders. Thank you to El Chico Rafa for bringing in a raid of 7 people. This, of course, is the Ultima Derby relay race. This is a race for charity. I think a lot of you probably were here yesterday, so you probably saw it, but we have Team Mobliz on the left.
He's gone.
There we go. Finally, Turdsman beating that through. Got Team Mobliz on the left.
Battle, but it is cleared now. It's a raid in Magicite. And Turdsman, good with that. Probably going to just hit up the heal bucket on the way out of town. Well, Gogo sleeps here.
Yep, that is exactly what you want to see. Gogo is a very good pickup here.
Well, he's a good character. His check is no fun.
Yeah. I thought about that after I said it. I'm like, well, he's a 5th character, but actually in terms of checks, he's not opening a whole lot. And you really want, at this point, you want someone like Celis or something, because you really need Espers, not just a 1 check that might be character or Esper.
Well, Turdsman going to get the nice loot, the experience egg, and the Ragnarok. And Golden Shocker is going to the Coliseum. Going fishing for good stuff. Most interesting thing there was probably a flame shield, but that's not enough incentive to actually do battle.
Yeah, there was a Valiant Knife there as well, I believe, but already has one. Unless you have a Genji Glove, which I don't think Golden Shocker does. You don't really need to. I like this play here by Golden Shocker. You get the 2 checks, both of which can potentially include an Esper. You also get the Dragon for some extra levels and some extra power. Really like this play here, going to World of Rune Narsh.
Yeah, no reason not to. Power often wins races. It's a gold Durgan. Fortunately, that's not really helping out Gao's offense, since he's got a Bolt Elemental spell. So Gao's just going to watch Terra and Setzer carve this thing up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Because they have big swords. And it's gone. Turds man gonna grab a Valiant Knife. And the reward for defeating a Durgan is another experience egg. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's definitely still early enough. You can still use it.
Valiant Knife Umaro is another good weapon for him. It just ignores defense and doesn't afraid of anything. You can buy a non-progression item for 50,000 bucks. So Turdsman says, "Yeah, no."
Yeah, I mean, if it was cheaper, you might consider it because they are premium items in this flag set, so you know you're getting something that's pretty useful, but not for 50,000.
Well, boss at the Tritalk spot is an Ifrit. Not going to slow Golden Shocker down a whole lot. Again, Gao not really able to contribute. But them big Ragnarok swings should do it, especially if you get a flare proc, since Ifrit does have pretty high physical defense. Golden Shocker gonna switch on the Rage for Terra, a good choice. And that'll do it.
Yep, and let's see what they want. Get here, you definitely want to see ideally an
All
Esper
of
here
the
and then
Espers.
another one. Yep.
Golden Shocker definitely has everything necessary to win at this point. Just Esper, 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 go, go, go.
Yeah, and someone just learned Ultima, I believe it was Gao, so now that they've gotten through all the bosses where you can't use Bolt, now you can have another option.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ultima is the single most overpowered attack in the game. That doesn't make it the best choice always in a race, though, since it does have a fairly lengthy animation. If you're hitting a weakness with a tier 3 spell, that is more efficient than using Ultima in a race. And fishing more monster in a boxes really wants an offering. For some reason. I mean, you've got a magic-using Gao who has access to tools and Blitz, 2 Ragnarok users, and a Yeti. I don't think offering is really something you're terribly interested in, truth be told.
Let's see what the second one is. It is, a second piece of Magicite. It's exactly what you wanted to see here.
Yeah, absolutely. World of Ruin Narsh paying off big time here for Golden Shocker. Just has to defeat this Guardian. Oh no, it's hiding in the Hide Knight's coming to get you. Use a Revivify to win the fight now. And it's gone.
It's a good thing that song was so short, because when he started, I'm like, I hope this song is short, because it's not going to last the fight's not going to last very long. With the Revivify under these settings, just Yeah, it's one of the bosses that's completely free. Very nice to have when you have that setting on.
And yeah, Golden Shocker opening up a pretty significant lead in this race for Team Interceptor. It's some pugs for Turdsman. And Turdsman looks like they want to try to fish Minerva. They're not running away immediately. Oh, no, there's the Warp Stone. Good. We have a Doom flying around in the sky having adventures. Golden Shocker cannot lose this fight. Umaro cannot take damage from this boss. It will take 800 physical strikes to defeat Umaro, so this is a completely free boss battle for Golden Shocker.
I think the giant blue I win button is enough here.
Yeah, I'd say so. Turdsman collects their go-go, so they're now at 5 characters. And Turdsman remembering, oh wait, Tara's always going to attack because she has rage. I better put her on the front row. And unfortunately, another dead check there, but it's yet another experience egg. At this point in the seed, that's not exciting. As you can see, Golden Shocker already has overwhelming offense on 3 of their 4 characters. Mara's doing okay, too. So we're going to head over to Zozo. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to throw another experience egg on. It can only help, but Golden Shocker does not need a single point of experience the rest of the seed. Their levels are already more than adequate.
Yeah, especially with all the equipment they have. They're in no danger here. I do like turning the thieves into Moogles riding chocobos. Very nice. Very appreciated.
Yeah. Oh, that one got turned into an imp. I think Turdsman may be trying to micromanage Espers a little bit too much here.
Yeah, that's definitely something that, is hard habit to break, because it's like, well, what if I learn, or what if I get a few more points in stats? But you do need to, it's one of those balancing acts that it helps, but you also want to limit and be like, what am I really gaining from this?
If you're looking for stats, HP is definitely the best one-off and Esper bonus. The numerical counting stats in this game don't do nearly as much as they do in basically every other JRPG ever. It's all about level. Well, Narap is gone. That was easy. Well, Turdsman picks up their second experience egg as well now. Going straight on Terra, as you do. There's a Bahamut Magicite for Golden Shocker, so only 1 Esper remaining. So where do you go from here?
I don't know if Golden Shocker has peaked Mobiliz. Yep.
Well, I believe they've been there, but they saw that it wasn't a character and turned around. I don't believe they talked to the little girl in the basement.
Okay, see, yeah. I would definitely go for the peekable check. And then outside of that, given what they've already done, I think I might do... I definitely don't want to do Leet River. Oh. Lumina's great, but not at this point.
You do not need that. That is overkill.
Honestly, if they have the money for it, I might just go fishing at the auction house, because yes, it feels like, it's going to take a couple minutes, but if you spend that flying around and going nowhere, you can earn that time very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is exactly what Golden Shocker is going to do. Heading straight over to Jador, Turdsman picks up Esper number 4 from the Tri-Talk spot, and will soon be picking up Esper number 5. After a quick retreat for a safety save, looks like. So Golden Shocker tried to sell their way up to the magic 80k number, but couldn't do so, so now we're going somewhere else. Oh god. It's happening. It's happening. We're gonna see the Chancellors. The Bridge Chancellors. Oh. And it looks like we just got another small donation for our Team Interceptor. I am trying to find the details of said thing, but I'm not having too much luck on that aspect. I apologize.
Yep, we do appreciate the donation. If you want to be shouted out for that, please let us know. We appreciate the donations for team. We appreciate all donations, of course. One thing to note is the donations to Team Interceptor for OVC. We do not actually get notified directly for that as to who it is. So if you want to be shouted out, please let us know. On the donations to St. Jude Children's Hospital, there's a nice little tracker called Tiltify, but OVC does not have that set up. So if you want to be shouted out, let us know. If you want to stay anonymous, we just really appreciate it either way.
Oh, wow. Golden Shocker got the dream room. Just flew right past the Chancellors like it weren't no thing. You'll love to see it. Oh, well, there's an air anchor for Golden Shocker. So Gao has a couple instant kills lined up for the final battle now. Oh, and we see the out-of-bounds glitch. For some reason, that glitch only happens if Terra is the party leader. So you don't see that in Rando a whole lot, but it is always amusing when it happens. And oh yeah, there was an encore performance from Hiding in the Hyde Knights, but yeah, they're gone. And it was an Esper, so Golden Shocker very quickly here going to be off to Kefka's Tower.
Absolutely, and with where they stand, I mean, there's nothing you would really need here. I mean, unless you really, I think they've got a Mega Elixir, they've got plenty of Phoenix Downs, I believe, so.
Yep, I'm not exactly sure why Golden Shocker went to repopulate their party, because when you land on Kefka's Tower, you have to assign your parties anyway.
I mean, maybe if they're planning on doing all this menuing first, so then you can just save outside the tower, so you don't have to in case you hit a boss you just can't get past, though. At this point, I don't know what it would be.
You would have to use the save point anyway, because we haven't unlocked Skip.
Meanwhile, Turdman about to get the bad news. This is not the Esper that he's looking for.
It's the Illumina. Now, what's interesting is that Turdsman isn't as overwhelmingly powerful as Golden Shocker, but they're not going to waste time going for the Illumina all the same. Well, I mean, picking up more hero rings is never bad. That's more damage.
Yeah, I think just looking for, as well, some earrings and hero rings, so that'll be nice. I think Golden Shocker was primarily looking for consumables, then, decided, hey, might as well check out the relic shop, and then lucked out and found what they were looking for.
Yeah. So over on Turdsman's side, Terra gets etted and is now inside the Zone Eater. And Golden Shocker's parties are set. And Turdsman gets Chancellored. Oh. It's terrible. And the reward for getting Chancellored, well, I guess there's a Rage Ring for the Yeti. That's That's the good Umaro accessory. It powers up his tackle and gives fire and lightning immunity, I believe.
Yep, much nicer Chancellors that second time.
Yeah, Golden Shocker warped out, perhaps not happy with the way the parties were set up. I truthfully have no idea what Golden Shocker is doing right now.
I don't know exactly how many checks Golden Shocker is on. Maybe just deciding that you'd rather go do
the
quick
incentive.
check and
Golden Shocker hasn't helped injured lad. That's what it is. Well, gonna sell off a pair of running shoes and hope that that's enough to cover the postal fees. So while Golden Shocker takes on this 2-minute errand, bit of time for Turdsman to try to catch up here. Levels are starting to look a little better for Turdsman, but does still need 2 more Espers. And Turdsman is now going to go play a 90s boomer shooter for a few moments. And might be a little unfair, but Turdsman is starting with the BFG 9000, as we're going to see Big Blue come out here and just completely destroy everything. And Setzer does the pogo, and that'll take care of Doom.
Yep, and now Turdsman just needs 1 more, which or no, wait, this was a dead check. He's still going to need 2 more. This is the experience egg.
Another experience egg. So based on what we've seen, the only check we haven't seen that is available to our runners was Leet River. So that would be where character number 6 is going to end up being. Golden Shocker did not need to do that, as they were able to gather up their 8 Espers without doing so. But Leet River has to be a character.
Absolutely, and I'm
If
pretty
that's
sure we
where
won't.
Turdsman ends up going.
I would be surprised if we do, because a lot of people do not like Leet River, and it is longer than the other checks they have available.
I've seen the OVC Pet Trust number go up again, so thank you to our donors. Just trying to track down who and what it was if I can here.
We were just informed in chat that it was a friend of the previous runner, Impetuous, who was here before. Aloysius Bundy is the name, or the Twitch name, so we really appreciate that. We appreciate everyone who donates. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate all the hard work.
Absolutely. And the one that I missed earlier, we've received a generous gift of $25 to OVC Pet Trust in memory of Higgins and Gunther. So thank you for that $25 donation as well.
Yep. Oh, and that $50 donation I just mentioned was in honor of Whitney, so we really appreciate when people donate in honor of their pets, whether their pets have unfortunately moved on or, are still with us. It's very important, and, the OVC Pet Trust very much appreciates it.
And Turdsman finds an Narapa, and Narapa has been banished to the Shadow Realm for losing a children's card game. And there's Esper number 7 for Turdsman.
Yep, and so now Turdsman is in the same position we had a couple minutes ago with Golden Shocker, just figuring out where you want that final Esper.
And going to check Kefka at Narsh.
Yep.
So Turdsman gonna run into Magimaster. And later on in the seed, Magimaster, unpleasant. So we've got a bit of a stacked party over on Golden Shocker's side here. Gonna make mincemeat out of Super Behemoth. Pardon me.
All right, and I definitely, in case you're wondering, the answer there, I assume, is because that is another check doing that toilet Atma. So if you do another dragon here as part of this party, that will get you, I believe that will put him at skip. So then you can warp out and then come back in straight to statues.
It feels a little silly to be chasing Skip in this manner, though, because you're already in Kefka's tower. Just split the parties up and do it. I don't think this is really saving any time. Well, huge swing from Terra, and Flare goes off. Is this going to be a one-hit knockout on the Blue Dragon? Yes, it is. And you're rewarded with a Superfluous Valiant Knife. Whatever. And could have just put one character in the party there. You're going right back in, so it's not super useful to do it that way. But I digress. Blitz over tools, that's an interesting choice for Gogo.
I think if you're not going to have Gogo in your initial party, maybe the thought is just that by the time you have enough characters die, you will hopefully be past tier 1 or tier 2, and you won't, when you could use the instant death from Air Anchor.
Yeah, I suppose there is that. I highly doubt Gogo will be blitzing anyway. It seems more likely that he's just going to mimic whatever high-end magic comes out.
Yeah, mimic or just be an item bot while everybody else does the real work.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got some more piranhas, so Golden Shocker's going fishing for a minute or so.
Meanwhile, Turdsman has...
Turdsman, so Turdsman has unlocked Final Kefka.
Yes, though Turdsman has not had skip yet, 'cause routed this in pretty much the same way as Golden Shocker, just in a slightly different order. So needs 2 more checks to get there. So we'll see if he does the skip thing that Golden Shocker did, or if he just runs all the way in.
It'll be interesting to see. Turdsman didn't quite have the overwhelming levels that Golden Shocker did, so may end up playing this a little bit differently. And just looking to do some last-minute shopping, looks like. Well, cheap flame shield.
Yeah, and $4,000 for a check, like that actually counts quite a bit, because that might help if you want to do the bailout strat. That saves him a little bit of walking compared with what Golden Shocker had to do, or just go to Opera House, which looks like what they're going to do. So, makes some sense.
Yeah, in this case, I can understand why you'd be going for the skip here. Turdsman's levels are a little bit lower, so it makes sense to buff the party up a little bit, and you can save time in Kefka's Tower doing so. Well, we've got a vanilla spicy chicken for Golden Shocker. And going to use some quick strategies for safety here is what it looks like. Good that Golden Shocker getting procs there. Spicy Chicken, of course, an enemy with high physical defense, so really need those procs to do damage with their Ragnarok. Well, Red Dragon is defeated basically instantly for Turdsman with Big Blue. and just going to keep playing it safe with the quick strats. What's interesting for Turds, man, that reward was a Genji Glove, and there's so many weapons around that you may want to make use of that. Bit of juggling of equipment here at the last moment for Turds, man, before heading to Kefka's Tower. And Espers for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, at this point out, Espers just equip. If you want to go into the Esper menu, you equip your Golem and Fenrir if you've got them, which I don't think we do.
Nope. Taking a pit stop at Narsh, World of Ruin for the heal bucket. And finally, Spicy Chicken is down for Gold Shocker.
All right, so with Turdsman able to go straight to the statues, we'll be approximately basically two bosses behind the two central bosses, so not too far behind.
Yeah, not as big of a lead for Golden Shocker as it appeared at one point.
Yes, and if you remember at the start of this seed, Golden Shocker did get about a 4-minute head start on the seed itself, just based on the results of the previous race, since this is a relay. So in terms of time spent on this actual race, I think they're pretty much even, more or less. Which, if you're Team Interceptor, starting off 20 minutes behind as the start of the day, 16 minutes behind at the start of this race, you can't really want to close that gap and hope Golden Shocker wins by a couple more minutes here just to really start closing up that 20-minute gap. Get it closer.
Yeah. Oh, one-hit kill from the Bolt 3 for Golden Shocker. You love to see it. Yeah, and we were talking about how, Ultima isn't always the answer, and there's your perfect example.
Yep, meanwhile, Turdsman having no issues with Riza Pass like everybody always does. Going to move right on and see their Spicy Chicken here, and we'll see how that goes for them.
Well, it should be an easier battle for Turdsman as they put 2 of their main 4 in the central party. And most importantly, Turdsman doesn't have to worry about that thing's physical defense with Umaru and Big Blue. So it's going to be a much, much quicker Spicy Chicken fight. Over on Golden Shocker's side, Terra's getting to work against Guardian. Having to peek through the Rage list, probably looking for a Bolt 3 or perhaps a Gigavolt Rage. Can't find one? Swing away. I mean, you do have a Ragnarok. That's where things might get a little dicey for Golden Shocker. But no, scaling fairly tame on these settings, so not seeing gigantic physical attacks from Guardian.
Yep, and that is Golden Shocker's third wing done. So we'll be moving on to the buttons in just a minute.
And Turdsman gonna elect to gain a bit more experience for Setzer over defeating the boss quicker. I don't think I agree with that relic choice this late into the game. Taking off that dragon horn is sacrificing a lot of damage. And this is going to be a long battle for Turds Man. As Golden Shocker gets out of the menu and is now going to go battle Final Kefka. Turds Man is going to reset out of that.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. That battle was going to take forever.
Yeah, in this case, I think it's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to keep that Dragon Horn on and try to get through there a little quicker.
Yeah, and swapping over some better equipment rather than the slow jumps. I like that.
Yeah, that Valiant Knife multi-jump is what the play appears to be. And that will definitely get it done quicker.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the skills that is very underrated, but very, very important, is knowing when I could theoretically get through this, but I can get through it quicker if I just reset and fix things up.
Absolutely. Anyway, Golden Shocker going to get work on Final Kefka, and I don't think this is going to be a terribly long final battle. Just look at those big swings. Reverse polarity, of course, going to slow it down a teensy bit. But still getting 3,000 damage out of Ragnarok from the back row.
Question in chat, I'm not sure of, but you might know. Does jump fully double the VK's damage? I don't think it does. I think it's 1.5 times.
Not. Yes, it's not a spear, so it's only 1.5. And it does not affect the bonus damage on the VK that you get from having not maximum HPs. Well, Tier 1 is down for Golden Shocker. Incidentally, look at some of those max HP totals. 6,000 and 7,000.
Yeah, I think Setzer might be able to survive some hits if he needs to take them.
Yeah, who needs healing when you have that many HPs? Nothing's going to take you out. Does have mute, so can take out the magic portion immediately.
Yep, and there we go. Turdsman making it through their statue. Going to be about probably about 2 tiers behind by the time he makes it through the switches and setting up party, etc.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. It could be more than 2 tiers. That's a lot of damage Golden Shocker's putting out. Like, a lot of damage. Yeah, just casually dealing 40,000 damage to everything with a single Ultima cast. 7,000, 5,000 Ragnarok swings. Yeah. It's Terra versus Air Force for Turds Man, and that's going to be a one-hit kill, I think, with the Flare proc. It is indeed.
Yep, and just while we're going through this real quick, the next race, since this is a relay race, will be Courant versus Fiery Blizzard. So we've got 2 separate incentives here. First up, for every $25 donated during the race, Courant will add a hat to their head. I believe they said they've got like 15 to 20 different hats. So, if we donate enough, they will just have a giant tower of hats sitting on top of their head. And then for every person who does dog emote and chat during the race, Fiery Blizzard will donate $1. So very, very good. What we're donating for here, of course, is St. Jude Children's Research Hospital as Team Mobiliz's charity, and then the Ontario Veterinary College OVC Pet Trust for Team Interceptor. I'll drop the links in chat, or they will be, if you're watching this later on Twitch or YouTube, they will be linked in the descriptions. Please note that, if you want us to shout us out, we will gladly do so. Just let us know, hey, I donated X dollars, especially for OVC, because the way it's set up there, we don't get automatic notifications for that. So if you want to be recognized and have us thank you personally, just let me know. Send a message to us or drop it in the chat, drop it in the Discord. Thank you.
Well, Golden Shocker is now getting to work on Tier 3. Setzer lost a lot of HPs to some percentile attacks. And with no Calmness protection, Golden Shocker is going to play it a little safe with these Life 3 spells. Just to make sure. I don't think it would particularly matter for Golden Shocker if they lost 1 or even 2 characters with how good their offense is. And huge meteors are becoming crashed into him, but Setzer's in the air, and he just don't care.
So to quickly answer a question in chat, there's no real stipulations on the Ultima Derby. We had a sign up about a couple weeks ago, and basically anyone who plays Worlds Collide who wanted to join in was more than welcome to join in. You know, we balance the teams based on runners' experience to hopefully keep things interesting, but everybody from the most experienced to the newest person is more than welcome to join in. And then, you know, this is a relay race, so basically you've got runners for Team Mobliz and Team Interceptor. So as soon as Golden Shocker finishes, we will be hot swapping to the next runner on their team. Will start immediately, almost like if, you know, an old relay race where someone hands the baton off.
Well, don't get too excited about that just yet, Arusta. Golden Shocker ran into some trouble against Tier 3. I mean, they still have Terra and Setzer swinging ultimate swords, but they're going to have to be a little careful now instead of just running all over Kefka's Tier 4.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in terms of the flag set...
for Turds, man.
Absolutely. And to answer another question real quick, in terms of the flag set, it's sort of our default flag set, which is kind of called Ultros League, but a lot of sped up a bit. Character stats are boosted, stronger abilities, slightly lower scaling, slightly lower requirements. So basically a faster version of the normal flag set.
Shocker does have a Mega Elixir. That's the one nice thing about running into Magimaster in a seed. So look at that. Terra and Setzer both have 7,000 and 8,000 damage HP, though they are doing about that much damage. In this case, like Hyperdrive. Oh no! Whatever will Setzer do? You don't have to care about Kefka's counters with that many HPs. Just swing away. Oh no, it's an Ultima! Whatever will Golden Shocker do? And he's gone. So while it looked like Golden Shocker had a pretty significant lead for a lot of this race, it's actually going to end up being pretty close, assuming Turdsman can finish out here, currently on Tier 2. If they finish strong, I don't think Team Interceptor will really have gained a whole lot from this one. If you played this race back, where both races started at the same time, they'd basically be neck and neck on their finish time, I think.
Yeah. My unofficial time is somewhere around 5:18:10 is more or less when Golden Shocker finished. So we'll see when Turdsman finished. This race started from today, just with about a 4-minute difference. And then, of course, there's the 20-minute difference from yesterday. So probably be about the same. We are currently hot swapping up in the corner. Definite big thanks to Drinks Glue behind the scenes for making everything look nice and making this all figured out on the fly.
Yeah. Well, a sad time is coming up, Arusta. When Turdsman finishes, we're finished too. We're being removed from the commentator's booth.
Yep, we are being replaced by, I believe actually it's Golden Shocker, and then I believe Turdsman. Golden Shocker is one of them. And then our Turdsman and Golden Shocker actually will be swapping in. So you will see the runners who just ran through this will take over on their voice, and you'll be hearing their voices. So it's definitely been fun working with everybody here. I mean, great working with you, Jackamus. And I mean, I think really appreciate everyone watching. Really appreciate everyone donating. This has been a great event. And we've got, I believe, 4 more races. So plenty to stick around for.
3 more, I believe, but yes. Incidentally, Race 6 is officially underway, at least on Fiery Blizzard's side, over for Team Interceptor. Remember, if you are watching this, you have zero excuse to not put a dog emote in chat. Fiery Blizzard is donating $1 for each unique viewer that puts a dog emote in chat. Now Turdsman getting to work on Tier 3.
Yep. Meanwhile, on Fiery's side, getting a choice between a shield and an Esper there.
Well, the Esper's progression, you take it. Typically, if it's that check at the start of a race as an Esper, you'll take the Esper, but if you run into something like an Illumina, it might be worth it to take that to have some early offense and then pick up that Esper later. And now it's Tier 4 for Turdsman. And much like Golden Shocker, Turdsman Zumaro did not make it all the way through the final battle. However, Turdsman does have a Gao, so Turdsman has even more offense. Setzer's just going to casually open up with 15,000 damage. Does have to undo some trains for Gao and Terra, but Setzer is free to just keep jumping. Gogo sadly does not have command, so he's just going to mimic Gao's Ultima. Oh no, Fallen 1. Or he's not going to mimic Gao's Ultima. Okay, that works too. I'm sure there's enough damage between the rest of the team. Oh no, Go-Go. Anyway, the end comes beyond chaos. This should be a dead Kefka for Turdsman.
Yep. Meanwhile, on Fiery Blizzard's side, completing that house. We'll see what they get here.
Big swing and a big proc, and that should do it.
And I believe we are also joined in the booth right now by Golden Shocker, who just finished up the previous race. Welcome in, Golden Shocker. What'd you think of the seed?
Yeah, appreciate it. It was a fun one. I definitely found a lot of offense. If only I remembered about Injured Lad, that would have been nice.
Well, you held up your end of the bargain and went back and did it all the same. Turdsman finishes up. So, still about
pretty much a 5-minute difference.
Yeah, so still about a 15, 16-minute lead for Team Mobliz overall. Very close race between the two runners in that one. Virtually no time gained or lost for either team.
To answer a question in the chat, the difference at the start of that last race number 5, was pretty much about the same. It was somewhere between 4 and 5 minutes. So if anything was gained, it was maybe like 30 seconds one way or the other.
Yeah, very tight race overall.
And we are also joined by, I believe, Turdsman.
Hello.
Welcome, Turdsman.
Yeah, thank you for having me in.
He's a man
Absolutely.
with turds.
It's a family name, it's just, when you're, like your great-great-grandfather has a profession and just kind of sticks.
Ah, he was a plumbing inspector of some sort?
Sure. It's Gaelic. Yes, exactly. Thank you. So yeah, shout outs to Guardian for giving me a chance to go and take a quick pee. That was very helpful. Using slow on my jumper at the very end there.
Yeah. So, really appreciate it. Thank you for giving us a chance to calm your seat. I believe you and Golden Shocker are about to take over for calming duties for myself and Jackamus. So
I believe so.
I'm going to head out and we'll just chill out and chat. But I really appreciate you guys letting us calm. Definitely huge thank yous to Drinks Glue behind the scenes doing the restream, Gretham, who is doing some of the tracking behind the scenes, all the runners, and then, of course, all the donators, which is really the reason we're all here. Really appreciate everyone. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, Jack was here.
He sure was.
I am sorry. I thought I shouted you out at the beginning, but yes, you did pretty much all the heavy work of the commentary. I just talk nonsense. So I appreciate Jackamus as well.
I appreciate Jackamus too.
Yeah, we all do.
All right, we're going to hand the reins over because it's commentator relay as well. So here's your virtual baton. You may start talking now.
All right, marvelous. Well, thank you very much to Arustra and Champion Jack for taking care of business before we got here. So yeah, welcome in, Golden Shocker. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I got a PB by like 5 minutes, and you still beat me.
Yeah, I forgot to do Injured Lad, which was very awkward, but it also gave me a chance to go get Skip, so it worked out.
Hey, yeah, there you go. Yeah, Skip's handy for this thing.
So with that being said, it looks like Fiery's making pretty good progress. He's already done a couple checks, making good progress. He's in Collapsing House, and I believe he did Locke's World of Ruin check already.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good flag set for breaking out of the fear, I think, of early game, where you don't want to go and do too much too quick. But in this one, you've got so many good abilities at the start, or you find a really good item or a weapon you want. Like I was doing checks, I think at like minute 6 or 7, and I think with this flag set, that's definitely a way to go.
Yeah,
so we have up on.
Oh, good. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna up on the screen now. We've got the next race after this one. Oh wait, no, this is this one. Caront versus Fiery Blizzard. So this is a very important donation incentive. For every $25 donated during this race, Caront will add a hat to their head. We do know from the Discord that Caront has a bunch of hats. So this is definitely if you've been holding out, this is a good time to dump in.
That's
current.
Great.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say Fiery just picked up an Illumina in South Figueroa there.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a good find, especially with the 100% equip rate. You really want to find as many of those big swords as possible, because you know that it'll have a spot in your team. So yeah, it looks like we're up to $1,250 in total. Excellent work, everybody. Got $675 for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and $575 for the OVC Pet Trust. Both good charities. I've given to both of these during the course of this, because this is all that's what this is all for. We're not here to win. We act like it, and maybe I said that just now to put my opponents into a false state of security, but the real reason that we are here is to raise money for these great charities, which we're doing a wonderful job of tonight. So thank you all out there for donating.
Yeah, it's actually a really exciting thing to just be a part of this, given just the good cause that this is for. So just really excited to both race and then also to do comms. Just anything to support this is just really exciting. So
yeah, absolutely.
I hope everyone is having a really good night watching, and hopefully everything's going well so far with everybody.
Yeah, let's see. Who do we have starting here? Strago, Locke, and Sabin. That's not too bad. Now, there's been some discussion about Burning House lately, and I agree that it feels probably worse than almost any other grind fight check, but I feel like it's got a pretty high risk, high reward to it if you find something juicy in there, and that's entirely 100% based on me running into a double Gigantos in there once and coming out of it after it's being like my first check and coming out of it like level 25.
Yeah,
we'll
anytime that
see.
you could find a Gigantos is definitely a game changer. That
Oh,
or
yeah.
Tyrannosaur.
Yeah, any of the big ticket items, and there's a handful of late game enemies that don't have too much HP. So if you have tools, flash, or some other really good, a thrower, some other really good multi-target attack, you can make quick work of them and come out of the other side substantially stronger than you went in. These bombs are a little bit less exciting, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, not the most thrilling fight when you get get pincered by balloons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the seed, you're really just trying to get through fights as cleanly as possible and make progress. Not get stuck on anything.
Anything to get you off of level 3 is, worth a little bit of extra time, even if it is the balloon pincer fight. It's like Karant is heading into the Figaro Cave. This is another... I like this one a lot. It's really quick. It's got that heal at the end of it. There's a couple chests there if you're really feeling nasty. This is a really good... It's a good check to do if you're not sure what the next best course of action is,
Yeah, it just buys you a little bit of time to just think a little bit. It's a real, relatively straightforward check, and also something where you can, just get like a really quick fight. So even if it is a fight that you can't really handle, you can always save and back out. So it gives you a lot of options.
Yeah, thankfully this Ultros is not too tough. Karant's probably going to make, maybe not short work of it, but certainly not going to fall to this particular squid.
Yeah, really, for a fight like this, you're just trying to get in and out of it as quickly as possible. Try to do as much damage as you can. It's a little bit of a challenge when you have, like flail, for example. Like, you're really looking to try to get as much damage as quickly as you can. So hopefully, just get through this fight and start getting a little bit more power.
All right, we got Fiery learning some spells over there, getting some better fights on the back end of the Imperial camp. Somebody learned Merton, and wow, Saban's already level 24. Experience eggs in this flag set are huge. I don't know if you found one of the 75 that were in our seat last time, but they are big deals even near the end. Ultros just backing up a little bit on Karant's side and then dying. Didn't know that he was dead yet until he took a quick step backward. Shock and lore on that Gao. That is a very nice find. Shock is an incredible move. Doesn't ignore defense, unfortunately, but huge battle power on it and just really excellent, especially when paired with lore, because then you can maybe transition that into Grand Train later on down the seed if you happen to run into it. And Interceptor grabbing the grabbing this Gao check real quick. Not quite the fight you want to run into for this one, but yeah, Shocker, what's your thoughts on the Gao check there? Do you want to do that sooner rather than later? Is there a cutoff time for you for when you want to actually bother to go get it? I guess we'll see about that later. In the meantime, did see some Illuminas in the World of Balance South Figaro shop over on Courant's screen. Could not quite muster up the funds to get it, but we will see if they end up going back for that, because that is, as mentioned earlier, a really strong weapon that just about anybody can equip. Looking like they're opting for some items instead. Not a bad call. You want to have those smoke bombs. It's nice to start with the warp stones just in case you need to get out of there, but it's also nice to save them. There's a handful of characters here that could make use of it. All right, we got another donation. Thank you very much to Quest for Warkin. Just gave $50 to the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, which I believe is the Mobliz side. So thank you very much, Quest for Warkin. Excellent runner, all-around good guy, and possibly the best gimmick name in the entire Discord. I think there might be some. What's that?
It's definitely in the top 5.
It's got to be in the top 5. Let me just pop out this video here. Managing 50 windows. All right. Oh, hey! Courant showing me that there are even more hidden passageways in the South Figaro basement than I thought. I did not know about that one.
Yeah, that one's like, it's basically the same difference as going around. It doesn't really save any time. It's just a fancy little thing that you can do.
I mean, I guess if you're going back the other way, it might save you a couple of frames, but.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly.
Meanwhile, Team Interceptor Fiery under Team Interceptor heading into the cave as well. Gonna go beat up a cephalopod.
Yeah, it should be a relatively straightforward fight for him.
And a couple of extra donations coming in. Dogtrot giving $100 to the OVC Pet Trust for Team Interceptor. Thank you very much. And Sigil dropping another $50 for St. Jude's on Team Mobliz's side. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate how generous everyone's been during this whole marathon so far. Just
it's been really good to see. Also great to see in this particular one, so that we can get that fantastic picture of Courant wearing every single hat in a tri-state area.
Did you see the list of his hats?
I did, yes. One of them was a hot dog.
Yeah, so is there one in particular that you want to see? We can try to get our request in.
I'm looking for that hot dog. I definitely...
The hot dog? I mean, I'm on Team Interceptor, so the hot dog's definitely the go-to for me.
Mm-hmm. Dragon Warrior Slime is another... That'd be another good one.
Yeah, very diverse set of hats.
Yes. This is born for this day.
Absolutely.
It looks like we got two trips up Mount Colts at the same time. That is interesting. Not a popular...
not something that people would usually go to, but it is a relatively... If you get past the walking part, I mean, you're not getting into any encounters. You don't have a lot of puzzles to solve. It's really just getting from point A to point B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not quite as bad as it seems. It's just one of those checks where it's just slightly worse than almost all of Saban's other options. So it ends up getting put in last place because of that.
Yeah, I mean, give or take, it's about a minute walk. So you get through that first minute or so, and then you're already in the boss fight. It's not too bad. It's pretty comparable to a lot of the other checks like that. So it works out.
All right, we got another octopus at the top there. Fiery Blizzard taking care of that. And getting a Minerva. Not too shabby.
Yeah, not exactly what you'd be hoping for. Obviously, any characters or espers you can find is definitely helpful, but Minerva's really a good piece of armor to have. It really saves you in a lot of situations, so it works out really well.
It would be my absolute number one body armor slot if it didn't have so many equipment restrictions. In like a standard Ultros League seed, but hey, that doesn't matter in this one.
Yeah, everybody's wearing their Minerva boost today, I guess.
Sabin can probably rock it.
I'm sure he could wear it well.
Oh, quick reminder from the CEO Drinks Glue in the chat that we need to get some dog emotes in here to get some of those donations out of Fiery Blizzard.
Yeah, definitely want to see all the dogs in the chat. I know there's some people out there that definitely have their own dog emotes, so it's the time to use them.
I have not. Oh, hey, we got a quick showing here. This is the current hat situation. We got 3 right now. We got Waluigi. I believe that is Sonic and Mario.
Nice.
Keep that coming in. We get more hats. Okay. Okay, there we go. We got Glue's hubris may almost cause some troubles there, but
it was worth it though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we want to see a stack of more and more hats as we go.
Let's see if I've got any dog emotes. It looks like I do have a couple. I don't have any for mine channel, but I'll throw in an emote of my guinea pig. Maybe that'll count for half.
Guinea pig's half a dog, and I can buy that.
I mean, probably that's the exchange rate might not quite work out like that exactly, but surely it'll be worth 50 cents.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Relatively easy fight on Phantom Train with Vargas, so Fiery's in pretty good shape, and honestly, he's had a lot of easy bosses so far, so it's a really good start for him. Gives him a little bit of time to stabilize. Yeah.
Yeah, normally that would make me a little nervous because there's a couple that I really want to get out of the way early. But in this particular flag set, you're getting so much XP from bosses that you kind of want to, you want to get those big paydays as early as you possibly can.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll end up finding the offense that kind of gets you through some of the more difficult checks in this flag set. So if you can get a few quick ones, the easy ones out of the way, then you'll end up getting your VKs, your offerings, your Illuminas online. When you're in that level 20 to 30 range, like Fiery is right now, and then it's really off to the races from there.
Get some quick menuing done. Looks like Sabin has just had that egg parked on him the whole game, which not a bad idea.
Yeah, in this case in particular, because he has high vigor, it kind of sets you up right from the beginning. Because theoretically, your best physical attacker is going to be Sabin out of that group. So throw an experience egg when you know that he'll be able to use VK, Illumina, etc., any of the above. It actually is one of the better places to put it in this case.
Yeah, that 100% equip rate, I think, changes the character tier list around quite a bit. We've been talking a lot about Umaro today, this afternoon.
Always.
His I've been losing sleep over it. HR keeps having to talk to me about it, but I'm never gonna. It's important. That's all I have to say about that. But 100% equip rate changes the conversation for him, I think, completely. Like if he can equip one of the big weapons, Valiant Knife and Atma weapon preferably, he becomes a substantially better character.
Yeah,
same with
absolutely.
Sabin, same with Cyan. All the really high vigor characters that in the vanilla game are like locked to a specific weapon type get much better when they can put a Night Sword on or something.
Yeah, it just makes a world of difference.
So it does look like we have hit the incentive for race number 7. So it will feature a Mog Umaro Shadow start, except Shadow is going to be Interceptor. So we're going to have a critter fight right here on Game 7.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. Also,
go ahead.
I was just going to say thank you to Poot Scooty for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that's what I was going to say actually. So I was searching for the next point, which I suppose is Fiery heading into Mobliz, looking for dried meat, maybe.
I think
or
more
just checking some
importantly,
shops.
I think it was the interceptor check there. Just making sure that we're
right
catching all the interceptors in the game, and what a find!
Yeah,
That's
hey.
a great offering. Yeah.
Top
Especially
shelf
with a
accessory.
Yeah. Absolutely. He went there for the interceptor and he got rewarded.
See? Let that be a lesson to you all. Gotta pet the dog. Gotta save the animals. Alright. Meanwhile, Karant finding Realm in the train and putting her in the party pretty much right away. I didn't even get a chance to see what skills she had, but
yeah,
not worrying about that. Not as important. She's got a slot.
Yeah, for right now, I mean, honestly, you're probably looking just make sure you have your characters. So, as soon as you get 5 characters, it kind of gives you the base of what you want to go searching for. So, for right now, it's more finding characters 4 and 5 at the beginning just to know like what your options are.
Yeah. Yeah, that the 5 character requirement is kind of interesting. Characters tend to be a little bit harder to find than espers, depending on whether you got a seed that's a little bit wider than it is deep. But for this particular flag set, not needing to get that last that 6th character that you normally have to get in an Ultros League seed is, I think, a big part of where the time saving tends to come in.
Yeah, I mean, just pure math, you can get through with just, instead of needing 6 and 9, you can get by with 5 and 8, which means that that's 2 less checks that you need to do at the end of the day. And that's also 2 less dead checks that you have to deal with, potentially other things. So, I mean, just a small change like that really speeds you up quite a bit. I think that's been seen for everybody that's run this flag set, that it's pretty easy to find your offense and really go. And also with scaling and everything else being generous, it makes this a really exciting and fast flag set.
Yeah, easy isn't necessarily the right word for it. It's just, you got to think about it differently than you might normally. It certainly encourages a bit more of an aggressive play.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is that it gives you a few different options to think about, because you're getting to the end earlier than you normally would. So you also have to think a little bit about whether, you have enough power to get through. Can you stack your party the way that you need to actually get through fights? So math gets a little bit different.
All right, Karant taking on Vargas here.
Fiery just finished up RNG Cave, seeing what the boss is, which is a very unfriendly Magic Master.
Ooh.
So that offering is really gonna kill off.
Enormous find. Unfortunately, couldn't get the Merton out of realm off before the wall change came out, so gonna have to sit tight with her. Slot might work. Ooh, wow, sniped Gal, look at that. But yeah, I was just about to say slot might work, but it might be better to have her hang back to heal up, throw some Phoenix Downs around.
Yeah, at this point, I think you just want to get through this fight as quickly as you possibly can. Get out of it and just move on.
Yep.
Yeah, that was one of the things that stopped me in the race that we had, just previously was ended up running the Magic Master and having to do reflex strats, which was not fun.
All right, Fiery getting through the Rando Cave. Heading into Jador next. Not a terribly quick check, but does have that added benefit of letting you go and peek at the shops if you really want to.
Yeah, looking at the shops, but also with the VK offering in hand, he can really take advantage of the extra power from the fights if he finds any good EXP encounters. So it could really work out in his favor.
Oh hey, found some Atlas armlets. That's nice. Oh, another little announcement. We got a 50-bit cheer from Dwaya. Thank you very much, Dwaya, for those 50 little triangles. The most powerful shape, I think. It's a triangle or it's a half sphere. I don't know which one, but one of those two. Lots of magic in them. Courant jumping down the falls and fighting their goddess. Taking care of that business.
Yeah, that was a really good goddess fight. Actually worked out really well and didn't get in too much trouble with love token because of the abilities that you had.
So, all right, it looks like we're going to be crowdsourcing a bit. We are taking some donation incentive suggestions for race number 8, run 1 free fits versus Dare. 1 free fits, the restreamer for yesterday's leg of this race. And Dare is a pretty good racer as well. Fitz obviously no slouch, but we are open to suggestions on some little donation incentives for Dare. Let us know what you'll pay for. Get a quick look at those totals. We got 1,350 in total, 725 for St. Jude's, and 625 for the Ontario Veterinary College Pet Trust. Those are some good numbers. See if we can't get that 4th digit on those two right there. Courant doing some little bit of Esper shuffle here. Saw Osmos on one of those. Osmos on one of those Espers. That's a really nice, handy thing to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, it's pretty likely on this flag set to see Ultima. So it's a nice little thing where, if you don't find any way to find elixirs or anything else, like Osmos is a good option to make sure you can sustain your Ultima cast.
Fiery doing something very important there on their way out of Jador, cursing that the insanely rich man and his obnoxious child to a life of being a giant chicken horse. Cure 3 on Golem with strength +2. That's a very interesting one to get. Having a healing spell on your physical attackers is not a bad idea, since that's usually something that you want in an emergency. Your physical attackers are slightly more likely to wind up with an HP Esper on them for a little while.
Yeah, that actually works out pretty well, especially in the Paz and Kefka's Tower, where you might have a physical attacker who's by themselves or with a relatively weak party member. So having an ability to kind of deal with both doing offense and healing to sustain is definitely helpful.
Fiery taking on the red dragon. Do you know that there was an Ice 3? Excuse me. I do know there was an Ice 3 Esper floating around somewhere, but doesn't matter. The damage is plenty high enough for Fiery at this point to not have to worry about too much other than making sure those Valiant Knife targets. some pretty good, and there's some pretty good and bad good suggestions happening in the chat. I like basically everything that Taco Mage is suggesting. Doing the Relic Shop tutorial in South Figaro. Talking to everyone at Beginner's House, that's pretty good, Dwyer. 2 operas. 2 operas might be a bit much, but...
I mean, the Relic Shop tutorial in South Figaro, I mean, how often does anyone get to see that? Other than, like, once in a blue moon when you accidentally misclick.
Right. It's just reset out. It's like, I don't care. I have no idea how long that thing even is, because... obvious
too long.
reasons. Alright, we'll see where Kurant is heading next. Going to the World of Ruin. I believe they picked up a Go-Go.
Yeah, Kurant does have Go-Go. Fiery has just got through hiding with a Revivify, which was good use of Revivify there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one that's tough to remember sometimes, but if you can remember that the undead off flag is off, I suppose is technically the way to say it, then you can get through a handful of these bosses much faster. Haydn definitely feels the best to just put a little bit of drip on him and he goes away.
Yeah, I believe Fiery's looking for Esper 8 here, and he's taking a few kind of plunges of wherever he thinks that he can find an Esper quickly. Just because he's so close to getting unlock. I think that he feels plenty powerful to finish Final Kafka at this point. He's just looking for wherever that last Esper is so that he can kind of move on.
Oh, I hope it's not. Okay. Oh, gonna go after it anyway. This is a risky move. It's a long check, but Setzer is one of the better characters to find late game. His checks are so fast, and 2 of them you can see what they are before you have to... Actually, I guess... Yeah, 2 of them you can see what they are beforehand, but the Search the Skies is going to be an Esper or an item. Kurant getting bullied by those weird engineers hanging out on this bridge up here.
Yeah, they're definitely not very friendly to most people. I think they're one of the final bosses in
yeah. Ooh, nice. Very good. Kurant slipping through.
Yeah, that was well timed.
Fiery finishes their cardio. The glutes are going to look excellent after this.
I mean, Saban probably wasn't working on his glutes or doing anything with his legs. He probably looks.
I mean, yeah, he's probably
like
he's definitely
Baba.
one of those like all bench press guys.
Yeah, it's all upper body strength.
Mm-hmm. Little trucker legs dangling out. Him and Fun Baba spot each other.
Yeah.
They don't help each other out too much. They're enhancing what they've already got, but sometimes you need somebody extra.
I mean, the portraits look great though.
Oh yeah. Celeste in Zone Eater. Not a great ability on her, but Kurant is opting to keep her in the party. That Valiant Knife back on Sabin. Interceptor, or sorry, not Interceptor, Fiery for Team Interceptor. Taking care of that boss so fast that I didn't even see what it was.
Flame Eater.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That guy's not sticking around for too long.
Yeah, he had Ice 3, so it was a relatively quick fight. So coming out of this, I mean, more most likely he's either going to go straight to Culligan or he's going to take Search the Skies and just try to get an Esper as quickly as possible. I think that's pretty much what he's been targeting. Like the second he made the decision to come here, I think he pretty much plotted that out.
Yeah, you kind of saw the like one step backwards, like one tile down, and then thinking, what is Setzer? Setzer that gives me a lot of options. And I mean, we'll see if it pays off, but I think pretty good reward for low risk on this one. It's a time loss, but hey. Okay, Dare's pointing out in the chat that Saban definitely squats because how does he get that height for those suplexes otherwise? That makes perfect sense, actually. So maybe we're thinking wrong about this.
I mean, that's possible, yeah, for sure. I guess I wonder if it's just plot armor though, if he can just suplex certain things.
Somehow his pecs are so strong that he can use them to jump.
Yes, exactly.
That's what's going on.
I mean, I'd buy it.
I guess it's not the weirdest thing that an anime character has done. Ooh, cheap experience egg in this auction house. Let's see if Karat goes after it.
Also, Fiery got his Esper 8.
Yep, that was Esper 8. All right,
Looking
looks like
for something himself.
Yeah. Gonna drop into one of these shops. Must remember something something good in there.
Illumina, I think.
Oh yes, you're right. There was an Illumina in here. There we go. Get you a legendary sword. Oh, I thought it was just for a split second. I thought that they were gonna sell the Illumina. Yeah. Like,
So,
look, it's called commerce, okay?
I mean, it might be a barter suit. You never know.
That's true. Playing 4D chess. All right, Karat saving that XP egg they got at this auction house. I don't mind that. Still could use a few levels.
Yeah, just the only thing with there you go. There's the Esper. So Karan still has a little bit of work to do. He's going to be looking to just knock off a lot of the checks here. You know, as soon as he's out of auction house, I think that he still has. If I'm not mistaken, I think that he'd be doing maybe Strago's checks.
Could
or
be.
Maybe. He might have been thinking that there was 2 Espers, but probably the experience egg and the Esper was probably the 2 checks there in auction house. So this is going to be fun on Fiery side with the double Illuminas.
Oh yeah, they wound up with a bunch of Genji gloves on top of it. Double Illuminas feels great. That's a good fun time.
Yeah, that's the kind of offense that you're looking for on a seed like this, where if you could just get through the 2 side paths, then you're pretty much set to go. So I think Final Kafka is a non-issue. It's really a question of whether Doom or Goddess statues are anything tricky or not.
Yeah. Well, the Illumina does help out at least with Doom, so that you don't get messed up by the part near the second phase where he's got the image status on, but wow. Beat that squid up. Just took care of that business.
Right. Yeah, I mean that would be, I think, the last Ultras. I think we've seen all of them. Maybe we haven't seen Ultras 4, but
Yeah, think
all
we're
the good ones.
missing. Yeah, we're missing the one where he pulls his buddy in.
That was 9,000 damage without the Atlas armlet.
Yeah,
Now,
doing pretty
I guess Ultras.
well.
Yeah, Ultras doesn't have a lot of physical defense, but still, that Saban's going to be doing a ton of damage here on the climb.
Brunt, using Celeste as a caster, taught her Ice 3 there. She is a strong caster. Usually want her swinging a big sword around, since she's more likely to have access to that. But when everybody can do it, it kind of changes the formula for what you might want to have Celeste do.
Yeah, I would say in this situation, it's probably a convenience thing where it's the easy way to kind of get through those fights, multicasting, as opposed to trying to kind of physically target everybody, one at a time. So it kind of works out pretty well in this situation.
Did not notice that this guy was default down here. Kind of funny. I don't know what these Lobos think they're going to do, but gonna have to go find an interceptor to pet, make up for this.
Yep, I know. Well, maybe it's sending a message from Team Mobley's.
Hey, wait, hey, that's not our bag, all right? I'm gonna have to have a talk with. Kurant. Golem is a good find, though. Breathing easier, knowing that you got some columnist protection.
Also,
I lost Umaro in the last one to that, unfortunately.
Yep. Fiery got through Doomgaze there, which was a little bit of a sneaky, could have been dangerous fight, but with Ultima, it wasn't that bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the stuff that has the really high defense. I think those are the big things that are going to trip you up in this flag set. If you've got, if you don't have a specific defense ignoring attack, it can be kind of tricky to run into something that you can't do big gobs of damage to.
Mm-hmm.
Like those Ice 3s would have done, quad 9s against, even something that isn't strictly weak to it, like Air Force or something like that. But against Doomgaze, suddenly now you're only doing 2,000 damage per hit. It's going to take a while.
Yeah, that's really the value of having VK offering or something else that's damage ignoring, just to make it a lot more, a lot more straightforward trying to get through some of those fights where, Poltergeist, Doomgaze, Magimaster, it just gives you a quick way to get through it without having to take too much risk on.
You don't have to spend that extra minute or so, flipping through the Rolodex of strategies. Figure out, like, okay, which one of these is going to work against what have I got? All right, I got Berserk. So okay, I got Berserk. I can handle this, but if I run into Ifrit, I'm screwed.
Yeah. Also, Kurant getting an extra experience egg there. So
right, yeah, just plucking that right at the last minute. It's like, oh, this house is going down. I better take this very expensive item.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you don't take the eggs, you can't make an omelet.
That's true. You got to have more than one egg for that omelet too. You're not going to make a weak one egg omelet.
Right. Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you're getting your money's worth. So Fiery's just about to jump into Final Kefka here. I mean, I would assume that he feels relatively, confident with the team he has.
Yeah, I caught a glimpse of the levels that they're rocking, and it's like high 40s at a minimum. So I think this is gonna go pretty well, unless these tiers get real nasty about instant death or petrify. If they even get the chance to. EXP eggs for sale in this relic shop here. My.
Power overwhelming.
I mean, it is something that we say a lot when we're commentating these things. It's one of the easiest way to increase your power is to increase your levels. It's a very important number in all of the algorithms from damage values to how much HP you get per level tends to go up even more as once you get past 30 and 35.
Yeah, a lot of the levels end up being a multiplier as opposed to just additive, so you end up getting just a lot of damage quickly.
That was Courant with, I think, their 7th.
I believe that's correct. 7th Esper.
Yeah, I don't have access to their tracker, so I can't necessarily see what they've got left for them, but... Fiery taking care of tier 2 now. Making short work with 2 procs off of Saban's Illuminas. Extremely nice.
Yeah, that works out really well. I mean, that's just, it's night and day when you have offense like that. And, as opposed to having to kind of struggle through with like Fire 3, even Ultima, if it's not, maximum magic power. Usually doesn't work out that well. At least not as well as this. So just really, really just well positioned right now to get through Final Kefka.
I believe just finished off magic. I think that was some the death counter version of those dispels. Opting to take care of magic first. How do you feel about that? What's your? Do you have an alternate strategy for going through these if you don't have no instant death, no mute, that sort of thing? Which one of tier 3 is the scariest?
I mean, I think Tiger is pretty much globally the scariest in most situations because of Dune Tusk, but you have to make sure that you're really paying attention to his HP. So Tiger has his he gets angry for his last, say, 13,000 health. So usually you would still try to get Tiger down and try to burst him down at the end. After that, I mean, it's kind of a coin flip, I would say. Usually what happens is that you'll get Tools down because Tools only has, say, 25,000 health as opposed to Magic's 42. But all the same, I think you're just looking to get both Magic and Tools down close to the same time. And then you can really control the fight if Hit is the last person alive.
Yeah.
So, you try to get as much as you can done with Magic and Tools. And then, kind of recover, make sure everybody's full up. And then you can go ahead and finish the fight. And 10 hits usually not that big of a threat at that point.
It is really funny how Hit is just universally considered the weakest point. To the extent where it's just like, Kevin, why did you put this thing here? It's not... It hits. That's it.
Right.
Not that exciting, man. A quick donation. Alan Bachuth donated $10 to St. Jude's. Thank you very much for that donation. So that would put, I think, St. Jude's at 735. Looks like 735.38. I'm not sure where the extra change came from, but thank you all so much for those donations. This is going extremely well. Would love to see 2K total before the end of this. I thought I had a sneeze there. As Fiery heads up to tier 4.
Fiery has just done exceptionally well during this seed. He's already at Final Kefka, and I think it's going to be pretty quick work. With his safety as strong as it is. So, about to see the next runner from Team Interceptor.
Yeah, this Kefka isn't going to be sticking around too long. As Courant heads through. heads through the Magitech research facility to try to snag those last espers that they need.
Yeah. With where Courant was, needing 2 espers, I'm not sure if he was at 6 or 7, but the front 2 of Magitech was definitely a good choice.
Oh,
Just that's a good convenient place to try to look for espers when you need them.
Yeah. Yeah, this I prefer. Oh, and there goes Kefka on Fiery's side. GG's. Too Fiery, making short work.
Yeah, that was just an extremely good run from Fiery. He had really good use of his offense and just overall played very well.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and Courant also getting the skip alongside at the end of that one, so probably see them jumping into the tower here shortly. As we get our the next team interceptor player to jump in, which I believe that's Dare.
I
got
believe
that
it's Dwight,
backwards.
if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Dwight and Sigil are the next race.
Oh, you're right. That is the next one. So, all right, we got Fiery Blizzard in the chat. GG's. That was excellent work.
Yeah, but went pretty smoothly, all things said and done. Kind of got started with the EXP egg as it is, and then Illumina's for sale, and really kind of just go find money. That was the bigger problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, from our point of view, it seemed like you just needed to power through all the checks. Like you didn't really have any trouble in any particular spots, as far as I could tell.
No, yeah, at the beginning it was like, I go to Mobilis because, of course, I got to pet the dog. I see the offering in there. I'm like, okay, how am I affording this? Because I can't even afford the earrings that are in freaking South Figaro.
Okay, we were wondering if you had gone in there just to pet the dog and then happened to wander into the boutique next door and be like, oh, hey, I've been looking for that necklace. That's excellent. How lucky.
Well, 100%. I wanted to go into World of Ruin Mobilis as well, but to pet the both dogs there, but just never happened.
That rocks.
I thought it was going to go pretty smoothly, and then it turned out that Zen wasn't an Esper. I felt bad not even checking the auction house. I'm like, I'm never checking the auction house. I'm just going in there. Why mascotting the 2 troublemakers in there and leaving?
I did appreciate that. I think that's good work right there.
Yeah.
It needed to be done, honestly.
Come on, Courant.
Ooh. Courant taking a wipe to Dullahan there. Believe didn't have access to XP eggs quite as early, so not rocking the late 40s, early 50s levels going into the Kefka Tower.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Got tripped up by some high damage.
Yeah, I think there were EXP eggs for sale in South Figaro in World of Balance, and I think there was one right in the Loot Path in Narsh.
There wasn't one in the Loot Path in Narsh, and there was also one in Collapsing House. That
was a Collapsing House is what I'm thinking of, yeah.
Oh, okay. I think there was another one.
No, I only had one, but...
Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of my seed.
Yeah, we had them everywhere.
You were all over the place.
But you give, I think Sabin started with 65 vigor, something ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was thinking about buying the earrings. I go and check the weapon shop in South Figaro. I see the aluminum, or the egg in South Figaro. I'm like, yep, nope, I'm just gonna go and buy the Illumina, and that will be that.
Yeah, I think that was the right call. You had.
Yeah.
Sorry, after you.
No, just with a saving that strong, it makes a lot of sense to just kind of juice him up and make him your physical damage for the whole seed, especially knowing that he can equip whatever you find.
I was gonna say that combined with the Genji gloves, real good way to make him just a buzzsaw.
I will remind people the race technically isn't over in Heat 6, so if they haven't spammed dog emotes yet in the stream chat, they should go ahead and do that and make me pay for it.
That is true.
I don't think anybody's been shy about their dog emotes here. So.
That's true. Yeah, there's a handful of them.
I just need a number at the end of the after current finishes, and I will proceed with my donation accordingly.
I'm sure we got glue on that.
But I believe also we need the tracker updated. I think it's Dwaya that's currently on the right side.
Yes, that is correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, Dwaya on Team Interceptor. Kurant chewing through some of these bosses. Looks like they shuffled around a little bit. Still bringing Celeste in, but bringing Strago along.
Yeah, he's got it this time, I'm sure. I will one say there was a little bit behind the scenes as well. I had mentioned to if I had forgotten about this, or I forgot that Strago was my Blitz user by the time I picked up Realm. But I was fully planning on getting my Blitz user 42 and using Spiraler at Kefka's tower just to kick him out of the party entirely, but I'd forgotten about it. I was like, oh. So no Spiraler today, unfortunately.
Right, yeah, it's a tactical Spiraler instead of one that happens against your will.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, those are the ones you have to watch out for. Is the overflow induced spiralers.
Overflow or getting a preemptive strike in the Coliseum, and your Blitz user just decides to yeet themselves out of existence. Like
I was so scared when number 24 showed up, and I'm rocking a double Lou save him, and I see the overflow pop up immediately. I'm just like, please do not hit Sabin because I am dead.
There's a 50-50 chance that this is over now.
Right.
And I was thinking to myself, I have no idea when the last time I saved was.
Ooh.
I think I saved in World of Balance before I switched over to World of Ruin right before then, but I wasn't too confident on that. Come on, Strago.
This Dawn has been just extremely rude.
Really nasty. Usually not. Not a pushover boss. Like, some of them can end up being. I would say Tunnel Armor would probably be a good example of a boss where no matter when you run into it, you're probably gonna feel like, yeah, I got this. But Dullahan is not usually a big nasty like this.
Hitting the emergency button with the Pro Rod there. Just anything to get through this fight at this point, I think.
Hey,
I
it worked.
100% agree with that move.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we got, I didn't even look at this, Mog, Umaru, and Shadow. So currently, there have been 3 of 4 races that have had Umaru in their party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the last one, it was a coincidence. The first one, it was definitely going to happen. Oh my.
Wow.
Experience eggs for Tonic. One of the weakest enemies in the game.
The good news is you don't need more than 4.
Right, yeah. We're making a fat 4-egg omelet this time. Plus you got Umaro, so that's excellent.
Yeah, it just makes this fight even easier.
Yeah, Dwaya just... Yep, going for it.
No reason to be shy.
Nope. Kurant having a little fun, trying to cast Sleep on Ultros, which I do believe works. But that guy's got so little HP that not really going to matter too much. And dispelling the curse on the shield at the last possible minute.
I can honestly say, well, no, I have done that before, but that's because I've laughed and memed and basically said, it's a 16. How long is this actually going to take?
Right, yeah. How much could one banana possibly cost, Michael?
Exactly. That is not as friendly of a fight for the BK here.
No. What's your favorite part about these Enox? Is it the confuse spell that they have with Mind Blaster, or the free spell with Cold Dust?
Oh, Cold Dust, definitely.
I don't know.
If this is an opposite, I'm assuming this is an opposite day type situation. All right, Courant, one boss away from bringing Team Mobliz up to race number 7. Got Sigil waiting in the wings. Grab that baton.
I forget which boss this was.
Dwyer gets an extra egg for funsies.
I mean, how much can you sell them for, right?
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, it's emergency money if you need it.
Yeah, it's not even sarcastic. It's if you're trying to find a weapon that everyone can use, eggs are great, especially for tonics.
Yeah, it's a good return on your investment. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. That's clever heads-up play.
Oh, it's Doomcase here. Great. Good.
Hey,
Past the Mass Fest. It was actually something, so Courant and I am Courant's mentor for the Moogle Cup.
Oh,
and
really?
I remember watching him run a seat. I think it was actually during a race, and he had gone to the Coliseum and peaked some consumable for Excaliburs, and he was like, yeah, I'm just gonna take like 3 or 4 of these and then just buy, I think there were eggs in a shop that seed. And he just did, a couple minutes investment to buy 3 eggs from a shop. I'm just like, I've never really thought about going to the Coliseum just for money to buy a shop.
That makes perfect sense. Because if it's like even just that exosite, like that's anybody's gonna take that thing out in 1 or 2 hits.
Yeah, so I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, that's a good. Put that one in my back pocket for later.
That's a good use of Super Ball and Fire Rod by Dwyer just to guarantee a path through that Storm Dragon. Because Storm Dragon is not a straightforward fight, but getting through that quickly actually worked out perfectly.
Yeah, not a straightforward fight and lower HP for the most part than a lot of the other dragons. It's nasty moves, It's you can't go that far down on wind spells before you hit the bottom, but it's still like 200, 300 damage base.
Yeah, if you played often enough, you also can realize that a high-level Storm Dragon has a nice fallen one into Ultima / Donner combo as well.
It's true.
Never a fun time when you run into that one.
No.
Dwyer taking this Velt Cave check. Presumably, you can peek it, so it's kind of a good call trying to find that. Trying to get that 4th character. I think that's probably what I'm looking for in almost every Worlds Collide seed. Is I want to get that full party, so I have a better idea of what checks I have access to, and what's more importantly, what abilities and builds that I'm going to have access to.
Well, you also forget the most important part. At the end of this check, you spawn in Thamasa next to Interceptor.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
That's efficient routing there from Dwyer.
Extremely efficient. I would say that's also with a Mog Umaro start, going up to see what do Mog's checks, do Lone Wolf, and that also gives you the ability to see what Umaro is. So if you're looking for a character, this is actually a pretty good party to kind of get a lot of intelligence on checks quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, very much so. I think in this flag set, a lot of times, and we see it's a dead check there, unfortunately, but Dwight is going to take it. EXP, and you get your dog to spawn, so don't hate it for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm actually into this. They're rocking all those XP eggs. Want to those used as soon as possible. An update for the heat number 8, one free fits versus Dare. So we got some open incentives, another Magumaro Go-Go start. Slightly worse than this one, where instead of having Shadow at the beginning, you got Go-Go. Even less options for places to go. But more exciting than that, we watered down a little bit the suggestion of and Steve and Kupo. So what that will do, if $400 gets donated before the start of race number 8, so you have as long as Dwaya has to beat this. Every sprite will be changed to the Moogle sprite, and every name will be changed to Kupo, which is a real troll, kind of almost April Fool's style thing. But get them donations in so we can do something kind of mean, frankly, to a couple very, very sweet human beings.
Yeah,
but I guess that's entertainment. So
it is very entertaining. Seeing somebody do that or Steve Seed, either or, is just very, very fun.
So Blue is only telling me 80 plus people. By the way, nice petting of the dog, Dwaya. So I got a confession to make with this incentive, by the way, with the dogs. And again, you can still put dogs in the chat.
Yeah, we're not.
So I had told Glue actually in my messaging that it was actually going to be $2 rather than $1 per person. And the $1 per person is actually going to be for the St. Jude charity, because I am actually a pretty big supporter of them as well. So, all said and done, we'll take the $80 and we will turn that into $160 for OVC and $80 for St. Jude.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic.
Very generous of you.
But we are getting this climb from Kurant. Blue bubbles abound. Gotta love the cheaper Ultimas that we're used to in Ultras League.
Mm-hmm.
A confused Drago is not what you want to see, though.
No, he's causing some troubles. Dodged the attempt from Celeste to turn his confusion off. See, I thought, okay, the ultimate came out of Realm. I was a little worried there for a second.
Yeah, this is a little spooky here with being pretty close to triggering 10 hit.
Yeah, definitely going to want to spend a little bit of time. Okay, there it is. Wow. No, stop blocking. Okay, there we go. At least the problem solved itself.
Yeah.
And we got plenty more Fenrir casts. As many as we want, really. Which is good. It's one of the best summons in the game.
Yeah, so angry at Strago, not even going to bring him back in this situation.
Yeah.
He can just lie down. Think about what he did.
I mean, Gar would appreciate that.
Several of us, I believe, could appreciate that.
Oh, not out yet. Still a little bit of HP on that magic. Exciting. Hey, let's see. Let's see how lucky you are, old man.
Yeah, no, for, during my climb, I immediately went for magic, because I'm like, I know you have muddle, and there are too many characters here that if they get muddled, I will wipe myself.
Yeah, I have too many extremely good physical attackers. In general, I tend to inflate the danger of Tiger Head, just because zombie is such a nasty thing to have happen to you, but that's with the consideration of also using instant death, take care of tools. You also have mute and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, sure. And there's also the fact that you only get Doom Tusk when he's low in HP, so if you just never attack him, it's not really an issue.
Courant not catching a Merton start, which is very nice. Opting to use an elixir on Celeste instead of the Mega Elixir at this point, which I don't disagree with. I think that Cure 3 is floating around somewhere.
Yeah, he also has Sword Tech 5 on Sabin if he opts to do that, just to kind of keep him alive as well. Looks like he's going to try to do jump strats to jump over any shenanigans that might happen here.
It's an interesting move, especially with HP this low, but... see if it can't pay out. Meanwhile, Dwyer, over on the right, is dealing with a big fat statue. Kind of spooky, but we'll see if she has the tools to get through it. Went ahead and thrown out Fenrir. Over on Courant's side.
You know, I'm trying to find this link, and I might as well just do that in chat.
Hey, there you go. Give everybody else a little show. Okay. Ooh, got lucky with that swing.
That's extremely lucky. Just swing through that with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That fight could have gotten really scary really quickly there if that didn't hit.
And heading up to Tier 4 with, I believe, 3 out of the 4 final party members intact. Sabin actually, now that I remember that he's got a Valiant Knife on, it makes a lot more sense why Courant was a little reluctant to use that Mega Elixir.
So I think Sigil is waiting in the wings here, waiting to see Courant finish up.
Yep. So it'll be Sigil and Dwyer for the next heat. And once Courant has finished, they'll be jumping into the booth here to commentate on this next leg. Oops, sorry. Forgot to mute my mic there. But they'll be here to commentate on the next leg with Blizzard in tow.
No, wait. We do see a gal picked up from somewhere, I guess Floating Kane 1.
Ooh.
That is the dream team, if I can say so myself.
With or without one of the characters being transmogrified into a dog here? Is that with the dog sprite and not the dream team if it's just regular Shadow?
You know, it basically turned the dream team into, like, a higher level of dream team.
Right, the Galaxy team.
Yeah.
You didn't think it could get any better.
But here you are.
But here we are.
All right. Goner charging over on Team Mobliz side. Courant just...
The two should take care of it?
Yeah, I think this, if not this, then... Ooh, a little bit higher. I thought it was already at the below 10k, but... Oh, dang. Realm probably going down, but that's okay. Gotta be close here.
Celeste should be able to finish it.
I'm so bad at counting HP for the final boss stuff, like, which stinks because you really want that for Tier 3, but even for Tier 4, knowing what deck is coming when, that is great work for Karant taking care of Final Kafka.
Yeah, very well done.
GG's.
GG's. Some of those out there. As we get Sigil popped in on the left here. And hopefully get Karant here in the booth shortly.
Yep. As we're getting Sigil set up, Dwight is working through the back half of Floating Continent with what a fight that is. Gigantos.
Beautiful. So is there? Do these repeat? I think there's one more Gigantos. I think for here in a second.
It's the it's the second and third. If you go down accidentally rather than to right, you'll get the second encounter again.
Yeah, you can trigger it that way.
That's a bummer.
All the same, I mean, just finding one Gigantos kind of settles the theme. I mean, that's a plenty good find in and of itself.
Yeah, it's a huge like sigh of relief type find. Just like, oh, thank God. Oh boy, I'm gonna get lots of everything, like XP, pretty decent gold, lots of magic points. We got another Lobo Marshal. Is that part of this flag set? Did I just not notice?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, neat.
No one wants to see retainers in Marshall.
I mean, not when I have a controller in my hand. No.
Or in your Serpent's Trench, right? It
Or,
was
yeah.
retainers and dark forces, and you're just like, yep, nope.
It's like, nah, I don't think so. Thank you anyway, but I appreciate your offer. We're gonna go a different direction. Thankfully, that was it, and that was the only gnarly thing in there. But yeah, a lot of the grind fight that kind of has the same problem as Burning House, where it's if you find the right random encounter in there, it's gonna slingshot you, possibly 10 to 15 minutes faster than you might have otherwise had. But if you find the wrong one in there, then it's like, whoops.
Yep.
Wham, wham. Oh well.
Yeah, that's also where something like Phantom Train gets really interesting because you can force the encounters through the ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
So, you could go into certain train cars, fight, force encounters to, make progress. So if you happen to find, say, double Gigantos or Tyrannosaurs or something, of that tier, all of a sudden you're pretty much good to go.
You can kind of get away with that in Jador also, but you're a little more limited in how many you can slurp up. Ooh, Ragnarok.
Maybe.
I might have been. I might have been convinced.
Gonna feel real bad if this isn't an Esper. Thankfully, it is.
Actually, I mean, in this case, it's not the worst thing because you could always go to World of Ramnar, and you have you're really going there.
Man, I just noticed that.
He's thinking about taking the check here.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking at this. He's probably going to go for it.
Yep.
He's probably going to try to see if Shock can make it work.
I mean, you got Shock, you got Fire Rods. Definitely see it working.
Okay.
You already have earrings?
Yeah, earrings. I might take a fight.
Oh yeah.
Grab the weirdo that's running back and forth or something like that, but
well, if you do that, you might end up taking 4 fights.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, usually you take the first guy on the right column that comes up.
Yeah.
Because you can just run straight into him, and then you can kind of decide whether it's worth it or not.
All right, moment of truth. Dwyer does not want to see. Oh, well, hopefully this isn't Doomgaze for Dwyer's.
Oh no! Ooh.
Yeah. Speaking of Doomgaze, hi everybody. How are y'all doing?
Hey.
Hey, hello.
So when I popped that Pearl Rod in the Dullahan fight going with the statues, then the next boss I saw was Doomgaze. My first thought was, son of a word I can't say on stream.
Yeah, I mean, which isn't fair, because that was 100% the right thing to do against Dullahan, right? Like, that was the call. It got you through that wave, because that guy was bullying you pretty big, too. But yeah, Doomgaze shows up, and it's like, haha.
No, we got the ha currently on Sigil's side. He accidentally triggered the backline.
Yep.
And there's Siegfried's.
It's the one that's gonna keep coming. Oh no.
Well,
I got out of that.
GG's fiery.
How about we don't take this either? GG's, Garant.
These are disgusting fights in this Kefka at Narsh.
That is going to be a really hard fight too for Sigil, taking Dullahan.
Yeah, if it doesn't kill immediately.
Oh,
You're kind of lucky it wasn't Scarbeam or level question mark Burl.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I think you just kind of leave and eat the time loss of just walking back.
Yeah,
Might
I think
try the green one. Let's see if. Yeah. Okay. No, that's the right thing to do.
Oh, also, holy crap on almost evening the donations between St. Jude and OVC.
Oh, hey, yeah, look at that. We got the numbers up on the screen here. 865 for St. Jude and 855 for OVC. We're getting pretty close to the $2,000. Let's see if we can't get there by the end of the stream. But this is really exciting.
Oh yeah, that would be fantastic. Speaking of donations, so the hats were falling off my head the whole seed.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Invalidated.
I shame on me. I chose a bad foundation hat because I chose Waluigi, the newest hat in my collection. It's a sturdy son of a gun. It is worth every penny of the $25 I paid for it, but it does not play well with others apparently.
I mean, I guess that fits with the characters. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I hear Waluigi, and my immediate thought is Mario Party 3.
That's the one where he has the crotch chop, or is that that's the?
I'm talking about his island.
Oh, all right, yeah.
That stupid board. Where he just tries to trap you in a island of red squares.
Yeah, that sounds slightly unpleasant.
So I do think I am going to dip out for a bit. I'm going to be coming back for the next heat after this one to commentate with Sigil, I believe. But I do need to take a quick break, so I'm going to pass the baton on to you two. Again, GG's, Fiery Blizzard, and Courant. That was a fantastic showcase.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. I'm going to leave as well, but GG's to both of you guys, and again, just appreciate everybody, how generous everyone's been, and really excited to have been a part of the whole relay. So with that being said, GG's.
Yeah, it looks like we have just reached $1,800 too. So OVC Pet Trust has just overtaken St. Jude's. For those of you who are rooting for St. Jude, of course, there are no losers here. Do get your donations in. I do not know how long we are away from the ultimate donation incentive for heat number 8 to make everything Mog.
Oh, so I do want to shout out, we did get 3 donations in just a bit ago. I guess all of these are for OVC, since they're being mentioned in the Ultima Derby room. We have $50 from Physics, $50 from Sigil, and $240 from Fiery Blizzard. So holy moly, all those dogs.
Yeah, it was, the split there was $80 to St. Jude and $160 to OVC.
Okay, awesome.
So, because I gotta put my donation towards St. Jude as well. They're a wonderful organization that I've donated to several times in the past. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's let me move my windows around a little bit. Sorry, I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat, the game, and also the Discord. So forgive me if I'm jumping around a moment. But yeah, I help out with St. Jude as well, so it's definitely, absolutely something worth doing. No question. All right, so we've got, looks like Sigil is raiding the South Figaro house, and Interceptor is Dwayne is headed up to do the Tritalk check.
Yeah, Dwyer has, I believe, already done Floating Continent and Velt. And Sigil, unfortunately, running into that dual hand at Kefka and Narsha a little bit too strong to take on at level 3, especially with the encounters there being Siegfried and Intangers.
I was going to say Siegfried and Roy? I mean,
somebody
completed the swipe, I think.
But I believe I didn't actually catch what Tritalk was. I assume it was dead, but I'm not sure.
I'm afraid I didn't either. I was too busy staring at the basement.
Or it may have been Zone Seek.
It could have been, yeah. All right, so dragon time for Dwaya. We have a fitting dragon given where we are. At least, sort of.
It's not as inappropriate as when Red Dragon shows up.
Yeah, no kidding. Red Dragon in the ice? Nah. I got Ragnarok from the Zen check for just about 10 grand.
And Atlas Armlets are in the Relic Shop, too. If you don't have a few of those, you'd love to pick those up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right. Let's see. All right, sorry, checking things. All right. Nice
so we
for Dwaya.
So we only need 40 more to make the one free Fitz versus Dare race be completely incomprehensible to almost everybody.
Oh my gosh.
If you haven't seen at Steve before, or in this case, at Kupo, you're in for a treat. Our commentators are in for one headache, and our racers are in for what Sans would agree would be a good time.
Yeah. Yes, please get the donations in, por favor, because we definitely want to raise all the money we can. Both of these organizations are great. Of course, OVC is regional to Ontario. St. Jude is international, but that doesn't mean that either of them are more or less valuable. They both need our help and love, and I'm glad that y'all have been so fantastic about all of that these last 2 days.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing to me because Worlds Collide is a pretty small community, all things said and done, and yet in really, maybe 6 hours of stream, we're at $1,800. That is impressive. But I bet you we can reach 2,000.
Oh, I know we can. I am absolutely certain of it. I would love to see us hit 2,000 before I have to jump off the stream in about 15-20 minutes. For the best of reasons, ultimately.
Yeah. We do have Dwaya going into Yamara's cave, finding a senior behemoth, using that no undead flag, the no undead flag being off, meaning you can revivify senior behemoth's second form. And we'll get a behemoth suit out of it, which is a wonderful defensive gear as well. And some person.
Yeah, some guy who spent too long at the gym.
Now, there's a correct move here, and the correct move is to not remove the Yeti. Thank you. The Yeti is at level 50. Okay, the entire party is at level 50-51. So you weren't here earlier. Let me tell you why this happened and how Dwaya is... So Dwaya went to the Coliseum relatively early. They started with Mog and Yumaro and Shadow. Tonics traded for EXPX.
Yes, please.
For one of the weakest enemies in the game.
Yes, please.
So
I say that, and I didn't check the Coliseum at all during my run, but yes, please.
You didn't need to. I had no idea what was in there either.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, and I was talking about it because, we were talking about how the Moogle Cup and you were my mentee, and I was talking about how Dwight actually got like 1 or 2 extra eggs, and I was basically saying, Karuk did something really cool the first race that, we were together during the Moogle Cup, where you got a couple extra, I believe, Excaliburs just to sell.
Yep.
to buy EXP eggs in a shop.
Yeah.
We're going to see, I assume Sigil is going to see the exact same thing right there.
And immediately goes for it.
Probably feels a little bit bad that this is after taking the Storm Dragon, but certainly better late than never when it comes to having way too many eggs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the more eggs out of which we can make Kefka-sized omelets, the better.
Ooh, Evil Oscar is taking... I'm not entirely sure if this is intentional or forgetting that Gao had the Moogle Charm on. Evil Oscars are pretty, they're pretty annoying to deal with, but of course, I guess if you have level 52 and a VK and an offering, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, that will cure a lot of ills, yes.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this heat is going to be cumulatively the highest levels we will see the entire derby.
I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest.
Here's another thing as well. So Sigil also taking the Enoch fight for a Valiant Knife that Dwyer took. Unfortunately, Sigil is a little bit higher scaling, so Enoch could use some of those abilities that he just didn't have the MP to cast at the very beginning of the seed.
Right.
Luckily, not seeing something like a Mind Blast or a Cold Dust that would make that fight much more annoying and dangerous. But escape the Colosseum, just like we managed to free, not the kid, I guess. No. We did free the kid from the collapsing house.
Yeah,
We're going to get anything good.
good.
No, it's just a catchy glove.
Well.
We do actually have another $40 donation from Dare for OVC. So that does sort of a self-inflicted wound. He will make himself, or they will make themselves, play a Kupo seed. Congratulations.
Hey, nice. Well, hey, I mean, if a runner is willing to inflict that pain on themselves, rip removal, then yeah, go for it, I guess.
Yeah, it just realize you did it to yourself when you open up the seed and realize that literally every word of text is Kupo.
Kupo, Kupo, Kupo! Oh, I was gonna say, maybe I should put on my Kupo hat for that.
Ooh. I gotta go back and actually watch your side just to see all these hats.
Well, they only got one hat picture, so you'll be seeing it probably, I don't know, probably about 20 minutes in, I think.
Okay.
And now I'm having trouble finding Mog. Where are you hiding?
We got an Ifrit at the back of Phantom Train. We do have all of our characters for Dwyer, just needing one more Esper. Not sure where she is in terms of checks, but close, very close to that unlocked. I don't know about you. It felt like in our seed, finding that last Esper took a while.
Oh, sorry.
Comparatively, okay.
I actually found, I got 7 characters and I still had 3 Espers, so I was just kind of on the hunt trying to do the quickest checks I could from early on just to get anything, really.
Yep. Yeah, I ended up in the same place where I had 6 or 7 characters, and I was like, I still need Espers.
Yeah.
We do actually see Chaos Dragon's Claws in the sort of ghost encounter spot. It is a wonderful fight. If you, for whatever reason, if Dwyer decide, I want to be level 80 with these EXP eggs, you could take like 10 ghost fights here, because if you interact with the ghost, you get that encounter.
Right.
And you will probably be higher level than you will ever be in a Worlds Collide seed ever again.
So, I'm sorry, what enemy did you say was that ghost encounter?
The 2-time Chaos Dragon Aquila fight.
Okay.
Which is the Phoenix Cave enemy, right? Enemy set.
Yeah.
They don't do anything, really. I think like the Aquillas can do Shim Sham.
Yeah.
But they give you an obscene amount of EXP.
Okay. I might be taking mental notes for any future seeds that I run, if I happen to run across that. Of course, I say that, and that would be assuming that I actually remember that information when the "oh hi Maggie," when that encounter actually comes about.
Well, Magic Master is about to meet the sort of, just a few knife swings here.
Yeah.
Good news about an offering, it doesn't matter.
Yup.
Takamage corrected me in chat. I thought it was Steve with the Kupo modifier. We were actually doing Kupo, which just makes all the characters Moogles. That being said, I feel like if they wanted to, they could do both. I don't know how much money we'd have to raise in order for them to inflict truly that, where all the characters are Moogles and all the text is replaced.
And Drinks Glue clarifying that the last two Interceptor runners did the task set before them, and that is get that 20+ minutes back from Team Mobley's. So I will have to pay my homages and ask the forgiveness of the rest of the Mobley's members because I gave up most of that time.
Yeah, but it was more time for people to spam dogs in chat and cost me more money. So
that's true.
Definitely well spent, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I have no dog in this fight.
Except the ones in chat.
Except the ones in chat. And the two on the screen.
Yes. All right, Glue wanting me to do a Mog hat. All right, fair enough. 1 second, let me get that set up. Yeah. Trying to get one where you can actually more see it. It's kind of a freepy hat. I think this one will have to do.
Does Baron Falls have the final Esper we need for Dwyer? No, it just... it has what I would consider definitely not an Esper, but honestly, one of the best characters you could find in this situation. Very quick check in Doma defense. Mount Zozo is also very quick. Doma Dream is almost certainly off the table. It's too long of a trek to just for one Esper.
Yeah, at this point, if you had gotten Cyan earlier in the seed, then I would say Doma Dream is an instant go. But now, no. I mean, just with one Esper left, no need to do that.
I think you can make a case for it if Dwyer is exactly at 12 checks.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
I don't think she's there. I think she's probably a bit past that. Sigil getting his Sabin. That's actually the fourth character. The fifth character, I believe, was Gal up on top of Floating Continent. So that's where the difference is. Also to say, Floating Continent had Gigantos as one of the encounters there that you get when you're escaping. So a dead check, unfortunately, for Dwyer. An Illumina is nice. It just isn't the Esper we're looking for. At level 62, I don't think we really need it.
Not particularly. I mean, still, power is power, but you can only punch Kefka so hard.
Yeah, I think we're at the point as well, level-wise, that you really don't want to see any procs. Except maybe against, like, Poltergeist or Doomgaze, but we've seen Doomgaze. Things that are high physical defense where procs will just eat right through it. Otherwise, I think at this point it's kind of just a waste of your time.
Yeah.
Got Collapsing House from Sigil. We got Imperial Camp with more free encounters. Yeah, you get a free runaway when it's preemptive like that or a surrounding attack.
Right.
But at this point, the last thing you need is EXP.
Yeah, you need time, or you need to save time at this point.
Like, it could show double Gigantos, and I would still be like, yeah, this isn't worth the time. It's nice. We got some Night Stalkers here and a Monster in a Box. Actually, one of my favorite Monster in a Box encounters. It gives you quite a bit of EXP and 15 magic points.
Can you guys hear me?
And I can glue.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm not coming through the stream, but I'm trying to figure that out. Oh, yes, I am coming through the stream. I hear myself. Okay. All right, so we're going to... just to interject a little bit, it looks like Interceptor is going to finish considerably considerably in front of Team Mobliz. But keep in mind, they are 20 minutes and 29 seconds behind. So the way we will do this is that if Team Interceptor finishes before Team Mobliz, what we'll do is we'll restart the timer on the bottom right of your screen. And what we'll need is Team Mobliz to finish before that reset timer reaches 20 minutes, 29 seconds to determine the winner.
I almost suggesting just have Team Interceptor. It's going to look a little bit boring, but have them hold off for 20 minutes and 29 seconds.
All right, let's do that then. I'll let Dare know.
Get a live differential on for our final race of the Derby. I think it's close enough where that's not too big of an issue.
I will be leaving y'all to determine that because I'm going to be jumping out in a few minutes. But yeah, I'll look forward to definitely watching the VOD whenever we finish. Dwaya is just about to go into Kefka's Tower, going to the statue, got the statue skip, so loading up those party members, and I would imagine most of them are probably going to be going. I don't know about Cyan, but if nothing else, to hold the Moogle charm.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you realize if you play even like one or two of these seeds is, or if you play the Chaos Seed or any of those, you kind of get used to it in Ultras League having 2 characters per lane and sort of only having one lane where you're like, I need a Moogle charm on someone I don't want a Moogle charm on.
Right.
But with 5 characters, you have to have 2 parties like that. You just kind of, it can get a little bit uncomfortable, I'd say. Depending on what bosses you have and haven't seen, is sort of juggling around those Moogle charms.
Right, yeah.
It's always a little bit scary. It's like, okay, I have a single person in one lane. You're like, you really hope it's not Poltergeist that opens up with stop.
Yeah, no kidding.
We are actually seeing Sigil sort of falling behind Dwaya for getting an encounter right before stepping into Imperial Camp. We'll get that Fenrir Esper, though, that I'm sure Dwaya loved to see at the when she got it for her final Esper. We do see Atma Weapon, the power of levels and Illuminas and whatever else that Sabin has equipped. That Atma Weapon stood absolutely no shot.
Yeah, levels and stips. Because...
I'm trying to think of the last time that I had a party level composition in the final fight that was over 240.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever had a level composition that high going into Final Kefka.
Not in Worlds Collide.
No.
There's
I don't even know if I had levels that high in vanilla.
Something tells me Final Kefka is going to have a Monday, a second Monday, a third Monday, and a fourth Monday.
No, I think when Kefka comes down from the heavens, he's just going to have to look and see how buff that party is and go, oh crap, and fly back up out of the screen. Dwayne won't even have to fight him.
It would be a wise move.
He can escape the same way he did last time, just exit stage left.
I don't even think Umaru is swinging that strong of a weapon and still doing 8,000 damage. Like, that looked like a one of those more basic swords, and definitely wasn't a big stick.
Good lord, level 64. Jeez Louise.
Didn't even have an Atlas. Oh my gosh. Is anyone going to do less than 9,999 damage other than the VK offering user here?
Oh,
and then, I mean, total wise, it's going to be well over 9,999. But there's a good chance that this is going to be our fastest final Kefka the entire Derby.
I wouldn't be at all surprised.
You gotta pick up that Shadow. I thought, well, okay. Sigil is on Team Mobile, is not on Team Interceptor. Do I agree with the decision? No, but
Well, all the same, you've still got to save the dogs. I mean, even if you're raising money for the kids love dogs.
absolutely. The big port, a big thing for them too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not just the kids either.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not. Rexol's a bit annoying here. We could use Flare or Ice 2 just to get through Rexol's magic defense. With a Thrower and Gao, I don't think... Yeah, it's not going to take long either way. Meanwhile, Sigil is going to go down Barren Falls, is going to pick up the Cyan for actually his 5th character. I expect, given 5 Espers, probably going to go into Dream.
I would figure so, yeah. That would make sense in that perspective.
If Dream happens to have, 3 Espers, that's quite a bit of time. I mean, that's much faster than Floating Continent.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, so do I get ready for the final fight? And I think I'm going to go ahead and step out of the booth because I have to get ready for a date, actually.
Ooh, nice.
Very nice.
Best of luck to
thank you.
Enjoy. Thank you for the race. Thank you for participating in the Ultima Derby. And obviously, thanks for joining me in the booth and, everything else. It's been wonderful to talk with you as well.
Yeah, GG's. And of course, I and my hats are at Charity's disposal. I'll watch the VOD later to see how everything goes with this race and the last one. Go kick butt, take names, and raise lots of money for charity, y'all.
Yeah, thank you, Karat.
Absolutely.
And I'll fill in for Karat until Turdsman and Sigil take over for the last race. But yeah, I don't suspect this will be much of a struggle on the final fight for Joya. And I guess that's what happens when you get 17 experience eggs.
Yeah, we thought that Golden Shocker and Turdsman race had a fair number of eggs. It turns out we just were completely naive to the number of eggs we were going to see. At this point, you're just like, why are you procking, Sabin? It's just a waste of time.
Well, remember, magic, while not as well, the higher level, the more the magic damage does. So, just a casual 7,000 flare from Sabin of all people. Probably doesn't have earrings on. Playing a little bit safe, let's put some shell out there. Nothing wrong with that. It is Easter. We do have some shells on eggs, so that's very appropriate for the day and festivities that will happen tomorrow.
That explains a lot. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Not Easter Sunday quite yet here in the States, but it is somewhere elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, well, it's Easter weekend. It's a nice weekend. Most of us had 3-day weekends and whatnot. Most of us are off tomorrow. Even if you work things like retail, most places are open, so you get to enjoy the day. And before we have a chance to crack more Easter jokes, Dway is done with Tier 1.
Yeah. I mean, I expect Tier 2 to take just slightly longer, but that's just because there are more parts. And a little bit more HP, but it's kind of going to be the same.
Yeah.
You're going to hit things with a stick, and then hit things with a stick more. I just even let Yumaro do this entire thing.
Actually, physics. Theory. Looks like Dwaya is choosing to hit the A button with their shadow. Now there are 12 buttons on the SNES controller. There's an L button. There's an R button. There's a start, select, up, down, left, right, X, Y, and B. But Dwaya is choosing the A button. Why do you think she's choosing the A button there, Wizard?
Yeah, I don't know why you're pressing any buttons. You just have Umaro just do every action here, and you can go, grab a water, grab a drink, grab whatever you want, and come back in about, let's say, 5 minutes, and Final Kefka will be dead. But yeah, there's no reason to do really anything here if you really don't want to. You're kind of at obscene level territory.
Yeah, if you hadn't filed your taxes yet, some certain states and certain counties get an extended deadline, so maybe Dwaya falls into one of those, and she can go file her taxes while Umaro takes care of business. A lot of things she could be doing besides pressing the A button. Let Umaro do all the work.
Meanwhile, Umaro is showing up in Sigil's side here in the dream. I know that Umaro features heavily in your dreams, Glue. It also apparently features heavily in Cyan's dream, so you got that in common.
Fun fact, Umaro actually wiped me in my Mega Elixir Week 1 race, and I've never felt so betrayed in my life.
Yeah, I didn't think those words would ever be used in a sentence by you.
Yeah, I was flabbergasted. I was overcome with emotion, obviously, and just left emotional scarring all over me. Hands down, one of the worst days of my life.
I think I can understand. Sometimes you also wipe the fish, and you kind of question everything you know, including another Mega Elixir runner. But we're not going to go there. This is the Ultima Derby. This isn't Chaos or Ultras League or anything with Normalize and Distort. This is actually Tier 3. We got Sleep, and we got Girl. How long do you think this tier is going to take?
I think it's going to depend on the animations. Whirlwind comes out. That's cool and all, but yeah, Umaro doesn't care. Neither does this Shadow. Yeah, Shadow's deciding, you know what, this freshly pressed A button, let's put it to work. Out comes another Fenrir. That is smart. I'd like to see that.
That is actually by far the worst outcome you could have at that start, because right now Sleep is currently in range of just absolutely destroying everything. Girl is still alive.
Oh no. Oh no, Umaro. You targeted the wrong part.
Yeah,
I guess
it is where you just hit A with Shadow, and everything's good again.
Yeah, I guess Umaro had an Excalibur?
Yeah, I believe so.
Alright.
Or Gradius. Dog using a dog to block.
Very nice.
Right, and we did get a Esper from Dream 1.
And just a reminder, from the results from day number 1, Team Interceptor is 20 minutes and 29 seconds behind in the cumulative event of the Ultima Derby. So after Dwaya finishes, we will be starting the last leg of the race for Team Interceptor. But what we're going to do is we're going to have Dare wait 20 minutes, 29 seconds, and make up the time gap that is currently present. And then we're kind of spitballing here, but maybe around that time Sigil will finish as well. So that way the last heat officially lines up, and we'll get to see a thrilling conclusion to the Ultima Derby.
Yeah, it'll be close for sure. It's going to depend a little bit about where Espers 7 and 8 are. Okay, it's just I think there's an Esper here at Dream. Leader is slightly out of position. But yeah, I mean, Final Kefka, there's nothing to talk about here. I mean, if you want, you can pick up people. Alternatively, you could just let Yeti do Yeti things and Sabin do Sabin things. And yeah, that's GG's for Dwaya.
Alright, so 7, 18, 16 at 7, 38, and 40 is when we'll tell Dare to kick off. And I'll plug them in real fast, actually. We'll just hang out on the loading screen. Did Dwaya help herself to the restreaming room?
I believe she did. GG's, Dwaya.
Hey, GG's.
Have you ever had levels that high in a Worlds Collide seed?
Probably not. No, I don't think so. That was...
That was a fair amount of levels and things you had going for you there, Dwaya.
Yeah, this seed was very kind. Very kind indeed.
Believe we got we did get the Dream Esper of having 3 Esper Dream there, so making up a little bit of time not doing Floating Continent, but instead chasing that route instead.
Oh, say that again?
Dream had 3 Espers, and Sigil never went to Floating Continent, so made up a little bit of time, I would say.
Okay.
but is going to have to take one fight here in Center Tower to get Skip, and then we'll be at statues. I really feel like we're going to have a very, very close start between Team Mobliz and Team Interceptor.
Yeah. Kind of looking through chat here. He's gonna wait 20 minutes. Dare is.
Yep.
Yes.
We're gonna. He needs to kick off at 7:38, so we're at 7:20 right now.
And we got Demon Chocobo. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. Yeah, that seed was great. That was probably the best Ultima Derby seed I've ever played.
You have to do a double take when you saw the Tonics trade and the EXP eggs, and with probably one of the weakest enemies in the game.
Yeah. Coliseum was definitely the play, and then finding the VK, and then finding the offering, and then everything kind of just came in together. So I was happy about that.
Yeah, we actually now got a Skull Dragon as well here in Center Tower, so if you didn't have a red cap or a muscle belt already for Sigil's offering VK user, that's going to be nice as well.
Oh, heck yeah. Did Sigil go to Coliseum?
Sigil did it quite a bit later than you would have in terms of progression, so not quite the obscene levels that you had at endgame. I only think, add 1 to the egg count there. But as you can see, only a lowly mid 40s to 50. We're not talking the 62 that you ended in.
Yeah, no kidding. Can I just say I loved having the dog sprite? That was cracking me up throughout all of my run.
Yeah, no, it was great. Also, kudos to petting the dog after you did the Velt Cave check.
Yeah.
I would have been disappointed if you didn't.
I mean, a dog giving dog pets, you have to do it.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. I assume it makes sense to Glue as well.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Nothing's made more sense in my life.
Yeah. And
it's a return to normalcy after Umaro betrayed you this week.
Yeah. We don't want to talk about that. Yeah, Umaro definitely betrayed. But I specifically kept my 3 starting members in the party for the whole thing. And that includes the Yeti. And Yeti was hitting hard for me, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so 3 of the 4 seeds that we had today started with a Yeti. One of those completely by coincidence and not actually planned. I don't know if it's set for this seed that we're going to have as our final. If it's not, are we going to see another Yeti?
Ooh, I hope so. That'd be exciting.
Just to have 8 Yetis through the entire 5 heat run would be very nice. I'm a little bit concerned we're going to be staring at the Demon Chocobo menu screen for a bit.
Oh yeah.
How much money can our viewers donate to not look at that? I'm being informed it is set. Our donation total did let it so that it is Malgumaru Go-Go start.
Oh wow, that is a start right there.
I think it's a start where you're immediately going to World of Balance Narsh and seeing if Umaro is possibly your way forward. But I don't know, we do also start with Warpstone, so you could just easily go to the island I personally have issues with and take Zone Eater if you feel daring and lucky enough. But yeah, we're seeing, again, still overwhelming power that we generally get with this flag set over in Sigil's side, taking down those tentacles in 2 actions. It's got 2 more statues to go. About 14 minutes away from Dare starting. This is going to be close. I forget what the other bosses are in the tower here. I expect the Dream made up quite a bit of time just between Dream versus Floating Continent. But I assume it's going to be, within 3 or 4 minutes. Certainly not outside the realm of possibility of, and certainly not predictable who is going to win this relay. If you donate $50, we will not get the Demon Chocobo screen. Some people might like that. I don't know. But we are going to feature a bunch of Mogs, or Moogles, in the final seed here. Ah yes, Rexel. Definitely the boss you want to run into when you have Umaro. Good news, Umaro chose wisely. Well, he chose wisely once, and then decided to not choose wisely. There we go.
I think Turdsman hopped in here as well. I don't have my Discord screen handy, but Turdsman, did you hop in?
I did. I was waiting for a good time to slide back into the chair.
Welcome back.
Let's wait 17 seconds, and I think that'll be a good time.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So amazing race here. Effort by Sigil. He started quite a bit behind, but I think he's gonna make up a little bit of the time here. In 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3, 2. All right, Turdsman, it's time.
Hey, welcome back. I'm back, everybody. How's everything going around here? Oh boy, looks like Team Interceptor's doing some violence against everybody here.
If you want to have real fun, Turdsman, you just try to read the hash.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well that's the dragon is number 2, and it looks like there's a fairy at the end there. Oh yeah, okay. So the special soldier, dragon, old man, and then fairy. I think I got it.
I think it's Rexel, isn't it, or no? Either way, I find the red dragon actually by far the hardest thing to find in that hash.
The only reason I knew is because the little head is on that pink spot.
We got individual Saban versus Atma weapon. Single character Atma weapon fights can be a little bit scary, but with the overwhelming power that we have, I'm not sure it's going to matter.
Yeah, I think Saban had enough HP to weather a stray non-elemental spell there, thankfully, but didn't have to worry about it at all. Just took care of that right quick.
Yeah, so Dwyer had I believe, 536 final Kefka climb. Sigil is lacking the levels that Dwyer had. By that I mean instead only in the lower 50s or mid 40s for a couple characters versus the level 60 plus party. So
right.
It's going to be a little bit slower. I'm going to bet that Sigil Team Mobliz is going to start about a minute before Team Interceptor in this final game.
That seems pretty fair. Like, yeah, the Sigil's levels are merely incredible instead of godlike, like what Dwyer had. So it's not going to be too much trouble in this final Kefka, but yeah, probably not the sub 6 minutes.
No, listen, I will never see that again.
Right, yeah, that's going to be riding that high for years.
Oh, yeah.
Morrow doing almost max damage with a Gradius.
I mean, that tier 3 could have gotten, probably gotten the sub 530 if that tier 3 didn't go probably as poorly as possible in terms of targeting.
Yeah, no kidding. I'll be honest, I did not even realize that that's what he had on. I think I stopped caring about equipment about halfway through that seed. Stopped caring about chest probably a quarter of the way through.
Mm-hmm. I think that second point, that's the trick to this one, is knowing when to stop, right? Like, okay, I'm going to make it to the end of the game. I don't need maybe there's a Minerva in there, maybe there's a red jacket or a red cap or something that'll like enhance what I'm doing now. But like, we're all right.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Here it can also be, do you have enough to buy what you need?
Mhm.
And you only need what you need to buy, and once you get to that point, you just stop. But you do need that initial money just to buy things most of the time.
Oh, Sigil has quick. I wish I would have found that. That would have been amazing.
I will be honest, I think in your case, casting quick is a waste of time.
I think it might have been, honestly.
Okay, fair.
I think the animation time alone is too much. I think you maybe have quick if you had Octo VK and then you just do quick once in tier 2 and everything is dead.
Yeah.
Preferably putting up Golem or Fenrir before you do that.
Yeah, I will say with this flag set, that multi-summon is a lifesaver, because it lets you just go ham and not be scared as much, like from 10 hits, or getting quartered and then 10 hits, or, anything like that. So, kudos to adding the multi-summon in there.
Yeah, I think that was a really good addition. I know Worlds Collide in general has taught me that a few of these summons are really good, actually. Especially if you can manage to use them more than once. Bahamut has saved my butt a couple of times now.
And then some of them are just Crusader.
Well, yeah.
Which, if you can summon multiple times in the same fight, congratulations, you have way too much HP.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I don't know, guys. I think I probably could have summoned it.
You probably could have summoned it.
Oh, almost certainly. Alright, we got another donation incentive, apparently. If we donate $50 during the 8th race, one free Fitz will perform in the opera.
Ooh. Everybody wins with that one.
Yeah, and in terms of if you are considering a race between the money raised, we got $865 for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital and $975 to OVC Pet Trust. So, got $110 between the two. We are also closing in $2,000 to make it happen.
I have to say, that is incredible, the amount of money that we've raised for these two really good charities. So thank you all out there for doing that.
Yeah, this is great.
You see that quarter and double dispel coming out.
Mm-hmm.
The shadow now only has 1200 HP. I wonder how much that VK is going to use.
Whoop. Okay, I was gonna say, like, opting to get a little bit of healing in before the 10 hit comes out. Thankfully, Umaro did not ruin it.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes left. There's 10 hits is going to come out. Well, I don't think this will be any problem. I think the Yeti was taking all of like 20 damage in tier 1, which, yeah, I mean, single digit here in tier 2. Another 7. 3 7s.
Okay, I guess. Ding, 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 ding.
Now, it's always interesting, if you don't have practice with Umaro on the climb, how do you manage Umaro in tier 3? That is always the question you have when you're doing something like this. They have more than overwhelming offense, so it doesn't really matter all that much. It looks like we're gonna get a Fenrir cast, and then looks like a quick from Shadow here, and that certainly with the whirlwind being hit, I suspect that will be just fine.
Yeah,
you know what? You just go ahead. Sorry, I was like, you just let Yeti be Yeti.
Well, that's what I was saying.
I think this is the one tier where I think you try not to let Yeti be Yeti quite as much. As much as he was a Jetty Yeti.
So we're
need
doing-
him to chill.
We're doing nearly quad 9s on sleep here, so all Sigil needs to do is cast quick again on Shadow and, press A. Alternatively, could just let Yamaru take this entire thing.
I mean, I think just one thing from all 4 characters probably takes care of Final Kefka at this point.
I think you might be in the damage range of Ultima. Depending on what Mog does.
So yeah, the question, I guess, isn't if Fallen One is going to be cast, but the question is if Kefka will get to do anything at all.
Well, like I said, if you just go to Shadow's turn, cast quick, it's over.
Yeah, that'd be it. Which, yep, okay.
That's
Yep,
indeed
that's
what's going to
exactly
happen.
what he's going to do.
Yep, don't hate it.
I mean, it's 80,000. Kefka only has 62,000 HP.
Right, yeah.
GG Sigil.
Yep.
GG's Sigil, we're going to have about a 2-minute difference. 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so difference between Team Mobliz and Team Interceptor.
Yeah, this is exciting.
GG Sigil.
GG's, buddy.
GG's.
So yeah, how do you feel about that final Kefka fight and getting to do the vanilla strat against him at the end there?
I'm happy with Shadow, aka Interceptor.
Yeah. Did the work.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're curious from a race perspective, a lot of the time difference came from the fact that Dream was 3 Espers.
Yeah.
Dwyer did go to Floating Continent, which had Gao and I think 2 Espers. But clearly, if you're going to chase Espers, Dream is much faster. So just a difference in routing there.
Yeah. So I'm
well
guessing,
played by both of you.
I'm guessing Gao was
Gao is
safe.
No, Gao is Floating Continent 1.
Ah.
Yeah, and if I would have, I didn't go get Sabin right away, so by the time I unlocked Dream, it wasn't a very attractive check.
Yeah, because you only need 1 Esper.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Dome of Defense was not an Esper.
No. But it gave me a Lumina, I believe.
It did. Yes, it did.
Do you know what Dwyer did not need? You thought your levels may have been high, Sigil? Dwyer had level 60s.
Yeah.
Like at the low end.
I believe that Cyan joined at what, level 56?
Yeah, something like that.
Sabin joined at 51.
One of the first things I did was go to Coliseum, so I found those experience eggs at level 3.
So yeah, this is great. We're gonna have both people in Mobliz, or not Mobliz, sorry, Narsh. At the same time for the final leg of this Ultima Derby.
Yeah, I saw the Super Bowl and I was just like, if Kefka and Nosh didn't work out, Opera. Dragon.
I would say Kefka and Narsh did not work out.
No.
Yeah, those were disgusting fights.
Dwyer didn't see it, so
what were the
2 of the
fights?
encounters. We didn't see the green encounters, but I can tell you the 2 brown ones were Siegfried in the multiple, and the last general standing was in Tanger.
Oh gosh!
Yeah,
oh, that's awful.
Could not have been worse.
I was hoping to get some levels before the boss.
Oh my goodness!
It's like even if you did manage to fight that in Tanger, it wasn't going to give you anything.
No.
It's just disgusting. Oh almost as disgusting as this NPC on Fitz's side, standing in front of that pot for whatever reason.
I assume there's Chocobo feed in there or something.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like we did hit the Kupo incentive. I have never used this modifier on a seed yet. I really like the altered names. We got Kumaro. Yeah, we're pretty limited on opening checks, though. We're probably going to see a lot of. Probably going to see. I'm gonna guess the Narsh stuff pretty early. Going through Mog's checks.
Yeah, you do this just to even see if there's a character at Umaro.
Yeah.
Which there isn't. Like in my case.
I was gonna say I have to run to do Easter things. Thank you all for letting me race, and good luck to our runners here.
Absolutely. GG's again. That was an amazing run.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
Later.
I believe it is also my turn to head out as well and let Turdsman and Sigil, you two, finish out this wonderful Ultima Derby. Again, for two great causes. We need $40 more for Fitz to perform in the opera. I get one more opera. For a second, I thought that was Mog at Lone Wolf. That is not Mog at Lone Wolf, but I believe that is a character. So we have located character 4. I think. I hope the Imp Robot sprites haven't changed to Mogs as well. This might get very confusing.
That would be really dirty. I think there was something else at the Kefka at Narsh, so.
Okay, that's Gal.
Capture Dance.
This is not the Dream Start.
Not quite.
No.
Also a very low check character too. Just 2 more. So there's going to be a lot of searching around for that next character early on. Going to want to try to really open up options for checks. Ragnarok's in the shop. I saw VK's in a shop on Fitz's side a little bit ago as well. An update on the that incentive there. Sorry about that, Glue. We only need 40 more donated during this race, and one free Fitz will perform in that opera. We did just get a $10 donation from Faux Pas. Thank you very much. Good name.
And I am going to head out again, like I said. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. It's always a pleasure to do charity marathons. Look forward to any future events as well, including the FFR marathon coming up in the summer. So it's always a fun time. And bring it home, Team Interceptor. But I will not be upset if Team Mobile also wins. The charities will win regardless. So thank you all. And I look forward to catching the rest of this race.
Absolutely. Thank you for your work today. All right. So now we're off to the final leg of this race. We got one free Fitz and Dare for Team Mobliz and Team Interceptor, respectively. The time differences did close up quite a bit during this. Team Interceptor putting out some incredible work, both with Dwyer and Golden Shocker, gaining a little bit of ground, and then Sigil, I believe you kind of regained back a bit more to sort of even it out.
Yeah.
I think that play to the Dream was a pretty good call.
Yeah, I was fading Floating Continent no matter what.
Oh yeah, that's way too long for a seed. Like you do that if you feel like you have to.
Yes.
But that's way too long of a check for a seed that is going to be this short.
Yeah, when
pulling in lots of sub hours. Like I did a PB on this, and it's like I'm never going to be doing anything that good ever again.
Yeah, I saw that Sabin right away, and my eyes lit up.
Right? Yeah. I was like,
my favorite character.
Hello.
I'm keeping you.
Not a lot of great stuff in the. Ooh. Trying to get a Thunder Rod here from the Coliseum. Gonna have to fight a ninja for it. See if this Sniper Umaro can make it happen.
Yeah, when I did the Calcium play for the VK, I got real scared.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting for another level ? Pearl.
Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, that one didn't land. Or wait, no, it did land. It just didn't do much damage.
No, it did 300 damage. So I was waiting for a second one to come out.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of shuffling. Dare really wants to get that Ragnarok. Do not blame him.
Yeah, I don't blame him either.
Maybe going to hold off on it for a little bit for now. Couldn't quite get the funding. As one free fits, heading over into Kohlingen. Perhaps picked up Setzer? I did not notice.
No, no, he walked past the cafe.
Okay. Going in there to check the shops.
Yes, because I think it's if you don't have sets, it's one of the places many people won't go.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Okay. Also, that's interesting. Taking a look at the shops and knowing that there is a guy that'll change your party makeup there as well. I'm gonna go for the go-go check here. Not a bad idea. No boss, so no XP gained out of it, but really high chance of finding a character in all of these early checks here.
I love the Moogle names.
Oh yeah, they're incredible. Kumaro is inspired.
Yes.
Let me see if I can't pull up their separate streams so I can get a good look at what their trackers are telling me. All right, we have a couple more donations. Excellent. $24 to OVC from DGL, and $16 to St. Jude's. That's a total of 40. So that means that one free fits is going to be gracing us with the beautiful dulcet tones of a 16-bit voice generation system, and
Yes.
it puts us at $891 for the St. Jude's Children's Hospital and $999 for OVC Pet Trust. Now that looks like it's the highest number that's possible, but in fact we can add another digit onto that one. So if anybody is so inclined, if you donate $9,000 to OVC Pet Trust, that will be the biggest number that is actually humanly possible.
Right. And I think Turdsman was, and I think you were saying.
What's that?
I think you should sing if someone donates $9,000.
Okay. You know what? Yeah. If somebody donates $9,000, I will personally sing the opera as close to accurate as I possibly can. Not a cover. We're practicing. Let's see. That's not very okay. I need to maybe get a little bit of water.
And we have a realm in the South Figaro basement check.
Hey. Oh, in-game version of the opera for sure. Like I've only practiced the one. It's the classic. You know, I appreciate the new version of it, but you get that analog feel to it from the back in the day stuff. It's a high quality. All right, Dare getting past those nasty little goblins and wandering through the instant death cavern. Getting some hops in.
Oh yeah, this is where Celeste was.
Ooh. Magitech Celeste. That is a good find.
Yes.
Dare is getting the scaling up quite a bit. Has not taken any experience fights yet, so we'll see. See how bold they decide to be. Meanwhile, One Free Fits making some sales. Could have gone back for that delicious Ragnarok. Popping through here. I thought it was in the weapon shop in here, but maybe I was wrong. Forget where. I know we saw a Ragnarok and a Valiant Knife in the shop somewhere.
I think it was the World of Balance.
Okay. Right, meanwhile, Dare taking care of that dog's a monster. Don't worry, that's a different kind of thing. That's not. It's not even a wolf, really.
No.
Some sort of gubbin. Fenrir from the Gao check. Putting them up to 5 and 2. But hey, found that magic +2 Esper. That's going to pay huge dividends for Dare once they get those levels up on Celeste.
Nice. And Fitz found the Ragnaroks finally.
Hey.
Yeah.
Right. Dare opting to keep Kumaro in the team. Appreciate that. I think that's every single race today has had Kumaro in it. Pretty beautiful. Alright, yeah, take a quick think about where they want to go next. Gonna check out Zen, it looks like. Alright, meanwhile, Dare heading into the Serpent Trench. If this is a doable fight, then this is a great idea.
Yes.
Got a couple of breakables.
Yeah, for his sake, I hope it's doable.
Yeah. Doable and at least worth, 3,000 or 4,000.
And Fitz just picked up Strafe from the Zen Thief.
Very nice. All right, well, Leafer and Darkwind. I mean,
they're doable.
You're gonna win. Because at the very least, this one isn't quite as consistent as some of the other grind fight things. This might actually be a pretty good one to find right away.
Yeah, you'll at least get a level 2 off the ground.
Mm-hmm. They have barely any HP. Yeah, 1,000. I mean, 1,200 is not too shabby. Oh yeah, Drinks Glue in the chat. Maybe raising some questions that had not gotten asked yet about how weird it is that Umaro seems to show up a lot when Glue is involved in things. That is weird, Glue. You're right.
Yeah.
weird. I mean, I guess some of these were part of the incentives.
Yes, and I also think Yumara wants to show off for Glue.
Oh, that's true. Probably to make up for his Mega Elixir run this week. I'm sorry, boss.
And to make up for no Yumara's yesterday.
He got 0. He's got to put that work in, or else he's gonna lose his SAG card. Yeah, Dare getting fights that are helpful. I think now is probably when he wants to find something a little bit beefier. This might work. It's a bit of a scary fight, but.
And on Fitz side, he's facing a land. Landworm? Land or sand?
Landworm.
Yes.
Is sand land?
Yeah. Maybe.
Kinda. It's rocks, right? It's
yes.
Tiny little baby rocks. Oh, yes, I apologize. Game Detective correcting me in the chat. That is Kumaro. A distinct, very distinctly different. Kumaro, huge fan of Chris Gaines.
Yes.
Not the biggest Garth Brooks fan in the world, but that Chris Gaines guy, something about him just...
And on their side, he has Furin that's zombified.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah.
Only one character capable of... Oh, no characters capable of fixing that, actually, because Gogo does not have any commands. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
So Mimic will also mimic the target, as we just saw on Dare's side. Meanwhile, one free Fitz. Showing off the opera. I think, unfortunately, because we were not able to reach the donation incentive, I'm going to have to sit back and let Maria take care of it. We do the spoken word version. Oh, my hero. So far away now. Will I ever see your smile? I'm smoking while I do this. I guess you're going to have to picture that.
Yeah.
I got a cigarette in my hand. All right. Okay, yes, Revivifies. I was worried that Dare didn't have any Revivifies over there, but thankfully. Putting some commands on him now. See what.
Yes. And he gave Mog a fixed dice.
Hey, okay. Definitely something that you're going to want to try to move off of sooner rather than later, but...
Yeah. But it's great for the early game.
Yep. Fitz moving on to the second half of the opera. As Dare is coming out of their Serpent Trench run with level 10 and a few spells learned and about an extra, I think, 14 magic power over there on, I forget who was holding it. One of the Moogles. Taking another gander at the money raised here. We have $931 for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital and $999 still for the OVC Pet Trust, bringing the total up to $1,930. Getting within spitting distance of that 2K.
Yes. Will we be able to get both of them past 1,000?
I have a sneaking suspicion that we will. but not without your help out there. Oh, Dare doing the opposite part. Gonna make sure that this finale that Fitz is doing goes off without a hitch. Gonna take care of that weird whatever you call it up there in the rafters. Nasty character. Man, I kind of wish I thought of this spoken word opera thing as a donation incentive earlier on. That's a. I'm gonna keep that one in my back pocket, maybe.
Okay. And I just found out for every chest that Fitz opens, he will donate $1.
Oh, hey. It's awfully swell.
Yes. So I'm hoping he full clears the game.
Yeah, 255.
Yes.
Yeah, Fitz is currently up to 47 chests according to their tracker. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they pick some checks based on that. But
yeah,
both of them work in that opera. I like this. I like this play for Dare as well. He's going to need a couple extra. Levels. Commandos will do it.
Glue is going to be real nice if it's 69 chest open.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's the correct amount of chests to open.
Yes.
These commandos giving a little bit of trouble. Not a lot you can do other than magic to them. Got really high regular defense, but thankfully the fixed dice do not care.
Yes.
Using rage with it, that's interesting. I guess that's something I might not know. Does the rage buffs, does that also apply to fixed dice? I know it applies to
I think if it's
Valiant Knife.
If it's Stray Cat or Gold Bear, I think.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's a good...
Yes.
It's a good little damage bump. So we do have a Celeste out there, which means there is a multi-part check that our runners can take to grant them the enhanced version of
Magitech.
Sword Tech and Blitz, but I don't believe we've ran into any of those. But getting that tech missile over there for Kurin would be worth the effort.
And even extra for tier 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a Hornet at the end.
Yes.
There's also some bees up here.
I just hope the boss is nice.
Yeah, no kidding. If this boss turns out to be like, let's see, what would cause a problem that couldn't be solved with some grit and fixed dice at this point? I think maybe one of the statues would probably be a little dicey. I know that Bolt 3 is the big damage dealer for the casters on Dare's side.
Taco from chat says Doomgaze. I'm thinking Goddess.
Mm-hmm. Doomgaze would cause a problem because I think he's at 15, but okay, we got Fumbaba here.
Yes.
We got the demon of upper body strength.
Glue, I'll be amazed if Zero Miss appeared in this. And terrified.
Yeah, it's like, oh no.
Oh.
Broken containment.
Yes. Yeah, we have no way to actually damage him.
Right, yeah. Ah, crap. Who's the agility anchor? Is it Kumaro or is it Kugogo? One in the middle slot. There's 4 characters. Ah!
I'm going with Kumaro.
He's the anchor of our lives.
Yes.
So it would only make sense that that would extend to agility. But fixed dice doing that work.
Yes.
Is a dead fun baba.
He'll never get to see the second act.
Mm-mm. It begins now.
Yes.
Let's see what we got here. Not a character. Ifrit.
Yes. Both our runners be very happy with that.
Yeah, Flare is not a bad spell to have as a just in case. But not incredible stats or spells on that Esper otherwise. It's like Dare might be also going back for Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Oh,
or
no, just gonna go tech. Yeah.
The basement. Where he'll get Realm.
Which, not hurting for characters on Dare's side, but I wouldn't fault him for grabbing it, because there's still not a ton of checks available right now outside of the Magitech Research Facility or doing Umaro stuff, but we know that there's no character on Umaro. X-Magic Realm is not that bad. Alright, we have another donation. $25 from Game Detective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Game Detective.
Creeping up on that 2,000. Ooh, good items in this basement. Putting us up to $9.56 for St. Jude's and $9.99 for OVC Pet Trust.
With a total of $19.55.
$45 away.
Yes.
All right, they're making their way through the end of the basement here, grabbing a few extra items.
Is there a reward if we get to over 2,000?
I don't think anything specific necessarily, but it would be, it's a fun, nice round number.
Yes.
Yeah.
More money to the good charities.
Tersman, would you be willing to meow to Dancing Mad if we reach 2,000 before one of the runners reaches the final boss?
I'm gonna say yes, even though that's not true.
Okay. Well, I'll do it. I'll do it either way. I love doing it.
Okay. You know what? Yeah, I think if somebody else is doing it with me, that'll probably make me feel a lot better.
Yeah, that should really bring in the viewers.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's the worst possible noises. Man, I should invest in some kazoos. I think that would really hit.
Or some banjos.
Banjo's pretty cool. I think I have a ukulele downstairs. I can grab that. I don't know how to play it, so it won't sound like Dancing Mad at all. It'll just sound like some jerk on the bus won't put his instrument away. Fitz running into that fight, but getting the preemptive attack, so just skate right on by it.
That makes me jealous.
Yeah, really. Hey, guys. Dare opting to check out the realm spots. Don't hate this idea. This is a nice quick one. If you see a Moogle, you know to leave. Oh. Yep, gonna opt out of this one, but they know there's another character there if they want it. And yeah, finally, we're getting into the Magitech Research Facility. This is going to be a huge power bump for Dare once he's through it.
And we have some Yeti on Kumara action.
I mean, they gotta. You gotta calm your homeboy down a little bit sometimes. You know?
Yes.
If he's wilding out, you gotta hit him with a legendary sword.
Yeah. You have to put him in his place sometimes.
Yeah, just like, hey, bro, come on. We got company coming over later. I need you to lay off the energy drinks today.
Taco Magic suggests we stream a head-to-head of the End Steve extra innings race.
Ooh. I mean, I don't necessarily hate that idea.
Nah.
All right. Fitz is going to go and do a little bit of work around town. We'll see if they decide to go back and do the Moogle defense. Picking up a Valiant Knife real quick. Well, Berserk on that Rama, that could be handy to have on at least one of your party members. Never know when you're going to run into the Master of All Magic. Yeah, Umara with a Valiant Knife.
And Dare was awarded with Phoenix.
Ooh. All right, yeah, big special shout out to Pos Morpheus for doing the commentary for the entirety of Night 1. Excellent work. Lots of people behind the scenes making this happen. Really appreciate everybody that helped to get this put together, not least of which Drinks Glue, who organized the whole thing, got all the charities set up. Incredible work all around.
Yes. And we have Fitz gonna be picking up that Moogle.
Yeah, taking care of this Welk. I mean, this is, you definitely want to see it earlier. You don't, the last place you want to see Welk is at the end of the tower with one of your teams that only has one character. Pretty simple bosses in the research facility, however. Dare going through.
And that Moogle's locked today.
Oh, all right. I mean, that's a good get. Well, thank you very much, Glue. We appreciate you. All right, Fitz also heading into the facility. Phoenix and Unicorn. So that's 2 Espers here. This is so far so good. Got Cure 3 on that one too.
Even better. And we have Fitz. Yes.
To pledge allegiance to the Empire.
I don't think the Empire has enough chests for him.
That's true. There's a few hanging out up there in the...
Yeah. But they have them so out of the way.
Yeah, I think there's about 3 or 4 that's kind of along the critical path, or at least 2 or 3 steps away from it. But a lot of the big treasure caches are really out of the way in the research facility. Oh, hey, stray cat. It's gonna pair really well with that rage user.
Especially with the fixed dice.
Mm-hmm. Lots of money too, man. I love getting the cat hood. It just feels so good to
I know.
do a weak fight. Like Tyrannosaur, I don't think gives out any cash, but yes, got that. I got the info. Huge thank you to our night one racers, Physics Shebang and Nobody War, Quest for Warkin, Jabra and TR, Rybon, and Papa Shango. Very happy that we could get as much support for this event as we did. Huge shout outs to Rybon for annihilating that seed.
I know.
That was incredible.
It was a work of art.
Yeah. It was like the opposite of the, I don't necessarily want to call it an excuse, but that feeling where, you get a not great time and it's just like, hey, the dice didn't roll right for you. You just didn't, the checks you picked were good checks, but it didn't pay off. Versus Rybon, who's just like...
And a huge thank you to Double Down for all the graphics and 1-3 Fritz for hosting night 1.
Yes. Fitz was our restreamer for night 1, did a wonderful job. And Double Down helping out with the graphic design as always. I love this crew.
Yes.
We're all good people.
Yes. It's one of my favorite communities to be in.
Yeah. It sounds weird to say it, but
yeah.
I 100% agree. Lots of great folks here.
And we have Dare facing the Three Stooges.
Ew. Whoa, that's a lot of health coming out of that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No, he likes Fire Beam.
Yes.
Right. Getting some MP back. Gonna start throw some bolts. Ooh. A good sniper proc from Umaro there. Excuse me, Kumaro. Fitz grabbing that Phoenix, gonna start teaching Bolt 3 to some folks. And an additional thank you for Jackamus and Arusta for doing commentary for the first chunk of day 2. Really good commentators, those two.
And we have Fitz just say no to the escape.
Oh, interesting. All right. Well, we'll get a good look at what they're going to end up missing. Here, we'll see what Dare gets at the end of this. This is the spot where a character could show up, so I kind of get where Fitz is coming from on this one. And it is a character.
It's Setzer.
Setzer. That's a good character, though.
Yes.
And I will say, having those extra characters for the end isn't bad either. Having somebody to wear the Moogle charm, having another character at a decently high level, which Setzer will be when he joins in, just to get the last extra couple of thousand damage can be pretty handy.
And I could see why Fitz skipped it because he was already at 7 characters.
Mm-hmm.
And with just picking up lock, he has a couple of quick ones.
Yeah, we'll see if these lock checks pay off. Well, Dare going and buying themselves Valiant Knife.
Did either of our runners find an offering yet?
I'm not sure. Doesn't look like there's one in Dare's inventory right now, but I imagine if he had one, he would have popped it on tomorrow by now with that sniper. But Feels so good.
I think he put Kumaro with the Valiant knife now.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Fitz, almost forgetting to go unlock the weapon shop on the way up. So, did we see a Moogle sprite in Minerva or Fixed Dice?
And thank you to all of the Day 2 races and commentators, Golden Shaka, Karan, Fiery Blizzard, Dare, Dwyer, I can't pronounce that name.
I think that's Impetuous.
Yes.
Which is a
And one free
another good
Fitz.
name.
And thank you also, Turdsman.
Yes, and thank you. I figure we can go ahead and plug ourselves in right there.
Yeah.
Took a lot of work to get this thing going,
Yes.
and I think it's really working out well. So huge thanks to everybody. So Dare getting an Esper off of the Setzer check. Fitz unfortunately did not. Got a Minerva, I believe, from the weapon shop.
Yeah, the choices were Minerva or Fixed Dice.
Mm-hmm. And you don't need a second Fixed Dice.
No.
And oh, we forgot Gretham! He's right there. I'm looking at his dog right now on this Discord call. Gretham, tracker extraordinaire.
Yes.
Keep
And
it up
thank you
numbers
again,
right.
Turdsman.
Thank you
Because
again,
we,
Sigil.
yes.
We're on the screen now.
Yeah.
I like the editorial feeling of the announcements that are coming up here.
Yeah.
All right, and that's the word. We're gonna see who wins. This is close still. Like it was a lot of rubber banding back and forth, but this is still anybody's game. Like Dare has a slight lead on Espers, but
And we can't. And sorry, Jennifer, but we can't forget to thank everyone who donated and came out to watch.
Of course.
Oof.
Really appreciate everybody.
Yes.
Coming
And the
in clutch.
Trituck spot was the Experience Egg.
Yeah, not great. I mean, Experience Egg is good, but at this point, you want, you don't necessarily need the levels. I think that has been discussed earlier.
Yeah.
You just want that progression. But we'll see what we got at the end of Umaro here. Man, yeah, even Ultros 4. An encounter with no experience gives you an experience egg after it. Cruel.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Got a rock there at the end. Tritok. Scooched its way on down into the cave a little bit.
Oh, hey, another Ultros.
He's trying to remind everybody that Ultros League Season 8 on right now.
Yes.
Wait, I'm out of here.
He just needed that message.
Yeah. Just wanted to pop in here real quick to let everybody know about my events going on right now. It's Ultros League Season 8. Thank you for both. Ooh, Ultima on Seraphim. Time to level up a caster. Let's see where Fitz heads next. Probably not going to see a Phoenix Cave run. I'm gonna go into Jador. All right.
Come on, Auction House.
Ooh, maybe. this wouldn't be a bad time to try the auction house. Maybe after Ozer's Mansion to see if you don't get that. See if you don't get that 7th Esper in here. Which I forget, has Dare done this one yet? I don't believe so.
No, Dare hasn't.
Alright, let's see what we've got in Koingen. Ooh. I got the skip and an Illumina, but
not the Magicite they need.
not the Magicite. Not going to turn your nose up at an Illumina, of course, but wasn't the clean tower access and skip combo. Always makes you feel like a big brain genius when you get both of those at the same time.
Yeah. Except I don't like getting both at the same time in the Figaro engine room.
Oh yeah, okay, that's yeah, that is. That can be a bummer.
Yes.
Got a little walk ahead of you. Ooh, Fitz just passing right by the save point. They're saying, don't need it, don't care about it. Safety is just getting in my way at this point.
Yeah, I don't think, Blizzard, I don't think we saw Edgar today at all.
I'm pretty sure there was at least one. I want to say that... God, did I run into Edgar? There was at least one Edgar with steel in somebody's thing, but yeah, not much Edgar floating around in this one. Incredibly high levels of Umaro by comparison to the average seed.
I was so afraid he was going to get imp in my run.
Oh yeah. Another character. Looks like Dare might be taking it.
And I believe that was a Magicite on Fitz's side.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. Are they gonna sell up to go into the auction house, maybe? Oh. Sure. Buy an egg while I'm here.
Yeah.
Right, and a Mend Elixir. Why not? Alright, definitely not going into the auction house. Hey, there's an Edgar.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Edgar's brain put into a Moogle's body named Cuckoo.
Yeah.
Kind of grisly when you think about it. Let's see. Yeah, heading to the throne right away. This is a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, even if this is another character, just like, whatever. Come on in.
Yeah.
Get in, loser. We're gonna go kill God. We gotta get...
Moogle percent?
Yeah. Full Moogle percent. There we go. There's that final Kefka unlock. So Dare is ready for the end. Let's see if they just head right there or if he's got some shopping he wants to do. And I believe, was this... Was this an Esper? Because I know, I want to say Dare went through this one.
No.
Oh, never mind. I might be thinking of a different...
Yeah, you think of different one because this is Locke's check.
Yeah. There's been a lot of Worlds Collide going on today.
Yes.
Got a little mixed up. But, used the bad oil on the train. Oh, yeah, here's something fun. Figuring out which of these little freaks are the ones you actually want to take into your party. Suddenly start doing like barbershop quartet bits. Hello.
Huh.
Second Ultima, it's times 16. Very nice.
Yeah.
All right, that is Kefka unlock for Fitz as well. I don't know. I think they also got the skip. So we got 2
Yeah.
extra characters and a. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Roughly equivalent levels. I think Dare might be a touch higher. Somebody got left.
Yes. I wonder who.
I mean, I don't think it was. I think it might have been Go-Go.
Yeah.
Kogo.
Yes. They probably don't have any commands on them anyway.
Yeah. Man, Chatternook causing some trouble.
We're still $45 away from to going over 2,000.
$45 for
Yes.
me and Drinks Glue to debase ourselves with cat noises. Could also do dog noises.
Yes.
It'd be like the dog ending from Silent Hill 2.
I don't think you're getting out of the noises tonight.
That's all right. That's fine. No, that's fine. I understand this was all an elaborate plot by Drinks Glue to get me to meow into a microphone.
Yes.
That was the point of this whole event from the beginning.
That's still enough glue.
Yeah, 52 chests is plenty.
Yes.
We're doing it. It's happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dare unfortunately forgetting about the undead boss thing. Thankfully avoiding that Confu Claw, that would have been rough.
Yeah.
But, Bolt 3 doing the work.
And now Kugogo's a zombie.
Okay. Forgot why you do the run thing against this boss, but it's to stop Umaro from
Yes.
getting a counterattack.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this boss does not follow the rules of Undead. Weak against Pearl and Fire, but cannot take it down with a Phoenix Down or Revivify.
I feel like the Demon Chocobo menu in the background is staring into my soul.
Yeah, the one that it's very funny. The one that Fitz made is, strictly speaking, less horrible than the one we were seeing on Dare's side for a little while there. Like, aesthetically, you know? Like, there's some color choices, it kind of matches, but for some reason, those eyes just dig right into you.
Yes!
I didn't realize how much I was looking at it until you said something.
And we have now Dare go against Dullahan.
Got this jerk.
Yes.
Dullahan causing a lot of trouble tonight.
Yeah.
Those fixed dice not quite putting as much output as they were earlier, unfortunately, but... Hey, there we go. There's some numbers. Fit's making incredible work of the quick spell on their physical attacker here to kind of get double shots in. We're trying to prevent too many attacks coming back that way.
And speaking of that, Fitz just took down Guardian.
Very nice.
While Dullahan goes down on their side.
Still really close.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Dare has the middle lane and the right lane left, and Fitz has the right lane just left. As we are getting a $25 donation from Anonymous. Thank you very much. Bringing us up to $19.80. $981 for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, and $999 for the OVC Pet Trust. Beautiful. Right, Fitz coming up against Haydn. Gonna remember the Revivify. Make quick work of this wretched jazz fusion band.
While Dad's coming up on the Guardian boss.
And we'll see how well his party composition deals with it. GP Rain not going to do much. Magitech. Opting for Bolt Beam, which probably does a little bit more damage than Tech Missile. I always like to throw at least one Tech Missile out, regardless, because it does the SAP status. Or Seizure, I think is what it's called in F6. But might not matter too terribly much, as almost hitting the damage cap with the beams. As Fitz heads into the final boss.
Do you think Kamaro's gonna last the whole all the tiers?
I'm hoping. I'm hoping he gets all the way to the top. It's...
Yes, and thank you, Impetuous, for pushing us over the 2,000 mark.
Magnificent. That's $2,025 total. $1,026 for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. $999 for the OVC Pet Trust. Wonderful job here this weekend. Thank you all so much for donating.
And thank you again for everyone that was running, doing comms, and helping out with the restream.
Yeah, we all did really good work here. Now let's take it home with lots of fireballs, missiles, and big swords that create nuclear fusion.
Yeah.
That's what Flare is, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And some bashing into the enemies from Kamara.
Yeah, just a chest bump or two.
Yes.
Keeping it lively. Big counter, but plenty of HP to get through it.
Yes.
One free Fitz heading up to tier 2.
And we're going to be having Dare starting their tier 1.
This is great. I love the nail biters at the end. This is good stuff. We did not have an instant death on hand, but did have break, which does work against tier 1.
Yes. No, Dare has X-Fur.
They do, and I think that somebody had X Zone as well, but just,
Yes.
I think they were looking for it with that one character. And Bolt 3 putting in work. That Magic Power +2 Esper helping out. Putting out big gobs of damage with X Magic.
Yes. Glue is asked if would Quake be a good idea here from 1-3 Fits. I'm going with no, since I believe all the parts on tier 2 is floating.
I think so. Most of them, anyway.
Yes.
I mean, Quake would be a good idea for 1-3 Fits if you wanted to kind of, like even things out a little bit. But Dare's catching up.
Yes.
To tier 2 now. Fitz takes a bio. That stinks. Now 3 of their 4 characters are poisoned. We'll start throwing some antidotes around. That can get... It's not too big of a deal now, but that can get really scary once you start running into Whirlwind or Fallen 1.
Yeah.
So best to get it out of the way now. Getting those dispel counters, that means magic's close to being done. See if we can't take care of these things before we really start running into some nasty counterattacks here. Flare Star, thankfully, I believe, is set damage based on... I want to say it's either caster levels or target levels or something like that. It's not... It doesn't have a big... Yeah.
I think that the target's highest level
Okay.
times 80. Then it splits.
Well, that's interesting. Alright, Fitz heading on to tier 3. Let's see, I believe they found a Fenrir.
Yes.
I saw some images. Okay, yeah. Ooh, Merton opening. And Kurian goes down. The X-Magic user, unfortunately, does not have a life spell. Yeah. But we got quick. Use that to get everybody back up to task. And soon we start wailing on them.
And Dare just triggered the 10 hits.
Seeing lots of misses. Very nice. Ooh, Dare catching up. Getting
Yes.
Tier 3 now. Picking that one back up. Only cure spell is cure, which is not great.
Wait, it looks like to break a shield.
Ah.
Great play there.
Yeah, just got to get through it. Can't go back. Got to go forward. Because Dare is right catching up.
Yes. Do you have your vocal cords ready, Turdsman?
I was just thinking about that. Strictly speaking, the entire song is Dancing Mad, but I understand.
Yes.
Alright, I'm having some trouble hearing it, but so I might be a little off. But Glue, you can jump in too. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I forgot.
There you go. You can take it from I just muted his mic, but we won't tell him. So anywho, Fitz is pretty close here. Dare right
Yes.
now. We're in the fourth quarter of this Captain fight, so any minute now I expect a crack power one of the scenes.
Yes.
Alright. Is that crack power for 1-3 Fitz? Fitz makes
Yes,
the
yes.
moment happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellent.
Team Moblis is the winner of the Ultima Derby.
Am I still muted?
No, you're unmuted.
Okay. I'm assuming I was never muted.
You're correct in that assumption.
Okay, good.
All right,
GG's Fitz.
3 Fitz.
GG's Fitz.
Oop, got some scratchies.
Alright, he'll be right back.
Too powerful for
Well,
the wave bands that.
Well, on
we
their
throw
side,
on.
Garner just went off.
And not too far off from it. That might be it. That's it. Crack pow for Dare.
Yeah.
Team Interceptor, not too far behind.
GG's there.
So close.
Yes. GG's Fitz.
Yeah, that was a fun time.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gretham coming in with the most important statistic. After 8 races, there was a difference of 48 seconds.
Yes.
Super rules. Look at all the Moogles.
Yes.
We got one pink one. I think the pink one's their leader. So yeah, again, GG's Fitz. How did you feel about that one?
I mean, honestly, with the rage, felt pretty good. It could have been spicy if the commands on Mog would have been bad, but there were also Valiant Knives in Narsh and Ragnaroks and South Figaro. So once I found those, I knew I just needed to like do stuff fast. And then I had, an opera got in the way, but we got through that.
Yeah.
Also, I noticed that on Dare screen it was not chocobos. Was there a way to remove that through donating during the race? Because I maybe would have, but.
So what happened was I started a few seconds early, so I reset, and I wasn't going to bother resetting it back up.
Oh, that's totally fair.
GG's there.
100%.
Holy. Not having Espers and having so many characters, that was a not good feeling.
Yeah, that was kind of unique to this one. I'm assuming just due to, having the 3 starting characters that you had meant that it was going to be a lot more wide than than deep. How does that affect? Does that affect your strategy too terribly much? Like, do you think about that, or do you just kind of go for whatever's fastest right now?
Personally, I kind of take it as what can I do fast. So obviously you have the free check, you have Lone Wolf, you can do right away. While doing that, you can also kind of peek what Umaro is. Obviously you didn't see anybody, so you have it's gonna be an Esper. So I held that off as long as I can to like, okay, I'm Esper hunting. So like, okay, what do I go do now? I can either go do Go-Go or check Kefka Nars, which honestly I did that just to kind of peek while doing Lone Wolf. I'm like, okay, not a character, so you know your progression is going to be behind Go-Go at that point. Or no, Mog had your character, that's right. So then yeah, you're just sitting there looking what's going to be your fast thing. Go-Go is a fast check if you can get through the bridge fast. And then from there it was really just what's going to be your fastest thing. So I can't remember, I think Gao was next, and I got like really unlucky through the trench. That was an awful fight.
Yeah, I felt bad for you with that fight.
I was like, I can get good experience, and then nope, I get zombied on the one character that can actually do anything. I'm like, well, yeah. Time to run.
And then that character just betrayed you.
Yep, the fire beam to Mog was the icing on the cake. I'm like, yep, I'm out of here.
So yeah, Fitz, I guess a similar question. With a kind of quicker flag set like this, how does that change your routing up too terribly harsh, or?
I mean, I'm quicker to like. I'm just trying to like find that power and then go. I think having a cat hood early made me feel okay, like leaving stuff that was pricey in shops to come back, because I knew I was just gonna like accumulate money as I fought stuff, and I was pretty aggressive with taking free checks because I got up to like 5-1 before I took my first fight. But with having the Bolt 3 rage, it gave me the comfort to punch above my weight there, so to speak, and then yeah, just big swords and teaching. Realm had a credible magic naturally, and even with no like magic boosting, I think I had her at like 63 or 64. So it was, the party was there, and I think I made the decision to just work with Umaro the whole way. Even though it was like, with all these Ragnaroks, like I was tempted, I think, to stray, but I stayed the course for the memes and for the marathon, for the derby,
for the children.
Yes,
indeed.
Yeah, honestly, having both Ragnaroks and VK in shops being pricey, that definitely kind of played a way into my routing. Where like, okay, I just need money real fast to go buy these items, and then the seed was essentially just free afterwards. Cells having Magitech or M-Tech was great. Early sources of damage, just throw a couple earrings on, call it a day. I love when my M-Tech missiles hit for quad 9s.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, that's always a wonderful time.
Yeah, I was tempted to go back just for the unlock, but I think by the time I went there, the Ragnaroks were just better anyway, so... And then I eventually moved Celeste over to just swing the VK. I was hoping to find an offering, and...
I didn't check, like, any monster in the boxes.
Yeah, nor did I, but like I did look in the Coliseum, and I thought about going back later.
That was like my second thing or third thing I did. I'm like, well, let's just see what's in here. Nothing. All right. See you later, Coliseum. You betrayed me.
But yeah, I mean, I think overall, I had a blast both restreaming yesterday and racing today. It was a lot of fun, and I look forward to doing more of these types of things, like as a community. yeah, I gotta get going. But yeah, thanks to everyone for commentating, racing, running, donating, watching, and happy WrestleMania Night 1.
Right. And enjoy that, and thank you for running.
Yeah, and thank you for the $52 donation that you did. There was one per chest, just like you said.
Had to
which
pay the
brings us
loot
up-
fee.
Brings us up to a total of 2,077 for the 2-day event. Excellent work, everybody. It's a nice
Amazing
Cyberpunk
job,
number.
everyone.
So yeah, I think I guess as we're heading out, I'll start off the big thanks. Thank you to all the runners for coming in and donating your time to this cause. Thank you to Dare and One Free Fits for being willing to close it out. Thank you to Gretham for keeping all of the numbers right in the background there. Thank you, Sigil, for joining me at the end here.
You're welcome.
Especially big thank you to everybody else who had been helping throughout. Dwyer, Jackamus. I know I'm going to be forgetting some of them. Austra.
Physics, Passamorpheus.
Fiery Blizzard, helping out earlier. But biggest thank you of all to Drinks Glue for putting this on. You did real good work here, buddy. This was excellent.
Yeah, it was amazing, Glue.
Yeah, no, thank you guys for everybody that tuned in, volunteered, and helped out. It's not possible without all the amazing support from all the various people, and then all the viewers and everybody. $2,077. That's the original goal was 500, and again, I'm not a math major, but that's over 4 times the original goal, so that's amazing.
Yes.
And that is all I have, guys. Is there anything y'all want to, give a shout out to in your own happenings, your own space, if you will, before we sign off?
I just want to wish everyone who celebrates it a happy Easter tomorrow.
And I'll just, I guess, also add in big thank you to everybody who donated. Yeah, I guess, in the immortal words of Super Mario, thank you so much for playing our game.
Alright, so looks like there is nobody live playing Worlds Collide who is not doing an Ultras League race, so to spare the spoilers, because it is Saturday and week 1, we'll not do that. So we're going to sign off, but again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you everybody for donating. Thank you Tersman, thank you Gretham, thank you Sigil, and then thank you everybody all around. I appreciate y'all so much, and this wouldn't have been possible without y'all. Y'all have a good afternoon or enjoy the rest of your evening, and have a happy and special Easter.